I traveled through the throne of Seal World and became Long Haochen's twin brother. Unexpectedly bounding shadow space system, it didn't only maxed out my talents directly, and also learn unprecedented professional skills. Chapter 51. This is, Long Haochen was slightly startled. Being closest to Long Haoyu, he could clearly feel the changes in his brother. The almost depressing aura was mercilessly wreaking havoc on my brother at this moment. Upon discovering this, the look in Long Haochen's eyes suddenly became more determined. Brother seems to be getting more serious, so I should buy enough time for him. Long Haochen's heart was shocked. He was like a statue when he actually blocked the battle. The shield resisted the werewolf's scimitar attack, and the sword in his right hand was slightly raised. At that moment, the statue he transformed seemed to be much more solid, as motionless as a mountain. Long Haoyu felt the changes in Long Haochen and observed Long Haochen's improvement in actual combat. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. The free hand gently rested on Long Haochen's body, and Long Haoyu's gentle yet cold voice spoke, "Haochen, there's no need to defend yourself." Long Haochen was a little confused and had no idea what his brother meant when he suddenly said this. The surrounding demon werewolves are still attacking continuously. If we give up our defense, we will really be trapped in a tight siege. If a qualified disciplinary knight can still put his teammates in danger, then he might as well go home and raise pigs. Have you forgotten what my brother once said? As Long Haoyu said this, he withdrew the hand on Long Haochen's shoulder. The palm, as white as jade, was slowly covered by a layer of golden light seeping out. Above the sky, Long Xingyu paid attention to the situation of the two brothers all the time. Seeing the previous battle and the cooperation of the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, an unprecedented smile appeared on his face. But at this time, when he saw Long Haoyu suddenly mentioning the very hurtful concept of disciplinary knights, he couldn't help but frown, and he couldn't help but frown. This kid Haoyu, I've never heard of a person with such persistence before. Is it the insights he gained after these years of seclusion? Is what this kid Haoyu plans to do now is to use some of the skills he learned from that person? Perceiving the changes in Long Haoyu, he became more and more certain of this guess, and he ignored the heart that was being hurt invisibly. All his profound gazes were focused on Long Haoyu. At this time, the golden color covering Long Haoyu's left hand began to change. The golden brilliance was suddenly shrouded in a layer of blood mist at this moment. Golden and blood-colored rays of light reflected each other in his palms. Wu Feng's transformation was also completely completed at this moment, and the blood beads that seemed to be oozing out of the gap turned into streaks of bloody brilliance. The brilliance was so bright and moving that in an instant, Long Haoyu's entire body was covered in a layer of blood mist. In the blood mist, the golden light is still continuous, still occupying an absolutely dominant position, driving the outer blood mist. After completing these transformations, Long Haoyu moved, and an afterimage was pulled in front of Long Haochen's eyes. The next second, he appeared in front of the demon werewolves who were continuing to attack Long Haochen. Wu Feng brought out streaks of sword light, and several demon werewolves had no time to react, and they all fell into a pool of blood. The only remaining demon werewolf, his tall body suddenly stiffened. Long Haoyu jumped into the air and grabbed the long hair on his head with one hand. Terrifying power burst out from this hand that didn't look very big. The air seemed to be exploding as Long Haoyu grabbed the demon werewolf and threw it out in another direction. Did I take off? The captured demon werewolf's mind was in chaos. Before he could fully digest the sudden takeoff, he had already hit his companions heavily. At the same time, the golden light and blood-colored mist on Long Haoyu's body also converged on Wu Feng from his body. He took a single step forward, holding his hands firmly on the hilt of the sword that was as thick as the roots of an old tree. Destroy the demon, one move. A cold voice came out from the gap between Long Haoyu's lips. Wu Feng was raised high, without any fancy movements, he just struck the sword in a very simple and unpretentious manner. The golden light and blood-colored mist instantly separated from the sword edge and flew away. An invisible buzzing sound resounded, and the sword that was slashed seemed to turn into a ferocious long dragon. The roar of the dragon echoed in the mountain call, and they rushed forward to face all the werewolves without any hesitation. The eyes of the demon werewolves at the front widened greatly, and before they had time to react, they had already collided with the blood-gold dragon. The black armor on their bodies seemed to have no defense, and they could only watch helplessly as the blood-gold dragon broke out of their bodies. Then, he continued to rush towards the rear with great force. After slashing with such a sword, Long Haoyu rushed out after the sword. Behind the long blood gold dragon, the shadow of the sword without a sharp edge flashed crazily. Splashes of blood rose on the mountain call, and the demon werewolves fell into the pool of blood one after another. The excitement that could still be felt in Haoyu Swamp was felt again. All the cells in Long Haoyu's body seemed to be trembling at this moment. "Brother, you are so strong." Long Haochen was stunned to see that all the werewolves around him had been eliminated. Now, he is truly like the concept implemented by Long Haoyu, and he can't even get into danger. His stunned eyes slowly returned to clarity, and he couldn't help but look towards his father above the sky. Punishment Knight, is this what a real disciplinary knight is like? Long Xingyu felt Long Haochen's suspicious gaze, and his majestic expression changed slightly. It seemed that he didn't see Long Haochen's gaze like this and continued to remain motionless on the dome. "Master, I have completed my growth." Wu Feng's excited voice sounded in Long Haoyu's ears. After killing dozens of werewolves, Long Haoyu finally heard Wu Feng's answer. Hearing Wu Feng's answer, his excitement became even more uncontrollable. Is it already the level of magic equipment? In that case, let's continue to increase the increase. Long Haoyu shouted in his heart. He became more and more brave as he fought. Wu Feng didn't talk nonsense. Just as Long Haoyu originally guessed, the 30% increase was directly reached. The spiritual power increased again, and the aura on Long Haoyu's body became stronger. In the werewolf camp, the blonde werewolf saw Long Haoyu's murderous figure, and his eyes, which were frightened by Long Xingyu, were completely calm. "These two children are that person's closest relatives, we are no match for that person. Before you die, give these two little guys a backing." Some of the thousands of demonic werewolves entrenched here wanted to take advantage of the chaos and rush out after he gave the order just now. They all insisted that their deaths should not be in vain. Now, under the reaction of the blonde wolf man and the shout, all the wolf men reacted. The many demon werewolves who had come back to their senses stared at Long Haoyu, who was going on a killing spree, with a stern look in their eyes. "That's right, you can't die in vain. Before you die, drag these two children on their backs." Following this belief, the other demon wolves who wanted to rush out gave up the idea of continuing to rush out of the mountain call. All the afterimages were focused on Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Facing these demon werewolves, Long Haochen had a determined look on his face. Long Haoyu felt Wu Feng's increase, and his excitement was also rising. However, at this time, a golden red halo completely appeared on the dome. Long Xingyu, who had been stable for a long time, saw that the demon werewolves were planning to attack the two brothers in groups, so he made a move. "Haoyu, Haochen, you don't need to take action, it's my turn next." Long Xingyu's calm voice sounded in the sky. At the same time, a golden red halo spread behind him. A huge golden throne slowly appeared from it, shining with magnificent light. When Long Haoyu saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "This dad, I don't seem to be obsessed with the matter of showing my holiness in front of others. It's just a small soldier, so what?" Chapter 52. The huge throne is 10 feet high. The high backrest is inlaid with countless gems. You can still vaguely see the figure of a person on the backrest. A sharp, majestic, and even terrifying pressure spread from it. Long Xingyu sat on this huge throne. The semicircular bright red gem on the top of the backrest reflected all his majesty like a half-sun. Looking down at the earth indifferently, the orange-red light made Long Xingyu's figure look as terrifying as the end of the world. Long Xingyu's body was enlarged dozens of times, suspended above the dome, and his two hands pressed on the armrests of the throne. On the wide seat, two male lion sculptures on the left and right seats were prostrate and roaring silently. Countless magnificent patterns also covered the entire throne like flowing water at this moment. The golden beam of light completely fell on Long Xingyu at this moment. "Brother, Dad is so strong. This seems to be the divine seal throne we saw in the Knights' Temple of Hau City. Is Dad one of the 3 divine seal knights that Sister Exener mentioned?" Long Haochen suddenly came back to his senses and looked at his old father on the dome in disbelief. He had never seen such a majestic father before. "Even though I had guessed that my father must be very powerful, I had never guessed that he would be in the realm of a divine seal knight." And in the past 2.5 years, the image of his father in his memory was that of being defeated at the hands of his brother from time to time. But the sudden change now has subverted all his perceptions. It's him, he is one of the 3 divine knights in our knight's temple. He is going to take action now, and it will have nothing to do with us from now on. Long Haoyu returned to Long Haochen's side, gently pressed his hand on Long Haochen's shoulder, and spoke gently. After receiving the exact answer, Long Haochen's face flushed with excitement, and the eyes he looked at his old father were filled with admiration. This is the Divine Seal Knight. There are only 3 Divine Seal Knights in the Alliance. My own father turned out to be one of them. Long Haochen felt that he had another goal in life. In the past, I just wanted to catch up with my brother, protect my little family, and make corresponding contributions to mankind. Now, he has a new goal in mind. Catch up with my brother, catch up with my dad, for sure. Haochen, don't worry about your excitement yet. At this time, Long Haoyu suddenly spoke. Wu Feng was carried on his back again, completing Wu Feng's growth. Next, he really no longer had the need to continue. There were hundreds of werewolves, and he admitted that he couldn't kill them all. Without the existence of Long Xingyu, his final result could only be to die here. Long Xingyu's action was undoubtedly the most appropriate method at this time. When Long Haoyu said this, a trace of doubt appeared in Long Haochen's eyes. Brother, my father is a Divine Seal Knight, why can't he be excited? Long Haoyu was silent for a moment, looking up at his majestic old father on the dome. A strange look between his eyebrows flickered slightly. Then, he put away all the weirdness and cast a serious gaze on Long Haochen. I know he is the Seal Knight, but getting excited is not what we should do now. Instead of being excited here, we should watch more carefully. A Divine Seal Knight is about to take action. This is worth learning and observing. Besides, he has been holding it in for so long. If we don't cooperate better, he will be very embarrassed. The air was momentarily quiet. The noise in the mountain call seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Long Haochen listened to his brother's explanation beside his ear, and seemed to come to his senses in a daze. Brother, it seems that you are having trouble with Dad again. Is this? Long Haochen shook his head violently and decisively remained silent on this matter. Conflict between brother and father. Well, I can't interfere for the time being, so just watch it honestly. After Long Xingyu summoned the Divine Seal throne on the dome, he had completely controlled the world. Sitting majestically on the throne, he naturally clearly heard Long Haoyu's education to Long Haochen. In the original majesty, there was a faint smell of strangeness. After a moment of silence, Long Xingyu snorted coldly and looked at every demon werewolf in the mountain call with his majestic eyes. I can't do anything about this kid Haoyu. Then, use the sins of you demon werewolves to wash away all of this. The werewolf's eyes were filled with despair. Looking at Long Xingyu sitting on the Divine Seal throne, he felt the pressure emanating from the Divine Seal throne. The belief that he had decided to fight to the death was completely shattered. The blonde-haired demon werewolf at the head roared in a heartbroken voice, You are the Seal throne of doom and killing. You are Long Xingyu, the Knight of the Seal of Judgment and Judgment of the Knight's Temple. Why are you here? With such a roar, the despair in the eyes of the blonde demon werewolf completely turned gray. At this moment, he knew his fate. What is your purpose in invading the southern part of the Temple Alliance? Long Xingyu's cold voice was full of doubts. The almost gray-white eyes of the blonde demon werewolf regained a certain look, but he was very stubborn and said nothing. He raised his head and looked at Long Xingyu above the dome. His expression suddenly became very ferocious. The devil has come to the earth, so what if you are a knight of the Divine Seal? The demon gods will definitely avenge us, don't expect me to tell you anything. There was no emotion on Long Xingyu's cold face, and he was not surprised at all by the blonde-haired werewolf's answer. There was only endless killing intent in his cold pupils. Streams of orange-red light spurted out from the Divine Seal throne, turning into a huge orange-red lightsaber. Judgment. Thousands of orange-red lights fell from the orange-red lightsaber, falling on every demon werewolf as if they had eyes. All the werewolves could not tolerate any resistance, and could not even utter a cry. They all quietly disappeared into the world without leaving any traces. After mercilessly wiping out all the werewolves that invaded here, Long Xingyu sat thoughtfully on the Divine Seal throne. Then, his eyes fell on Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, and the invisible force dragged the two brothers into the sky. The crisis of demon invasion has been resolved. Next, you all go back with me first. The young eagle is destined to spread its wings and fly, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Long Xingyu said with a somewhat complicated expression, and then his complicated expression became firm again. Demons, it seems they can't bear the loneliness again. Perhaps, the growth of you two brothers should also usher in a true transformation at this moment. Chapter 53. With a flash of golden light, the divine seal throne turned into a stream of light and disappeared into this mountain call. After a few more breaths, Long Xingyu returned to Odin Mountain with Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Bai Yao was standing here, and she had heard everything Long Haoyu said to Long Xingyu before. From a distance, I could still see the scene of Long Xingyu releasing the divine seal throne. Feeling a little complicated in my heart, I looked at the three returning father and son. Is it really a demonic invasion? Well, all the thousands of werewolves have been killed, Long Xingyu replied. His indifference when facing thousands of demonic werewolves was restored to his original state in front of Bai Yao. Bai Yao gently held Long Xingyu's big hand and sighed quietly, "Are you ready to go back?" "Well, I was originally expected to stay here to guide Haoyu and Haochen for 3 years, but the demons can no longer hold back their loneliness and must go back early," Long Xingyu said in a low and powerful voice. When Long Haochen heard this, his expression suddenly became excited. "Brother, are we going back to the Temple Alliance with Dad?" Long Haoyu glanced at Long Haochen thoughtfully, and couldn't bear to dampen Long Haochen's enthusiasm, but somehow he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Haochen, don't think of things so beautifully. He doesn't look like the kind of dedicated father. He also said just now that the young eagle will eventually spread its wings and fly. He is planning to let us fend for ourselves." Long Haochen, Long Xingyu, silently watching Long Haoyu choke himself again, all he felt was depression. A little soft power came from the palm of his hand. Long Xingyu glanced at Bai Yao, who had just squeezed him with his hand. His expression quickly recovered. Long Xingyu knelt down in front of the two brothers and said with a serious face, "Haochen, your brother Haoyu is right, only when an eagle spreads its wings can it grow. As you all saw just now, Dad is a divine seal knight. If Dad takes you back to the Temple Alliance, you will lose many opportunities to grow. If this continues, even if you have excellent talents, it will be difficult for you to grow to the level of a divine knight, and it will be difficult for you to obtain the knightly glory you deserve. So, don't blame Dad for being so cruel." Long Xingyu said this with a clear voice, explaining Long Haoyu's shocking words. While saying this, Long Xingyu took out a ring and looked at Long Haoyu, the choking little devil, out of the corner of his eye. Noticing that Long Haoyu's expression was ordinary, the idea of giving the ring to Long Haoyu was suppressed again. Finally, Long Xingyu gave the ring to Long Haochen and said, "Haochen, this ring contains my father's training experience on punishing knights. Although you have chosen to practice as a guardian knight now, if you want to practice as a punishment knight in the future, you can try to use your spiritual power to break through the seal that Dad left in the ring to learn. The training experience here is enough for you to become entangled if you want to practice punishment knight. Do you understand?" For the last sentence, Long Xingyu deliberately raised his voice a little bit. On the one hand, he wanted to tell Long Haochen about his decision to retrain as a disciplinary knight. On the other hand, he also said this to Long Haoyu, hoping that Long Haoyu would also understand the meaning of his ring. But it's a pity that no matter what he said, Long Haoyu kept an ordinary face at this time and was not moved at all. Long Xingyu paid attention to Long Haoyu's reactions, and the frustration in his heart suddenly increased crazily. Seeing Long Haochen react belatedly, with a look of reluctance to leave, he stood up with a heartbeat. "Haochen, please remember that you are a man. The separation is only temporary. When you and Haoyu become stronger, you can come to the Temple Alliance to find me and your mother. In these matters, you must grow through individual practice, do you understand?" Long Xingyu's voice became much more severe. The stern voice woke Long Haochen up. Long Haochen controlled his trembling body, and finally his eyes became firm again. "Dad, I understand. My brother and I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible." Long Haochen made a promise, looked at the ring that Long Xingyu gave him, and finally put it on his hand. Seeing this, Long Xingyu stood up straight again and slapped his chest with his hand. 3 different rays of light were released from his chest, and 3 spiritual furnaces appeared in front of Long Haoyu and Long Haochen with very special energy fluctuations. One of the spiritual furnaces was milky white, and Long Haoyu recognized it at a glance as the holy spiritual furnace. Haochen, I have told you about the spiritual furnace before. Before leaving, I should let you choose your spiritual furnace. As Long Xingyu spoke, he controlled the Holy Spirit furnace to fly towards Long Haochen. The small white tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears stopped in front of Long Haochen. The milky white light was very soft and slowly enveloped Long Haochen. Haochen, this is the Holy Spiritual Furnace. Since you are now on the path of a guardian knight, this spiritual furnace is the most suitable for you. As for the remaining 2 spiritual furnaces, when Long Xingyu said this, he paused for a moment, and finally looked at Long Haoyu. These 2 spiritual furnaces have also been fused by me. They are both offensive spiritual furnaces. Originally, I planned to let you choose one of these 2 spiritual furnaces, but now I have changed my mind. A gray light suddenly appeared. Another spiritual furnace appeared from his space ring. It is different from the white shape of the Holy Spirit furnace. The newly appeared spiritual furnace is all in simple gray color. At first glance, there aren't even any complicated inscriptions on this spiritual furnace, it just looks like an ordinary small cauldron. But after a second look, this gray spiritual furnace seems to have an unspeakable charm. Although the 2 spiritual furnaces I have fused are offensive, their upper limits are not very high. And this spiritual furnace I once obtained from a ruins. It does not belong to the 74 known types of spiritual furnaces, but it can definitely be an offensive spiritual furnace suitable for us knights. I can't fuse it, probably because I don't have enough innate spiritual power, so I can preliminarily determine that it is a very powerful spiritual furnace. A powerful spiritual furnace comes with a heavy price. We don't know what the price is yet, but you have 100 points of innate spiritual power, so you should be able to fuse it with it. Having said this, Long Xingyu did not continue talking, but controlled the 3 spiritual furnaces to float towards Long Haoyu, intending to let Long Haoyu make a choice. Long Haoyu looked at the gray spiritual furnace in great surprise. He had never mentioned that Long Xingyu had such a spiritual furnace. He was a bit surprised to suddenly pull out such a spiritual furnace with his backhand. After thinking about it slightly, he also figured out that the original time and space was probably the path of dual cultivation that Long Haochen chose, and he had the way of protection in mind. The holy spiritual furnace was most suitable for Long Haochen in such a state, so Long Xingyu did not take out such a spiritual furnace. There is an extra him in time and space now. A rebellious son who wanted to take the path of a pure disciplinary knight made Long Xingyu change some of his thoughts. Chapter 54. Looking at the 3 spiritual furnaces in front of him, Long Haoyu finally focused on the gray spiritual furnace that did not belong to the 74 known spiritual furnaces. Long Xingyu said that the upper limits of the 2 spiritual furnaces he had fused were not very high, but the remaining spiritual furnace could not be fused because of insufficient talent. The so-called choice, from the moment Long Xingyu said that there was no way to fuse, there was no need to continue. Even if the use of this gray spiritual furnace would come with a huge price, he would still choose this spiritual furnace. Master, choose the gray spiritual furnace. I feel it, there is something I like very much in this spiritual furnace. At this time, Wu Feng trembled slightly behind him, and the voice of telepathy appeared in his ears. I had already decided to choose the gray spiritual furnace, but with Wu Feng's reminder, I didn't need to think too much. Long Haoyu took a deep breath, brought the gray spiritual furnace in front of him, and his eyes became firm. When Long Xingyu saw that Long Haoyu had indeed chosen this gray spiritual furnace, there was a look of relief in his eyes. Haoyu, Haochen, I have told you how to integrate the spiritual furnace before. After your mother and I leave, you can fuse these 2 spiritual furnaces. Remember what I taught you before, spiritual furnaces are not omnipotent. A single spiritual furnace may not have any problems, but if multiple spiritual furnaces are fused, they must be carefully considered before merging. As Long Xingyu said these words, he hesitated for a moment and patted his chest again. The 2 spiritual furnaces that had been taken back were stripped out. Controlling this spiritual furnace, he floated in front of Long Haoyu again, and he said with a complicated expression. Haoyu, I don't know the specific strength of this gray spiritual furnace and the specific price it requires. If you feel something is wrong when you try to fuse the gray spiritual furnace, don't try to continue to fuse it. This spiritual furnace is reserved for you as a backup. When the time comes, if you cannot fuse with the gray spiritual furnace, you will give up the gray spiritual furnace and fuse with this spiritual furnace. Long Haoyu did not refuse and put the offensive spiritual furnace that Long Xingyu took out again into the ring. Although he knew that the current Long Xingyu had another purpose, he was still a little weird when he suddenly took out the second spiritual furnace for him to use as a spare. My father is really a complex of contradictions, which is in line with his character. When Bai Yao saw that Long Xingyu had taken things to this point, the worry on his face subsided slightly. Although she doesn't know how to practice, she still knows a lot about spiritual furnace fusion. Just now, she was a little worried about the harm Long Xingyu would bring to Long Haoyu by bringing an unknown spiritual furnace. Now I feel finally at ease, and the expression on my face has softened a lot. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yao pulled Long Xingyu aside. Are we really going to let these two children, Haoyu and Haochen, stay here? The two children have never left me since they were young. Even though Haoyu went to Haoyu Swamp to practice for a year and a half, they are still young. Otherwise, let's bring them all back to the Temple Alliance. Bai Ye looked at Long Xingyu pleadingly. The suppressed emotions burst out at this moment, and she still couldn't bear to let Long Haoyu and Long Haochen stay. Watching the two children grow up from babies, watching the two brothers continue to work hard for the family. After so many years, she has become accustomed to the feeling of having her children around her, and she really can't bear to let her children go on their own. Meeting Bai Yao's pleading eyes, Long Xingyu's heart trembled slightly, and he suddenly had the urge to agree directly. But soon, he suppressed all these thoughts. Don't worry. I made this decision after careful consideration. We can't let these two children, Haoyu and Haochen, stay away from us for the rest of their lives. I know you are worried that the two children will suffer a loss if they go out alone, especially with Haochen's character. Long Xingyu comforted Bai Yao softly, and gently took Bai Yao into his arms. Feeling his wife's trembling body, he tried his best to control the changes in his expression. The very tormented and complicated heart became uneasy at this moment, and he added another sentence, but with this kid Haoyu here, nothing bad will happen. Comforting Bai Yao, Long Xingyu glanced at Long Haoyu who was not far away, and silently added in his heart, this child's heart is not ordinary. Bai Yao knew that Long Xingyu had made up his mind, and was convinced by Long Xingyu's explanation, and finally looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen reluctantly. Suddenly, she broke away from Long Xingyu's arms and ran towards Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. He pulled the two brothers into his arms, and big tears fell from his eyes. Yu, Chen, you must take care of yourself after leaving Dad and Mom. When you become stronger, you must come to the Temple Alliance to find us. Mom will always think of you. Long Haochen's emotions burst out and he sobbed silently in his mother's arms. Long Haoyu controlled his emotions as much as possible, listening to his mother's whispers and feeling his mother's trembling body. His state of mind was also affected at this moment. He placed his palm gently on the corner of Bai Yao's eyes and let the hot tears slide through his fingers. Finally, he gently wiped away Bai Yao's tears. Mom, don't worry, Haochen and I will definitely take care of ourselves. We promise you that we will come to the Temple Alliance to find you as soon as possible after we become stronger. We have all said that we will let you live a good life. We will never stop our progress until we succeed. After Long Haoyu finished speaking, he finally looked at Long Xingyu, who was watching the three of them, mother and son, not far away. He knows very well what kind of character Long Xingyu is, and also knows what Long Xingyu will do after returning to the Temple Alliance. Also, Long Xingyu likes to make up his own mind and arranges many unfounded things for himself. He knew all of these. There were some things that he didn't intend to say out loud, because he knew that those things would always be painful in her mother's heart. He never thought about mentioning these things in the past, he only thought about doing what he should do as a son. But now that he felt his mother's trembling body, his original idea of hiding all this changed slightly. After wiping away all the tears from the corners of his mother's eyes, Long Haoyu walked towards Long Xingyu. When Long Xingyu saw Long Haoyu approaching, he didn't expect that Long Haoyu, a child with whom he had never dealt with, would suddenly act like this. Soon, Long Haoyu walked up to Long Xingyu, hesitated for a moment and said, I have something to tell you. Chapter 55, Yu. Bai Yao found something strange. Not caring about continuing to feel sad, he hurriedly ran to Long Xingyu and Long Haoyu. With gentle hands, he gently held Long Haoyu's hand in his own. His eyes were full of worry as he looked at Long Haoyu, who was very abnormal at this time. In the past 2 years or so, Long Haoyu has never taken the initiative to say something to Long Xingyu. The sudden abnormality made her heart hang in her throat, fearing that on this occasion of separation, if Long Xingyu decided not to take the two brothers away together, Long Haoyu would have a complete attack. Long Haoyu felt his mother's trembling palms and sighed quietly in his heart, "Mom, don't worry, what you are worried about will not happen. I have always been your good son." "Good son? Are you a good son to her? You are a treacherous child here, should you treat me differently?" When Long Xingyu saw such a scene, his expression was particularly strange, and his heart felt unbalanced for no reason. Bai Yao grabbed Long Haoyu with some worry, his eyes pleading, wanting Long Haoyu to give up trouble with Long Xingyu. Seeing his mother looking like this, as a mother, looking at him as a son, Long Haoyu felt as if his heart had been cut out with a knife. Holding his mother's back, Long Haoyu laid his head on her shoulder, "Mom, don't worry." Long Haoyu's words were very gentle and he was still the same as before when he was around Bai Yao. Just now, his state of mind had undergone a transformation, and he had changed many of his inherent thoughts. Especially when he felt how his mother looked now, he became more determined to change his mind. He really couldn't let his mother follow Long Xingyu back to the Temple Alliance without doing anything. That irresponsible guy will challenge the seventh pillar demon god Ananda after he returns, and will disappear for a few more years because of this. At that time, the child was not around, and the husband was hiding outside alone because he refused to come back to face the so-called bullshit, torment. He also had to endure the torture of possible fratricide in the future. This is not fair to his mother. While comforting his mother, Long Haoyu felt his mood improve, and silently added in his heart, "Mr. Yang, this time I can only ask you to help me take the blame." Then, Long Haoyu patted his mother's back gently, looked at her mother, and finally fell on Long Xingyu. Change of place. Good. Golden sacred energy enveloped the two of them. After a few breaths, Long Xingyu led Long Haoyu to a peak opposite Mount Odin. A long distance apart, both of them could see Bai Yao and Long Haochen on Mount Odin. "What do you want to say to me? You are a little different today than in the past." Long Xingyu put his hands behind his back and looked at Long Haoyu with a serious face, extremely puzzled. Long Haoyu did not answer immediately. He pondered for a long time and then slowly said, "When I brought back the news about the demons, I knew you would leave. I also know that you will not take me away with Haochen. The old knight also told me some of the things you want to do. So, he asked me to bring you 4 words. When Long Xingyu heard that it was the old knight who was speaking, his serious expression immediately turned serious. "What 4 words?" "Have a clear conscience." These 4 sonorous and powerful words struck Long Xingyu's heart like a heavy hammer. Long Xingyu's expression lost focus for a moment, but soon returned to normal, but the confusion in his eyes did not dissipate. A clear conscience. What did that person mean by asking Haoyu to bring these 4 words to me? Could it be that there are other profound meanings in these 4 words? What else did the old knight say? Long Xingyu came back to his senses and asked repeatedly. Long Haoyu replied, "The old knight said that after you understand these 4 words, he will come out to meet you. He also asked me to tell you that whether it is a punishment knight or a guardian knight, the true essence is actually to protect. Finally, he also promised me that if you can't understand those 4 words in the end, he will not stop me when I become a knight of the divine seal." What is this? What did that one want to tell me when he said these words? The confusion in Long Xingyu's eyes continued to intensify, and the words Long Haoyu relayed echoed in his ears. Especially that sentence, "The true essence of both disciplinary knights and guardian knights is to protect." He seemed to understand somewhat, but he seemed unable to grasp the most fundamental key. Long Haoyu watched Long Xingyu react like this, and finally looked towards the white key on Mount Odin. That one, his purpose of keeping humans captive will not change, at least not until someone can fight against him. "Mom, the pain in your heart can only be completely healed at that time. This is the only thing I can do. I can't tell all these things for you. If, despite these reminders, he still disappears for a few years after the battle with Ananda, then he really is not worthy of being a husband, nor is he worthy of being a father. When the time comes, I will scatter his ashes with my own hands. I hope you don't blame me." I whispered silently in my heart. In the end, Long Haoyu did not tell Bai Yao's true identity. He was actually afraid of these things. He was afraid that after telling these things, he would be as stubborn as he was before he changed his mind. His own mother did not want the two brothers to be born in the territory of the demon clan, and was able to threaten the demon god emperor with suicide in order to return to the human alliance's strong character. In order to prevent Long Xingyu from being embarrassed about whether to fight against the demon god emperor after knowing everything, he would definitely commit suicide to resolve all these entanglements. This kind of thing is not what he wants to see, nor is it what Long Haochen wants to see. Without Bai Yao, he and Long Haochen would not be where they are today. They all just want to see Bai Yao alive. Compared to Long Xingyu, Bai Yao is the real only one in the hearts of the two brothers. When that day comes, he and Long Haochen will definitely wield their swords against Long Xingyu without hesitation. The essence of a knight's sword is to protect the person he wants to protect. Any object that threatens the person he wants to protect can be cut with one sword. There is no doubt about this. No longer caring about Long Xingyu's reaction, Long Haoyu slowly walked down the mountain. Long Xingyu woke up with a start, looked at Long Haoyu who was about to leave, and suddenly flashed in front of Long Haoyu. Just thinking about the meaning of those 4 words, he realized belatedly that there was another sentence from Long Haoyu that he didn't try to figure out. You just said that after you became the Divine Seal Knight, the old knight no longer stopped you. When that day comes, what are you going to do? Long Haoyu smiled, looking past Long Xingyu and looking at Long Haochen on Odin Mountain, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. That day, I will chop you to death. Haochen, I will chop you to death as well. Chapter 56. The wind on the top of the mountain became a little cold. Long Xingyu froze in place, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. The previous scene of Long Haoyu ruthlessly killing the demon werewolves in the mountain call also reappeared in front of him at this moment. I am recalling the 4 words, clear conscience, and the few words that the man asked Long Haoyu to bring here. After a long while, he slowly uttered 4 words, I understand. He took Long Haoyu back to Mount Odin, left a letter, and left with the white key, heading back to the Temple Alliance. He was clearly one of the 3 divine knights and the second most disciplinary knight in the world today, but his leaving figure was a bit desolate at this moment. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen stood on the top of the mountain, watching the golden light on the edge of the sky turn into a small dot and finally disappear. The 2 brothers remained silent for a long time. Long Haochen's eyes were a little red as he watched his father and mother leave. The hand that can hold both a sword and a knight's shield steady has been tried many times, but it still trembles no matter what. Brother, Dad should know that even if we return to the Temple Alliance with them, we will not slack off in our cultivation. Why doesn't Dad want to take us back together? We won't fail to work hard. Long Haochen said with a trembling voice. His emotions were on the verge of exploding and he couldn't figure it out. It was not easy to live a good life with his father and mother by his side. He really didn't want such a life to disappear. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently and said gently, Haochen, we must always grow by ourselves. As long as we know how to become strong, we can go to the Temple Alliance to find our mother again when we become strong. Aren't you always curious about why I don't want to call him father? Some things are really not as beautiful as you imagined. Long Haochen was stunned. Hearing his brother's meaningful words, he suddenly looked at his brother. Several times I wanted to open my mouth and ask, but when the words came to my lips, I didn't know how to ask. Okay, let's adjust our mood. Don't forget, Mom is still waiting for us in the Temple Alliance. Next we should fuse the spiritual furnace. Then we will go to Hau City to further our studies to prepare for going to the Holy Mountain of Knights. Long Haoyu blocked the younger brother's attempt to ask. He could control his emotions very well, but Long Haochen seemed to be unable to do so now. He now only wants to bear those things on his own shoulders, so that Long Haochen can be innocent for one more day, just one day. Okay, I get it. Long Haochen knew his brother's character, so he agreed and took out the Holy Spirit furnace from the ring. The Holy Spiritual furnace appeared, and Long Haochen was once again covered in soft white light. Long Haoyu gently pricked Long Haochen's fingertips with the thorn on the Wufeng gap, and a drop of blood fell on the Holy Spirit stove. Start absorbing. I'll guard you first, Long Haoyu urged and gave Long Haochen an encouraging look. When Long Haochen saw this, he hurriedly sat cross-legged on Mount Odin. The Holy Spirit furnace burst out with a white light, and then landed steadily on his chest. The warm feeling stimulated every inch of Long Haochen's skin, until the burning sensation suddenly appeared. After Long Haochen screamed, his whole body fell into a state where his senses were blocked. Long Haoyu looked at this scene, and after making sure there was nothing unusual, he just took out the mysterious spiritual furnace with the most primitive gray color from the space ring. The holy spiritual furnace can absorb it like this. This mysterious spiritual furnace will probably bring me quite a challenge. Wufang, you just reminded me to choose this spiritual furnace. Do you know the origin of this spiritual furnace? Long Haoyu looked at the gray spiritual furnace in front of him. It was too simple and had a sense of aging. If it weren't for the mysterious feeling, it would be hard to believe that this was a powerful spiritual furnace. Wu Feng turned into a small coal ball and came out of the sword, flew around the mysterious spiritual furnace, and suddenly spread his hands. Master, I don't know. But I can feel that there is something I need in this spiritual furnace. Perhaps, only after you, Master, truly fuse, can you know the secret. This is really interesting. Long Haoyu listened to Xiao Kecho's answer. Even Wu Feng couldn't break through the mystery of this spiritual furnace. Inexplicably, he felt the competitiveness rising in his heart. The fingertips were broken open, and a drop of blood fell on the gray spiritual furnace. In an instant, gray streaks burst out from this mysterious spiritual furnace. The gray horseshoes were like cages, falling on Long Haoyu's side one after another. Long Haoyu couldn't help but feel a little more energetic when he looked at the mysterious spiritual furnace that behaved completely differently when fused with the holy spiritual furnace. This spiritual furnace is indeed mysterious enough. Even the process of integration is so unique. Long Haoyu chuckled, and the nerves in his body began to tense up. It was easy to relax, but he didn't really relax, because at this time, the gray horses seemed to form a gray cage beside him. And he himself was trapped in this gray cage. After a moment, the gray cage was completely formed, before Long Haoyu could fully react. Many spikes suddenly shot out of the gray cage, and all of them pierced toward Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu couldn't help but groan. Every spike pierced into his body at this moment. The position between the eyebrows, the neck, the chest, the lower abdomen, and many other places on the body are key. Severe pain swept over him instantly. Is it so fatal? It's already like this before it's even fused, so what's the cost of using such a spiritual furnace after fusion? Long Haoyu uttered a sentence with great difficulty, feeling his limbs and bones being pierced by streaks of gray flesh. The bone-crushing pain made him extremely sober at this time. Hot, cold, completely different feelings appeared on him at the same time. In a daze, he felt as if the gray prison around him had turned into a very strange world. At this time, he was in such a strange world. The gray sky is the main color of this world. Although the pain was still there, Long Haoyu saw that the gray leather piercing his body had disappeared. He seemed to be truly in this world now, able to move completely independently, but every movement was accompanied by severe pain. This feeling is completely different from his practice in the shadow space, but thanks to his years of practice in the shadow space, he can still tolerate the physical changes at this time. The inner world of the spiritual furnace. Or is this a trial place approved by this mysterious spiritual furnace? Long Haoyu was a little confused. He had no real experience with this powerful spiritual furnace. Looking at this gray world at this time, he could only rely on his superficial understanding to make guesses. But before he could speculate too much, pillars of light suddenly rose in the gray world in front of him. Dark white, dark green, dark yellow, dark blue, dark red, and smoke color. 6 different colors of light pillars finally intertwined 2 large characters with dense inscriptions on the dome. 6 Paths. Chapter 57. The 6 paths are responsible for reincarnation. The way of heaven, the way of Asura, and the way of humanity are the 3 superior ways, and they are the 3 good ways. The animal realm, the hungry ghost realm, and the hell realm are the lower 3 realms, which are the 3 evil realms. Dark white is the way of heaven, dark green is the way of Shira, and dark yellow is the way of the world. The dark blue animal realm, the dark red hungry ghost realm, and the mist and smoke are the hell realm. Long Haoyu recalled his knowledge of the 6 paths in his memory, which corresponded to the 6 colors of light pillars in the trial place of the 6 paths spiritual furnace. Looking at everything around, there is no living thing, and there are only 6 pillars of light, as if the place of 6 paths of reincarnation is really being constructed. What Kyre obtained as the spiritual furnace of reincarnation, and there are also 6 levels of trials. Each level of trial will deprive you of one of the 6 senses. These 6 spiritual furnaces are also 6 pillars of light. Is there any other connection between the 2 spiritual furnaces? Long Haochen was a little elusive. He originally wanted to explore this place to understand the specific conditions of this trial place. But the empty environment made all his ideas stillborn, completely useless. After confirming that there were indeed no other prompts, Long Haochen was slightly speechless, but he did not choose to retreat. The Reincarnation spiritual furnace is the treasure of the Assassin's Temple. The previous son of Reincarnation once held this spiritual furnace. There are many records about the Reincarnation spiritual furnace in the Assassin's Temple. At the moment, the 6 Paths spiritual furnace is a mysterious spiritual furnace that has not been recorded among the 74 known spiritual furnaces, which just stimulates his desire for challenge. The unknown gives people a greater sense of accomplishment in conquering. I am a human now, and I was also a human in my last life. Then it stands to reason that if I want to start the trial of the 6 Paths spiritual furnace, I should start from the human realm. If that's the case, then what I should be dealing with now is the dark yellow human world, but I don't know what the test of this human world will be like. Long Haochen whispered softly and slowly walked to the dark yellow light pillar. Just by standing in front of the dark yellow light pillar, he could sense the human atmosphere contained in this light pillar. Although we are clearly in a deserted world, we feel as if we are in the world of mortals. And he is just a drop in the ocean in this vast world of mortals, and can only be a passerby in this mortal world. Not only that, Long Haochen even felt that his own emotions were affected at this time. After a long while, he finally allowed his emotions to be controlled again, and quietly looked at the dark yellow light pillar that symbolized the way of the world. In his understanding, the way of the world is different from the way of heaven and the way of Shiau. The heavenly way and the Shiau way are rich in materials and powerful, so they suffer less and enjoy more, and it is easy to be immersed in powerful power. Only the human world has mixed joys and sorrows, including formation, standing, destruction, and the torment of birth, old age, illness, and death, as well as the torment of love, desire, greed, anger, and delusion. Therefore, the human world is destined to be accompanied by these half-hearted things. If you are not careful, you will sink into it and be ups and downs forever. Continuously recalling these cognitions, Long Haochen took a deep breath, his eyes were completely firm, and his palms gently touched the dark yellow light beam. People have arrived at a place like this, and they also know that the mysterious spiritual furnace in this place is called the 6 Paths spiritual furnace. He doesn't want to give up halfway. The dark yellow light beam slowly attracted Long Haochu's palm to it, and streams of light separated from the light beam. At the same time, Long Haochu's own spiritual power was also boiling and active at this moment, and a faint golden light surged out of his body. The golden light and the stream of light in the dark yellow light pillar slowly merged together, forming an interconnected traction force with each other. This is my spiritual power. Long Haochu's eyes lit up, and his palm had just been attracted to the dark yellow light beam. In just a moment, he felt that his inner spiritual power began to increase under this active condition. Not only that, in the process of this increase, it is constantly being consolidated, just like when he started to practice demon control after his external spiritual power reached 100 points, he continued to refine his external spiritual power. Moreover, such an increase is not the illusory improvement brought about when Long Xingyu released the divine seal throne and was enveloped in rich divine power. Long Haochen clearly sensed that the spiritual power currently active in his body was being truly tempered and improved in the process of increasing its power. Even if he leaves the trial place of the 6 Paths spiritual furnace now, he can be sure that this improvement will not disappear with it. The spiritual furnaces that are ranked higher and higher all have the ability to travel across the world. Kai's Reincarnation spiritual furnace allows her to directly cross the border to kill 7th level demons at the 5th level. If the 6 Paths spiritual furnace is also in the sequence of known spiritual furnaces, it may be more powerful than the Reincarnation spiritual furnace. If I can truly fully display the power of this spiritual furnace, my power will be enhanced to an unimaginable level. Long Haochen was completely interested. He originally planned to use his palm to test whether the dark yellow beam of light would endanger his safety. Now, with solid feedback, his mind was completely settled, and he slowly walked into the dark yellow light pillar. He was not sure how much improvement the 6 Paths spiritual furnace could bring, but it was definitely inevitable that it would not be weaker than the reincarnation spiritual furnace. Wu Feng's increase to him was already very powerful, and now that he was experiencing the six-path spiritual furnace for the first time, he was even more determined to pass the six-path spiritual furnace trial. In a place like the Holy Demon Continent, the stronger the strength, the better, at least in the face of crisis. His dear grandpa was still waiting for him to press and rub her. Naturally, he wouldn't mind if he could accomplish such a feat as soon as possible. Unless his pro-grandfather is convinced to change his stubborn idea of keeping humans in captivity, his mother's safety will not be guaranteed. As for how cruel the trial of the six-path spiritual furnace would be, this was not within his scope of consideration at this time. No matter how dangerous it was, he was sure to pass the six-path spiritual furnace trial. For Bai Yao and his mother, he can kill gods and demons. Just some trials were not enough to make him change his determination. As long as he can still breathe, he will have enough faith to continue to persevere and go on. As he walked into the dark yellow light pillar, the originally dark yellow light pillar began to become bright and moving. Countless streams of light fell down one after another, completely submerging Long Haochen in them in an instant. Then, Long Haochen seemed to disappear into this dry world, including the other 5 colored light pillars. All that is left is the dark yellow light pillar represented by the human world, which gradually becomes the only thing in this dry world. At the same time, in the gray cage of the outside world, the six-path spiritual furnace, full of simple colors, was slowly integrating towards his chest. Chapter 58. The gray is gone. Long Haoyu's eyes were only filled with dark yellow. Standing within the dark yellow light pillar, he saw a secondary picture presented before his eyes. It looks like he did when he first came into this world, when he was still a swaddling baby. There are also scenes of Bai Yao opening his hands for a hug at that age. There is also the scene of her little feet kicking towards Long Haochen in her mother's womb because the space was too tight and she couldn't move. In addition to these, there is also the scene of the day he got Wu Feng, entering the shadow space and being ruthlessly hacked to death by the shadow instructor. There is also the scene of being alone in the bright moon swamp with the monsters, swinging Wufen again and again, and hacking the monsters to death again and again. Even the scene of the fight with the werewolves in the mountains outside Odin town not long ago was also shown. Long Haoyu's expression was slightly soft, looking at how he wanted to be hugged by Bai Yao when he was a child, and wanted to experience more of his mother's warm embrace. Then he looked at the way that Bai Yao, who was pregnant in 10 months, was kicking his little brother with his little feet out of instinct, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile. Finally, when his eyes fell on the picture related to killing, his expression became much more solemn, looking at the repeated killings in the picture. Anger was rising in him, and there seemed to be a vague desire to continue to burn one's body in the rain of blood because he had not killed enough. It is indeed the way of the world that I know. Is this the test of the way of the world? Only in this kind of life experience can we truly reach the point of being recognized by the world, and can we pass this level of trial? Long Haoyu analyzed thoughtfully. In a moment, he figured out a rough idea of the trials of the six-path spiritual furnace. After realizing all this, Long Haoyu's eyes lighted up, and he already understood how to survive this level of trial. However, before he could actually put his idea into practice, the pictures presented to him suddenly changed drastically. All the warm scenes disappeared, including those petty killings. Instead, there was a blood-red world, and Long Haoyu saw a person in the picture. Looking closely, he found that the person was himself, and the blood-red sky reflected the strong murderous aura on his body. There were an unknown number of corpses lying at his feet, and the mountains of corpses seemed to all come from his arms. In a daze, the wails of creatures reached his ears. The flying blood rain made him in the picture look like a demon in the world, more like a demon than those in the demon territory. Long Haoyu's pupils began to shrink. Looking at the person in the picture, he couldn't imagine that it was him. Is this me in the future? I am of human and heaven-defying demonic dragon blood, and I am not able to perfectly integrate the power of these two bloodlines. And the me in the picture is the way I am slaughtering the world due to the imbalance between the two forces, and finally going astray in the practice of perfecting my body. Long Haoyu took a deep breath, trying to wake up. But at this moment, his consciousness began to become a little blurry, and then his mind completely merged into the scene in the picture at this moment. Outside world. Beside the gray cage, Long Haochen has woken up, and he has completed the integration of the holy spiritual furnace. After waking up, he immediately looked towards Long Haoyu and saw that Long Haoyu was trapped in a gray cage. When he saw gray beams of light penetrating Long Haoyu's body, he almost went crazy on the spot. But after making sure that his brother was still breathing and thinking about the knowledge he had learned about spiritual furnaces in the past, he felt relieved again. My brother is stronger than me and has more talents. If I fuse with the spiritual furnace, it will be fine, and my brother will definitely be fine if I fuse with the spiritual furnace. Yes, it will definitely be fine. Long Haochen thought in vain, but his eyes did not move away from Long Haoyu. Although he had the idea of trying to help Long Haoyu, he had no room to do so and could only stare blankly. Click. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the gray cage. Pieces of prismatic fragments fell off the gray cage, and the gray cage that trapped Long Haoyu was falling apart. Not only that, the gray beams of light that penetrated Long Haoyu's body also began to dim at this moment. Finally, those gray light pillars turned into gray air currents and all merged into Long Haoyu's body. As all these disappeared, about half an hour passed, and Long Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Long Haoyu's eyes were a little confused, but they soon regained their clarity. Brother, are you okay? The gray cage just now was all my brother's reaction to your fusion of the spiritual furnace. When Long Haochen saw Long Haoyu woke up, he quickly asked with concern. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and smiled slightly. It's okay, the fusion of the spiritual furnace has been completed, don't worry. Long Haochen breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother, shall we go directly to Hau City to find Master Nolan as Dad said in the letter? Well, let's go home and pack up, and then prepare to leave for Hau City. Long Haoyu answered. He stood up and stretched his muscles a little. He looked calmly in the direction of Hau City. Although he couldn't see anything, it was as if the crowds of people in Hau City appeared before his eyes. Recalling the scene of the pagoda in the world that I saw during the trial of the human world, and the scene of the sinking of all sentient beings. Although he has returned to reality safely now, he knows very well that he failed in this trial. Just because in the final scene of the pagoda in the human world, his consciousness was completely immersed in it, and he was unable to truly complete the hard refining process of the human world. I still lack a lot of understanding of the ways of the world. It's probably because I haven't experienced much human smoke in the past 2.5 years. A year of hard training on Mount Odin, and a year and a half of fighting in the Bright Moon Swamp, I have been separated from real human society for too long. Then it is really necessary to devote yourself to the training in Hau City next. Long Haoyu withdrew his gaze and felt that his spiritual power had indeed improved significantly as he had guessed. He planned the next training route. If there is a lack of human atmosphere, then go to a medium-sized city like Hau City to stay. After practicing, you can also go to Hau City and wander around. After experiencing the real world, you can almost continue to test the world. The way to break the situation without continuing to indulge in the sight of pagodas in the world is during the next trip to Hau City. As long as you feel enough human smoke and understand the key point of what the real human world represents, then the way of the world can be broken. Chapter 59. Mount Odin is some distance from home. Fortunately, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen are now at the level of 3rd level professionals. It didn't take much time even though they were going all out. It wasn't until they packed their bags that the two brothers stopped in front of the 3 cabins. Mom, Haochen and I are leaving. I will take good care of him. Don't worry. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart and greeted Long Haochen, and the two brothers headed straight towards Hau City. Because of their improved strength, it didn't take the two brothers much time to get from Odin Town to Hau City, and they arrived at Hau City around dusk. Bathed in the afterglow of dusk, looking at the familiar Hau City and the businessmen coming and going on the streets, the two brothers slowed down their steps. Hello, we are looking for Master Nolan, please pass the message, thank you. Standing in front of the Hau branch hall, Long Haoyu handed over his quasi-knight medal and said gently. The two guards were no longer the two before. They took the quasi-knight medal handed over by Long Haoyu and turned around without saying a word and entered the Hau branch hall of the Knight's Temple. Long Haochen tilted his head and looked at Long Haoyu for a while, as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't know where to start. Soon, there was a burst of hurried footsteps, and Li Xin, who was in high spirits, ran here with a gust of fragrant wind, and saw the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen at a glance. Seeing that it was indeed her two familiar brothers, Li Xin rushed over excitedly. Brother Haochen, you are finally here. I miss my sister so much, please let me hug her. Li Xin almost sprinted to Long Haoyu and hugged Long Haoyu into her arms. Long Haoyu was just a little stunned. When he was about to answer Li Xin, the familiar facial cleanser almost made him suffocate. A familiar smell. The human world seems to be really good. Li Xin was very excited, but Long Haoyu did not continue like this. The dignified punishment knight, the man who inspired to kill the demon god emperor in the future, would have accidentally suffocated like this. If word spreads, it will make people laugh to death. Long Haoyu broke away from Li Xin's arms. From the corner of his eye, he saw his little brother next to him stunned, and his expression suddenly became shy. Sister, I will be embarrassed if you are so enthusiastic. Am I so enthusiastic? Li Xin suddenly came to her senses and immediately realized that she seemed to be too enthusiastic. Her face turned slightly red, and her fiery personality immediately showed up. Brother and sister, I'm not embarrassed yet, why are you embarrassed? While saying this, Li Xin also hugged Long Haochen, but in the end she did not dare to be as enthusiastic as she was towards Long Haoyu. They were all reminded that they need face. After greeting each other warmly, Li Xin felt a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for more than a year, Brother Haoyu and Brother Haochen, you have really changed a lot. If it hadn't been just over a year, if I had waited a little longer, I wouldn't have dared to say that I would have recognized you at first sight. Long Haoyu smiled gently. Sisters and brothers are connected. Many years later, sister, you will definitely recognize us. Li Xin's breathing was a little stagnant. Listening to Long Haoyu's unreasonably gentle voice, her brain even had the urge to shut down, and her heartbeat even accelerated a lot. Brother Haoyu, how can you be so gentle? Doesn't this make people commit crimes? Li Xin's eyes were a little dodgy, but they still fell on Long Haoyu inadvertently. Looking at Long Haoyu's handsome face with almost no trace of flaws, as well as his perseverance that is somewhat more than Long Haochen's, and the gentle smile on his face, I couldn't help but murmur in my heart. Brother Haoyu seems to have something more in him that Brother Haochen doesn't have. He seems to look a little more handsome. Well, he seems to be a little bit handsome. No, Brother Haoyu doesn't have the ruffianism of the adventurers from the Adventurer Guild. He shouldn't be called handsome. So what exactly? Suddenly, Li Xin's body shook violently. Realizing that he had suddenly begun to think astray, he couldn't help but tremble. Li Xin, do you want an old cow to eat young grass? You are already 20 years old, and Brother Haoyu is 8 years younger than you. If Brother Haoyu comes to know your thoughts, what will Brother Haoyu think of you in the future? These thoughts must stop. We must not have such unrealistic thoughts in the future. We must stop. After giving herself a hard slap in her heart, Li Xin allowed herself to stabilize her emotions and let out a heavy breath. Sister Exener, what's wrong with you? At this time, Long Haochen noticed something was wrong with Li Xin and couldn't help but ask with concern. Li Xin came back to her senses completely. Her eyes were a little afraid to meet Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. She coughed dryly and said, "It's nothing, I thought of something bad. Let's go, sister will take you to see Uncle Nolan." After saying these words, Li Xin didn't even come to pull Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, but turned around and entered the Haoyu branch hall. Not only that, the pace was even a little bit hasty. Although it was in line with her usually fiery personality, there was obviously something strange about it at this time. Long Haochen was a little confused when he saw Li Xin leaving in such a hurry to lead the way. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's vest. "Haochen, why are you still dazed? You followed Sister Xiner into the Haoyu branch hall." "Oh," Long Haochen responded and hurriedly followed into the Haoyu branch hall under Long Haoyu's urging. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again and tilted his head to look at Long Haoyu suspiciously. "Brother, why do you feel like you are a little different today than before? It feels like you've become a different person." Long Haochen asked suspiciously, looking at his eldest brother in confusion. Long Haoyu smiled slightly, and he understood that Long Haochen felt the changes he had made due to feeling the smoke of human beings in the world. The two brothers grew up together, and they really separated in the middle of the year and a half in Haoyu Swamp. Naturally, they knew each other very well. A few changes will naturally become very obvious. But regarding the 6 paths, he had no plans to tell anyone for the time being. When Long Haochen saw that his eldest brother was silent, he continued to stare at Long Haoyu, and the doubt in his eyes became even worse. It seems that I really didn't feel wrong. Brother, you do seem to have changed a bit. You feel wrong. Long Haoyu lightly flicked Long Haochen's forehead and said softly. Dropping these words, he followed Li Xin in the direction he left. Long Haochen still stopped where he was. Does it really feel wrong? What, do you want to say that after I change, I no longer intend to recognize me as my brother? Long Haoyu's voice came back. Long Haochen was shocked. No, no. Not daring to continue thinking too much about this matter, I hurriedly caught up. When Long Haoyu saw that Long Haochen was frightened by him, a slight smile appeared on his face. When an older brother scares a younger brother, it seems like. Well, that makes sense. Chapter 60. Just like the last trip to Haoyu Branch Hall. With Li Xin leading the way, the two brothers soon met Nalan Shu and presented the letter left by Long Xingyu. While Nalan Shu was reading the letter, Long Haoyu looked at Nalan Shu. It had only been a year and a half, but he felt that Nalan Shu seemed to be a little fatter. He could gain weight even if he drank water. Cruel people. Haoyu, Haochen, I have finished reading the letter left by Master Xingyu. Master Xingyu said that you will be practicing in the Haoyu Branch Hall for the next 2 years, and asked me to make arrangements for you. But it's getting late today. You guys should take a good rest today. I'll ask Exener to take you around Hau City. I'll make formal arrangements for you tomorrow. How about that? Not long after, Nalan Shu read the contents of the letter, looked at the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen and asked in a deep voice. When asking this question, he couldn't help but pause for a moment on the two brothers, because he saw in the letter that Long Xingyu said that the two brothers were his sons. Although some people don't understand why Long Xingyu, a dignified knight or a disciplinary knight, would be so indulgent in his child's choice of knight branch. Long Haoyu was asked to become a disciplinary knight, but Long Haochen was asked to practice as a guardian knight. However, the special reminder in the letter made him suppress many doubts in his heart. Okay, I will follow the arrangements of Master Nalan for the next 2 years. Long Haoyu replied. Nalan Shu smiled and said, there's no need to be so harsh. From now on, just like Exener, you can call me Uncle Nalan. As he spoke, Nalan Shu greeted Li Xin. Exener, Lord Xingyu has already said that Haoyu and Haochen have reached the level of 3rd level professionals. Haoyu is already a level 10 knight, and Haochen is already a level 4 knight. They can have a separate dormitory. There are 2 empty rooms next to your dormitory. Please take Haoyu and Haochen there. Question mark question mark question mark. 4th level knight, level 10 knight. Li Xin reacted belatedly and suddenly looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen in disbelief. Uncle Nalan, you said that Brother Haoyu and Brother Haochen have reached the realm of 10th level knight and 4th level knight respectively. Li Xin asked in surprise. Nalan Shu smiled, looked at Li Xin with a doting look on his face and said, Master Xingyu said so it must be true, so from now on you will give up your reputation as the #1 genius in our Haoyu branch palace to others. Let you not practice hard every day. Li Xin woke up with a start and looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen like monsters, with more eyes on Long Haoyu. Less than 12 years old. Is it directly at the level of a 10th level knight? Do you want to bully people like this? Li Xin was very hurt compared to her own strength, which was only a 7th level knight. Why is there such a big gap between this person and others? I see. Li Xin was very hurt and replied weakly to Nalan Shu. But soon, when she looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, her eyes regained their vitality. Come on, two brothers, I will take you to the dormitory. Then I will take you to have a big dinner after I finish cleaning up. Then you two brothers must tell your sister how you practice. Sister, I am so many years older than you, and yet I only have the strength of a 7th level knight. This is really hurtful. Li Xin said with an exaggerated expression, pulling the two brothers back to her residence involuntarily. She said she was very sad, but in fact it was due to her very out-of-touch character. After taking the two brothers to the dormitory and making arrangements, Li Xin started to go back to the house and start packing. There is a strong momentum to use the food offensive to finally exchange for the method of how to practice quickly. Brother, are we going to live here for the next 2 years? And then wait for the demon hunting group's assessment? Standing at the door of the dormitory, Long Haochen asked in a daze. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, that's right, we can just practice here in peace for the next 2 years. When the time comes, when you become stronger, I will take you to kill people. Long Haochen, brother, shouldn't we knights follow the path of guardianship? He keeps talking just to lead me to kill people, which is a bit. Long Haochen was speechless, but when he thought that these words came from Long Haoyu's mouth, he suddenly felt that it was not so inconsistent. After Long Haoyu said this, he was speechless. The image of Long Xingyu seemed to appear in front of his eyes, thinking deeply. I hope you will return to your mother after your battle with Ananda, otherwise I will really have no choice but to bring Haochen to kill you in the future. I can't be as kind as Haochen. I will wait for you to finally wake up and try to make amends. Long Haochen had just convinced himself and faced Long Haoyu's thoughtful look, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Brother, who do you want to take me to kill? When asked this question, Long Haochen felt inexplicably uneasy. Suddenly, he remembered what Long Haoyu had often said before about killing Long Xingyu. Thinking that what Long Haoyu said about taking him to kill someone might be to kill his own father, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Kid, don't ask too many questions, you will know later. Long Haoyu came back to his senses. Long Haochen was depressed for a moment and muttered in a low voice, Brother, you were just born a little bit before me. Isn't it bigger if it's bigger? Long Haoyu said with a smile. As he spoke, he pushed Long Haochen into the room. After Long Haochen started cleaning up the house, Long Haoyu returned to the room that would belong to him for the next 2 years. He didn't start cleaning the house immediately, he just sat quietly on the bed. Feeling the spiritual power in his body being strengthened again, he was somewhat certain of his previous guesses about the way of the world. It seems that I was not wrong. The so-called human world may allow me to develop like a normal person and appreciate the real life. If you put it this way, whether I pass the test of the human world or not, it boils down to whether my state of mind can be sublimated again. As long as I am walking on this path, it is equivalent to completing the trial of the human world. The strengthening of my inner spiritual power is the best proof. Perhaps, the human world does not require me to experience life, old age, illness and death. As long as my understanding of these reaches a certain level, I can naturally complete the trial. Long Haoyu analyzed his own situation, and he gradually determined that the 6 distinctions between the 6 paths of the 6 paths spiritual furnace were indeed the same as the 6 paths he knew. The path of the human world is to refine one's heart in the world of mortals, and it can be regarded as a way of going through tribulations. Then the other 5 paths should correspond to the method of overcoming tribulations. Just after such analysis, he gathered all his thoughts, whether he was overcoming the tribulation or experiencing the tribulation. He is not too worried about the current trial method of the human world. He can still accept it and can make great improvements. As for the possible tribulations in the subsequent 5 paths, he is even more open-minded. His main creed in life is to do one thing. When you really need to face a tribulation, just do it all at once. There is no need to do so many fancy operations, and naturally there is no need to worry about it. After thinking about this, Long Haoyu put all these thoughts away, and then released his 6 paths of reincarnation from his chest. Looking at the simple gray 6-path spiritual furnace, he couldn't help but think thoughtfully. But speaking of it, if I make a breakthrough in the trial of the 6-path spiritual furnace, will it cause a reaction with Kair's reincarnation spiritual furnace? 6 paths, 6 paths, 6 paths of reincarnation, there should be a layer of connection between the two that I am currently unaware of. Now that we have the right opportunity, maybe we can verify this matter and see what the connection between the 6 paths in reincarnation is. Chapter 61. Long Haoyu was very firm in these thoughts. 2 spiritual furnaces, one of 6 paths, and one of reincarnation, it is really unreasonable that they are not connected to each other. The trials including the 2 spiritual furnaces are very similar. They are also 6-level trials, which seems to prove this connection. With a gentle pressure on his chest, Long Haoyu withdrew the 6-path spiritual furnace towards his chest, thinking about the various conditions of the human world, and pursed a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. In this human world, improvement is great, but trials are also very troublesome. I just don't know how to achieve a breakthrough in the trial of the human world. Long Haoyu sighed softly, he was just having a headache on the road of trials in the human world. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind, and he took off Wufeng and placed it in front of him. Master, are you going to enter the shadow space again? Little Coal Ball asked. Long Haoyu replied, well, keep watch for me. If there is anything unusual, wake me up as soon as possible. As his consciousness sank into the shadow space, Long Haoyu saw the shadow instructor, standing there aloof as always. You're here, the shadow instructor said coldly when he saw Long Haoyu coming. Long Haoyu hummed. I saw a picture of the Buddha in the world before. I want to ask if my perfect self-cultivation will really turn into that if it is out of balance. Meeting. The shadow instructor was concise and to the point. Long Haoyu listened silently. After getting the exact answer, he couldn't help but frown. The speculation that Perfect himself was out of balance came true, and he didn't think this was good news. Just like the scene I saw in the world of Buddha at that time, my uncontrolled and unbalanced body did not need to wait for Haoyu to grow up and destroy the world. In that state, he would be a devastating blow to the world, and he would be the target of a group of attacks. Is there no safer way? Long Haoyu asked again. The shadow instructor replied, no, but the spiritual furnace you got will be very helpful to your practice of perfecting your body. Long Haoyu pressed one hand on his chest, 6 spiritual furnaces appeared in the shadow space, and gray beams bloomed in the shadow space. Looking at the 6 spiritual furnaces embodied in the shadow space, Long Haoyu pondered for a moment. I remember that the shadow space can simulate everything. Can my practice on the human world also be simulated? Cannot. Although the 6-path spiritual furnace already belongs to you, the shadow space can only simulate another 6-path spiritual furnace. But you need to go through the road of trial yourself, because the experience is not a real physical simulation. The shadow instructor denied it very simply. He released his hands from behind his back and pressed lightly on his own chest. Soon, another 6-rayed spiritual furnace emerged from his chest, and the same gray beam of light wreaked havoc in the shadow space. Long Haoyu looked at the 6-path spiritual furnace simulated by the shadow instructor. After careful observation, he found that it was no different from his own 6-path spiritual furnace, just like the previous simulations of Wu Fenghan himself. When he first looked at it, Long Haoyu only thought that the shadow instructor's 6-path spiritual furnace was a replica of his 6-path spiritual furnace. But after taking a second look, he felt that there seemed to be a more terrifying energy mechanism on this 6-path spiritual furnace. Although the Qi machine is dormant for the time being, you can sense something unusual in it if you sense it more. Do you feel it? The shadow instructor asked. Long Haoyu hummed. Instructor, you have completely controlled the simulation on the 6-path spiritual furnace, which is fundamentally different from the 6-path spiritual furnace that I haven't completed the trial yet. Speaking of this, a lot of excitement surged in his eyes, and he looked at the 6-path spiritual furnace in front of the shadow instructor, as if he was seeing an unparalleled treasure. According to the simulation of perfect self at that time, instructor, you can easily apply all the abilities of perfect self that correspond to me at the current stage. In this way, instructor, you have complete control over the 6-path spiritual furnace, and you are enough to perform actual combat of the spiritual furnace corresponding to my stage. What level can the 6-path spiritual furnace reach in actual combat? Long Haoyu analyzed these in an orderly manner, and he became extremely curious about this matter. I got a mysterious spiritual furnace and learned that the spiritual furnace is called Ludao. At present, I have not been able to pass the test of the human world and cannot exert the true power of the spiritual furnace. But in the shadow space, these restrictions did not exist. He fully expected to see from the shadow instructor how powerful the 6-path spiritual furnace really was. Do you want me to demonstrate in front of you the power of the 6-path spiritual furnace you use at this stage, just like perfecting yourself? The shadow instructor asked. Long Haoyu was speechless, and the look in his eyes already responded accordingly. It would be out of character for him not to explore this clearly. From beginning to end, his eyes were focused on the 6-path spiritual furnace in front of the shadow instructor. His own 6-path spiritual furnace now even showed signs of being relegated to the cold palace. As you wish, the shadow instructor is no nonsense. At this time, he was maintaining a perfect body according to Long Haoyu's request long ago. But now as he finished speaking, the robes he wore began to look exactly like Long Haoyu's, completely indistinguishable from each other. Seeing such a change in the shadow instructor, Long Haoyu opened some distance and watched intently what the shadow instructor was about to do. Although I couldn't get the shortcut method to complete the 6-path spiritual furnace trial from the shadow space, I knew in advance how powerful the 6-path spiritual furnace was. In this way, the attraction to him will be stronger and it will be easier to generate motivation. This kind of gain is enough. Crash. Suddenly, a secondary picture scroll rose from the shadow space. The gray light on the 6 spiritual furnaces in front of the shadow instructor was all restrained. Soon, dark yellow light spurted out from it. The corresponding colors are exactly the colors that Long Haochen saw in the 6-dimensional space that represent the world. Along with the surge of dark yellow light, the picture scrolls that suddenly rose up also underwent huge changes at this moment. The originally blank picture scroll now began to have strokes appear on it, and the speed of the strokes became faster and faster, and people appeared on the picture scroll one by one. Along the river during Qingming Festival, Long Haochen was slightly surprised. He had an illusion. Looking at the scrolls that were constantly being drawn and perfected, he even had the feeling of seeing a national treasure in his previous life. This picture is a picture of the various aspects of celebrities' lives. The power of the human world needs to be exerted with the help of these. The shadow instructor replied indifferently. Wu Feng suddenly appeared in his hand, and then the sword edge passed in front of these scrolls. The dark yellow light in the picture scroll converged towards Wu Feng, and everyone inside seemed to have come alive at this moment. A very strange power exists between Tuan and Wufeng. P.S. Let me explain the listing again. Normally it wouldn't be on the shelves so suddenly. But as luck would have it, the recommendation I was supposed to start eating today suddenly disappeared. Therefore, without recommendation, I was notified to put it on the shelves directly. The reader mentioned the charges for the previous chapters. Because this book's first website is somewhere else, it would normally be on the shelves with about 60,000 to 70,000 words. So once it's on the shelves, my book will have to resume billing from the normal word count. But for all the readers who have been following along, if you have read the previous article, you don't need to buy it again. I hope you know this. Thanks. Chapter 62. Long Haochen sensed all this very clearly, and looked at the people in the illustrated book who seemed to have come alive. In a trance, he seemed to feel that he was in the world of mortals, and those who had survived were his source of strength. This feeling even made him have some thoughts about comparing the 6-path spiritual furnace with the demon god's pillar. If I remember correctly, the demon god pillars have such great power. The 72 demon god pillars can use their respective demon god pillars to influence their own ethnic groups to increase their bodies, thus bursting out with powerful combat effectiveness. The 6-path spiritual furnace at this time, or the performance of the human world at this time, is very similar to this method. It's just that the source of his power is not in the demon god's pillar, but in the people who have lived in this picture. Instructor, the attack method of the human world is similar to the amplification of the demon god's pillar. Long Haochen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The shadow instructor pondered for a moment. It's similar but not the same. The power of the human world is concentrated in these scrolls. After you completely control the human world, you can outline these scrolls. The stronger your own understanding in realm, the more pictures you can outline, and the stronger the power you can unleash. Therefore, this move can be regarded as equivalent to borrowing the power of sentient beings, but how much you can borrow the power of sentient beings depends on your own understanding. Long Haochu's pupils shrank, because when he saw the shadow instructor acting like this, he had many guesses about the power of the human world. But at this time, the shadow instructor's explanation still made him surprised. He never expected that this human world could be so perverted. The pillar of the demon god allows the corresponding demon god to borrow part of the power of their own clan, while the human way borrows the power of all living beings. The two are very similar, but there are indeed huge differences. Just talking about the number of a certain race of demons, it is definitely incomparable with all living beings. Instructor, what is the name of this move in the human world? In the world, the shadow instructor moved. The dark yellow light has completely enveloped Wu Feng. The dark sword body was completely invisible at this time, replaced by a beam of light. The sword pointed to the sky, and the shadow instructor turned his back to Long Haochen and waved the sword in his hand towards the distance of the shadow space. The many stone pillars standing in the shadow space began to tremble at this moment, and when facing the sword wielded by the shadow instructor, they all turned into powder under the dark yellow blade. A huge ravine lay in front of Long Haochu's eyes, which contained many of the atmosphere of the human world that he felt from the scroll. Long Haochen watched all this intently. He couldn't help but clench Wu Feng in his hand, and he couldn't hide his excitement. He knew very well what level his strength was, level 3 and 10. According to Wu Feng's growth rate, He is only at level 4 and level 2, and it is impossible to cause such damage. But now the shadow instructor did not use the power of perfect oneself, but only relied on the cooperation of Wufeng and the six-path spiritual furnace to carry out such a terrifying attack, which shows how big the gap is. Silently reciting the name of this move, he remembered the power displayed by the shadow instructor at this time, and became more determined to complete the human world trial as soon as possible. Just watching the shadow instructor demonstrate, it was not as direct to the senses as when he used this move himself. Instructor, I see that you released the perfect state when you performed this move. Is it because I can't use this move under my perfect body, or is it because of other reasons? Is it possible to combine these two practices to achieve a breakthrough at the same time? Long Haochen gathered his thoughts, looked at the shadow instructor who was the same as him at this time, and asked the doubts in his heart just now. The shadow instructor had a cold expression and replied calmly, "It can be fused, but at this time you are not able to achieve this step, so I did not use the power to perfect myself." The practice of controlling demons and the practice of human beings are two different methods. Although they are related, if they are forcibly integrated together, you will be more likely to lose control. Bite off more than you can chew. The path of spiritual practice is always one step at a time, so remember to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Long Haochen woke up suddenly, with the words of the shadow instructor lingering in his ears, and he realized that he actually had a momentary desire to control powerful power. After being reminded by the shadow instructor, he realized belatedly how dangerous the sudden idea in his mind was. "Thank you, instructor, I learned a lesson. My thoughts have changed a lot recently and I need to settle down." Long Haochen saluted the shadow instructor. Thinking about the change in his state of mind, he was eager to complete the goal of protecting the white key. Inadvertently, I started to go astray, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. In that state, oneself may really move towards the self in the Buddha on earth. Until the end, he completely became an emotionless killing machine, and has been sinking into it ever since. No need to be polite. I am you. The shadow instructor responded calmly and his words were very concise. Long Haochen thought for a moment and determined that the shortcut method he had previously imagined did not exist. With the understanding of the six-path spiritual furnace, his consciousness slowly returned to his body. After leaving the shadow space, Long Haochen saw that the little coal ball was still guarding him. After making sure that nothing else happened, he let the little coal ball go back. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at the six spiritual furnaces floating in front of him, it may be because they are connected in the shadow space. At this time, the six-path spiritual furnace was obviously buzzing, as if it was excited. Long Haochen felt the excitement coming from the six-path spiritual furnace, and gently rubbed his palms on the six-path spiritual furnace. "I know you are excited, and I am equally excited. But this kind of thing cannot be rushed. After I actually complete the trial, I will let you show the style that belongs to you." With Long Haoyu's words, the buzzing of the six-path spiritual furnace became even louder, and the simple gray color on it became deeper at this time. One person, one sword, and one furnace became inexplicably compatible at this moment, and each had their own excitement. Assassin's Temple, in a heavily guarded trial place. Kair, wearing purple clothes, is sitting here cross-legged. The reincarnation spiritual furnace was suspended in front of her, buzzing and trembling. Kair's cold eyes fell on the spiritual furnace of reincarnation. The trial she was undergoing now caused her to lose her hearing. Although he had no hearing, he seemed to feel the vibration of his spiritual furnace resounding in his heart. She stared at the strange movements of the reincarnation spiritual furnace with indifferent eyes. In all the years of trials before, she had never encountered a similar situation. Gently holding the reincarnation furnace in her palm, she could more clearly feel the frequency of the trembling of the furnace. The almost expressionless face showed a slight change at this moment. Several figures also appeared not far away from her at the same time, all looking towards the reincarnation spirit furnace. Chapter 63. Sheng Yu was the leader, and Ying Sufeng and other senior officials of the Assassin Temple were the assistants. The group of 5 people looked at the trembling reincarnation spirit furnace, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was something that had never happened before. Kair, how could the reincarnation spirit furnace move like this? Sheng Yu took out a wooden board, a dagger appeared in his hand and quickly carved words on the wooden board. Kair glanced at Sheng Yu indifferently, then looked at Ying Sufeng and the others. She let the reincarnation furnace stay in the air and walked straight past Sheng Yu and the others. The words on the wooden board were ignored as if they didn't exist. Seeing this, Sheng Yu sighed faintly when she saw her granddaughter looking like this, and then focused her eyes on the reincarnation spiritual furnace that was still shaking. Ying Sufeng and others followed him and surrounded the spiritual furnace of reincarnation. All of them were half hunched over and their heads were much closer to the spiritual furnace of reincarnation. The tremor frequency was visible to the naked eye, but the source was unknown, leaving them confused. Kair glanced at Sheng Yu and the others indifferently, and saw that their focus was more on the reincarnation spiritual furnace at this time, and the coldness in their eyes was even worse than before. She raised her jade hand slightly and looked at the black iron ring between her fingers. The cold cheek, which was enough to make 90% of the people in the assassin temple unwilling to look directly, showed a bit of soft color. Big brother, do you still remember Kair? Sheng Yu observed the reincarnation spiritual furnace for a long time, but could not figure out the reason. I originally thought about asking Kair and trying to find out some information from my granddaughter. But with just one glance, he saw the gentle look on Kair's face. An old face suddenly became very strange at this moment, and my heart skipped a beat. Shadow follows the wind. What are the instructions from the palace master? I didn't give any orders, I just had a bad feeling. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Ying Sufeng looked confused. Then, he noticed the soft look on Kair's face and remembered what happened a few years ago. In a daze, he vaguely understood why Sheng Yu suddenly felt strange, and decisively lowered his head. Sheng Yu didn't pay attention to Ying Sufeng's reaction and looked away from Kair helplessly. Finally, it landed on the spiritual furnace of reincarnation again. The reincarnation spiritual furnace was working well. Why did something suddenly go wrong today? The Haoyu branch of the Knight's Temple. Long Haoyu was looking at his six-path spiritual furnace. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door woke him up. Brother Haoyu, have you packed up? Li Xin's voice sounded outside the door. Long Haoyu came to his senses, put the six-path spirit furnace back into his chest, tied Wu Feng behind him, and then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a gust of fragrant wind blew in. Li Xin, who had just taken a shower, appeared in front of the door, her long pink hair hanging wetly on her shoulders. Without the restraints of the leather armor, Li Xin looked more feminine at this time, which made Long Haoyu couldn't help but take a second look. Sister, I've packed it up. Long Haoyu replied, are you going to take Haochen and me out for a walk? That's right, let's go with my sister. Li Xin was very enthusiastic. She stopped Long Haoyu's shoulder with one hand and pulled Long Haoyu towards her, and then went to pat Long Haochen's door again. Knocking on the door does not exist for Li Xin. From beginning to end, she just knocks on the door. The sound of dong 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 fits the word knock on the door very well. Long Haochen's door opened. Compared to the room that Long Haoyu had not tidied up, Long Haochen had already put many things in the room neatly. The new bedding is folded like tofu cubes, and the stools are also placed in the corner of the room, which is very consistent with his personality. Brother Haochen, let's go. Sister, take you two brothers to a big dinner. Li Xin held Long Haoyu's shoulder with one hand, and held Long Haochen's hand with the other. With his always fiery personality, he led the two brothers towards the outside of Haoyu Branch Hall. Long Haoyu was very calm. He only felt a little unnatural when being held in his arms, but he could still accept it. Long Haochen could not. Just being held by Li Xin, smelling the faint fragrance in the air, her little face turned red, and she was still half a body behind being held, feeling extremely embarrassed. After arriving at the restaurant, Li Xin called the waiter. After taking the menu, she clicked on it a few times with ease. I don't want these, but all the others. Just after finishing speaking, Li Xin suddenly reacted. Wait, don't rush yet. While speaking, Li Xin handed the menu to Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Brother Haochen, look at these unwanted items and see if there is anything you like to eat. Li Xin said. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen were speechless when they saw that there were only 5 or 6 unordered dishes. Long Haoyu knew Li Xin's ordering style, but it was still very different to experience it like this. Sister Exener, Haochen likes to drink some soup after meals. I want a portion of this soup too. Long Haoyu said. Brother, we've ordered so many dishes, we won't need them today. Long Haochen quickly refused. Li Xin said simply and handed the menu back to the waiter. Just add this extra soup, go and prepare it. Miss Exeter, please wait a moment. Customers like Li Xin are their main patrons. After the waiter was respectful, he took the menu and left quickly. Li Xin watched the waiter leave and couldn't help feeling envious when she saw Long Haoyu caring about Long Haochen and ordering more soup. Brother Haoyu, have you always taken care of Brother Haochen like this? Li Xin asked. Long Haoyu replied, as an elder brother, I must take care of him. After all, he is my younger brother. It's really good to have a younger brother who can love you. Brother Haoyu, you really make my sister envious. Li Xin said with emotion. Long Haoyu smiled and said, Sister Exeter, aren't Haochen and I also your brothers now? Sincere, real. Li Xin's eyes suddenly lit up, and Long Haoyu's words made her extremely happy. However, before she could feel completely happy, she suddenly saw another group of people walking on the second floor of the hotel out of the corner of her eye. When she saw the person coming, she immediately showed an uncomfortable look on her face, and then her eyes fell on Long Haochen again. Brother Haoyu, you just said that you are both my brothers. Brother Haochen is a practicing guardian knight, right? Li Xin asked, and Long Haoyu hummed. After receiving the exact answer, Li Xin lowered her voice and said, Brother Haoyu, my sister will take you to trick people, will you be punished? While talking, Li Xin turned towards Lin Jialu and others who had already gone upstairs. Long Haoyu also saw Lin Jialu and several others. Although they had never been masked, it did not affect his ability to recognize each other at a glance. Especially when Li Xin asked Long Haochen if he was a guardian knight, he completely reacted. Li Xin still planned to trick Lin Jialu. Just cheat people, just cheat people. Whether it is correct or not, what kind of talk is this about tigers and wolves? Chapter 64. Long Haoyu was not surprised by Li Xin's sudden suggestion. In his understanding, when she was still in Hau City, Li Xin had the character of a demon king who was not afraid of anything. After joining the demon hunting group, because there were so many stronger people among her age group, she slowly restrained her fearless character. But now, she is still in Hau City, and Lin Jialu has never dealt with her, so her actions are not against the law at all. Brother, please say something, are you okay? Li Xin urged. Long Haoyu pondered for a moment and agreed to Li Xin's suggestion. He also knew what kind of character Lin Jialu was, and now Lin Jialu still seemed to have a serious case of princess disease. In essence, Lin Jialu's temperament is not bad. If possible, he still does not intend to cheat Lin Jialu with Li Xin. But there was no way, fate was like this, and he was sure that even if he didn't agree, Lin Jialu wouldn't be able to keep her shining shield. Even Li Xin was eyeing it, and the glory shield no longer had the surname Lin. Lin Jialu brought her guards to the second floor and saw Li Xin at a glance. She also saw Long Haoyu and Long Haochen beside Li Xin. As expected by Long Haoyu, Li Xin and Lin Jialu, who were enemies of life and death, immediately choked upon meeting each other. After a few words, a nice meal turned into a date. Adhering to her plan to trick Lin Jialu, Li Xin proudly took out her magic crystal of the 5th level light-type magic beast Jin Yanhu. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen were also brought back to the open space outside the hotel under Li Xin's sly eyes. Long Haoyu was very calm, while Long Haochen was a little stunned, completely unable to accept that things suddenly turned in this direction. Brother, are you taking action or is Brother Haochen taking action? Li Xin looked at Shu Tiankong sent by Lin Jialu and asked in a low voice. Long Haoyu muttered, let Haochen take action. If I take action, it would be a bit too bullying. Li Xin agreed without thinking. Brother Haochen, please take action on my sister's behalf. Beat them down quickly, and then go up to eat. Long Haochen was speechless. He could see that Li Xin and Lin Jialu just didn't like each other, but they didn't really want to deal with each other. Especially when Li Xin took out a 5th level magic crystal as a bet, it made him even more stressed. But the conversation between Li Xin and his brother came clearly to his ears, especially the slightly weird expressions on both Li Xin and his brother, and he understood instantly. Brother, can I fight with that magician sister? Long Haochen thought for a while and asked. Long Haoyu didn't understand what his little brother was thinking. Want to compete with a magician to gain practical experience? Yeah, Dad said that actual combat experience is more important than cultivation in many cases, just like brother, you have been doing actual combat in the past 2 years. Long Haochen replied. If you want to, then do it. Long Haoyu agreed to Long Haochen's request, and then looked at Long Haochen with encouraging eyes. Li Xin was shocked. She wouldn't be surprised if Long Haoyu said this. After all, Long Haoyu is already a 10th level knight. Although Lin Jialu has the same reputation as a genius girl in Hau City, she will definitely not be Long Haoyu's opponent. But it was different here with Long Haochen. With the strength of a 4th level knight, it would still be a bit difficult to fight against Lin Jialu. Brother Haoyu, aren't you putting a lot of pressure on Brother Haochen? Li Xin said quickly. Long Haoyu smiled. Sister Exener, don't worry, Haochen will be fine. Li Xin was stunned on the spot. She couldn't understand everything like Long Haoyu. Long Haochen, who was originally only at level 3 and level 2 and was just shy of level 3 and level 3, could handle Lin Jialu, not to mention Long Haochen who was now at level 3 and level 4 and was just shy of level 3 and level 3 and 5. Lin Jialu was very surprised that Long Haochen would challenge her, thinking that if she won, she would make Li Xin feel disgusted, so she happily agreed. With the ability of divine blocking and more than a year and a half of practice, Long Haochen has become extremely proficient in divine blocking. As expected by Long Haoyu, Long Haochen won the battle against Lin Jialu in no time. When Li Xin saw this, her eyes became brighter and she mocked Lin Jialu fiercely. Lin Jialu was so angry that she directly hit someone with the ball and left. After angering Lin Jialu away, Li Xin turned her mind back to Long Haoyu. Brother Haoyu, were you sure that Brother Haochen would win early on? Li Xin asked. Hearing this, Long Haoyu thought about Long Xingyu's advice to Long Haochen in the past 2.5 years. Well, our teacher's advice to us includes a lot of practical knowledge. Then your teachers are really strong. It takes a lot of time to accumulate these practical experiences. Li Xin said with some envy, and then her eyes became more intense as she stared at Long Haoyu. Brother Haoyu and Brother Haochen are so strong. Are your 10th level knights stronger and more capable in actual combat? Are you free tonight to practice with me? My sister is only a 7th level knight. You have already surpassed me, my brother. You have to work hard to improve. Long Haoyu refused. Sister, no, I am a level 10 knight fighting against you in actual combat. This is a bit bullying. It's okay, just be gentle when the time comes. Li Xin replied smoothly. Let my sister see how strong you are, brother. You are so young, but how can you be so strong? Long Haoyu, unprecedented, he was speechless on the spot. Listening to those words that were a bit like tigers and wolves coming out of Li Xin's mouth again, it was very rare that he couldn't do it anymore. I can't have this sister anymore. Brother Haoyu, please say something. Li Xin urged. Would you like to practice with your sister tonight? While saying this, Li Xin pressed her body against Long Haoyu from behind. Leaning close to Long Haoyu's ear, Li Xin spoke excitedly while observing Long Haoyu's reaction at a close distance. Okay, after we go back that night, Sister Exener and I will practice. Long Haoyu replied. Li Xin's eyes lit up. Then it's settled, let's go up and eat first. Li Xin was very excited, thinking that she could have a good practice with Long Haoyu in the evening, and she couldn't help but get excited. He was in a happy mood, and he had the upper hand in Lin Jialu's matter, and successfully deceived Lin Jialu. At this time, she walked with a bit of briskness. Long Haoyu watched Li Xin walking in front, thinking about what he knew about Li Xin's future achievements. The inner thoughts gradually became firmer. He originally planned to help Li Xin improve his strength, just to see what Li Xin's real strength was before the actual operation. Otherwise, Li Xin may still be in danger of losing her arm in the future. Although he will eventually recover, he still has to bear the pain of a broken arm. As for how to quickly help Li Xin improve her strength, he also has a very simple and crude method. For example, let Li Xin become his retinue knight. Chapter 65, 17.7%. An hour later, it was already dark. After eating and drinking, Li Xin took the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen to the competition venue in the Haoyu branch hall. The two long swords were taken off by Li Xin, and her whole body was tense as she looked at Long Haoyu who was standing opposite her. Long Haoyu grabbed Wu Feng with both hands. Compared to Li Xin, he seemed much more relaxed. Brother, come on, not far away. Long Haochen saw that Long Haoyu was about to fight with Li Xin and hurriedly cheered him up. Li Xin rolled her eyes and said, Brother Haochen, my strength is obviously inferior to that of Brother Haoyu. You only cheer for your brother, not me. Long Haochen smiled shyly and added in a low voice, Sister Exener, come on too. Li Xin. After being speechless, Li Xin looked at Long Haoyu again. Brother Haoyu, remember to be gentle. Sister Exener, the enemy will not be gentle to us on the battlefield. Long Haoyu replied. Li Xin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became nervous. Brother Haoyu, you are right, you will indeed not show mercy to us on the battlefield. Then it's decided, you can take action as you please. Today, I'll let you, sister, show you how strong you are. Remember, use as much force as you can, and don't hold back. As soon as the words fell, Li Xin took a step forward and sprinted towards Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu saw that Li Xin was the first to attack, and he followed up with Wu Feng in hand, but he did not use Wu Feng's increase. Otherwise, if he really wanted to act, he wouldn't be able to do it without killing Li Xin instantly. Sister Exener, here I come. Deadly thrust, jumping slash, divine light combo. Golden inner spiritual power was rendered in the night sky, and Long Haoyu carried out his attacks in a very standardized manner, without using any of the more advanced night skills. After all, Li Xin was also one of the genius girls in Hau City. Seeing Long Haoyu's many combos in one go, her pupil shrank slightly, and then she parried very smoothly. Even though Long Haoyu wanted to stop, he still fought back and forth with Long Haoyu, but it was obviously much more difficult than Long Haoyu. Long Haochen looked at Li Xin with a strange expression. He knew very well how powerful his brother was. He seemed to understand the current scene. He said he would not hold back, but his brother was still making concessions. To use what my brother said before, it seems like letting go of the sea. In another place, outside the martial arts arena shrouded in darkness, two figures appeared silently. Yi Hua was so experienced that he could tell at a glance that Long Haoyu was releasing the sea, and there was a hint of shock on his stiff face. Nolan Shu was also a little surprised. He knew that Long Haoyu was a 10th level knight, but he didn't expect that Li Xin's fight in front of Long Haoyu was completely a teaching bureau. For a moment, he couldn't help but look a little more shocked when he looked at Long Haoyu. What kind of terrifying talent and practical experience is this? Clang! Suddenly, the sound of the heavy sword falling to the ground was heard. The two heavy swords in Li Xin's hands fell to the ground. Her tall figure of 1.75 meters collapsed on the ground, panting and sweating, and she had no strength to fight anymore. In front of her, Long Haoyu's Wufeng was pointed at the center of her eyebrows. He only needed to advance a little to completely penetrate Li Xin's body. Sister Exener, you lose. Long Haoyu said with a smile and stretched out his hand towards Li Xin. Li Xin slapped Long Haoyu's hand and stood up under Long Haoyu's strength. Brother Haoyu, you are really perverted. Sister, I have tried my best, but I still can't defeat you, brother. You are only 12 years old, how on earth do you practice? Long Haoyu replied, I have been practicing in the Haoyu swamp every day for the past year and a half, and I have narrowly escaped death every day, so. Abnormal. Li Xin interrupted Long Haoyu. Before Long Haoyu finished speaking, she had already felt how Long Haoyu had practiced in the past year and a half. This is really not something ordinary people can do. No wonder he can be so powerful at such a young age. Pa, pa, pa. At this time, a series of applause sounded under the night. Nolan Shu and Yi Hua walked out of the darkness, their eyes focused on Long Haoyu and the others. Exener, now you know how powerful Haoyu is. From now on, you have to practice harder. Nolan Shu looked at Li Xin dotingly and said like a teacher and father. In order to take care of Li Xin, he did not tell that Long Haoyu had been playing in the teaching game. Li Xin nodded and said he understood, then looked at Yi Hua who had followed Nolan Shu here. She didn't want to be too clear about Yi Shira's name. Uncle Nolan, Instructor Yi Hua, are you here for business? Li Xin asked. Nolan Shu explained. Yi Hua knew that Haoyu and Haochen were 10th level knights and 4th level knights at a young age, so he came here to have a look. Later, Nolan Shu said to Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, Haoyu, Haochen, this is the instructor that your teacher said you should study with in the next 2 years. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen both nodded, walked up to Yi Hua and saluted Yi Hua. Yi Hua was very satisfied with the performance of the two children. Although his face was stiff, his tone softened slightly. My name is Yi Hua, and I will be your teacher for the next 2 years. You two brothers can call me teacher, or you can call me Yi Shira. I heard from Nolan Shu that you are very talented, but I want to tell you in advance that no matter how talented you are, you will not have any privileges here. Now tell me how much your innate spiritual power is, and I will make careful cultivation arrangements for you." With a cold face, Yi Hua was not moved by the strength and talent of the two brothers. Being able to ask Nolan Shu to take the initiative to bring him over to meet the two brothers tonight was already a big change for him. Long Haochen was slightly stunned, thinking about Long Xingyu's previous instructions, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should reveal everything about his spiritual power. Long Haoyu patted his younger brother on the shoulder slightly. "Don't put too much pressure on me. Instructor Yi Hua will be our teacher in the future, so to speak." Long Haoyu's words made Long Haochen feel at ease a lot. If his father is not around, he can listen to whatever his brother says. When Yi Hua saw that Long Haoyu said this and already had such insights at a young age, Yi Hua couldn't help but show a look of appreciation in his eyes. As for Li Xin, when she saw Yi Hua asking about the two brothers' innate spiritual power, her eyes lit up and her ears perked up. "Okay, tell me what your innate spiritual power is," Yi Hua said again. Long Haoyu nodded. "Teacher Yi Hua, my innate inner spiritual power is 100 points, and my brother Long Haochen's innate inner spiritual power is 97 points. I am on the path of a disciplinary knight, and my brother is on the path of a guardian knight. This is our situation. For the next 2 years, I will be taking care of you, teacher Yi Hua." The air was suddenly quiet. Yi Hua was stunned on the spot, and then Nolan Shu and Li Xin were also stunned. For a moment, they even wondered if their ears had heard it wrong. 100 points of innate spiritual power. 97 points of innate spiritual power. Isn't this the physique of a child of light? Both brothers actually have such high talents. The appearance of one son of light is enough to shock people, but 2 more appear in succession. Are you sure this isn't a joke? The eyes of the 3 people became horrified, and the sound of swallowing saliva suddenly became very harsh in the martial arts arena. You said that your innate spiritual power is 100 points and 97 points respectively. Yi Hua woke up with a startled look on his stiff face. Long Haoyu replied, "Yes. Why are your talents so high? 97 points out of 100, how can this still keep people alive? God, do you still have any humanity left?" Yi Hua collapsed emotionally. The stiff face suddenly became ferocious and twisted at this moment. Nolan Shu and Li Xin were not surprised, and they knew very well the reason for Yi Hua's sudden collapse. But the 2 masters and apprentices could not help but be amazed at the talents of Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Long Haochen's expression was a little strange, but Long Haoyu knew that Yi Hua would definitely react like this, and he was not surprised like Li Xin and Nolan Shu. But deep down in my heart, I still admire Yi Hua very much. He has 9 points of innate spiritual power, but he is able to cultivate to the level of Sky Knight through constant hard work. His perseverance is terrifying. Etc. Haoyu, you said you are a disciplinary knight, and your brother Haochen is a guardian knight. Yi Hua collapsed for a while, then suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly looked towards Long Haoyu. Looking at the heavy sword in Long Haoyu's hand, and seeing Long Haochen holding a sword and a shield, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. "Yes, I am a disciplinary knight, and my brother is a guardian knight," Long Haochen replied. Boom! Yi Hua was completely shocked, his pupils widened many times. Waves of angry expressions completely appeared on the stiff face. "Did your previous teacher agree to this?" Yi Hua asked. "Yes." Yi Hua got angry, pulled hard with his hands, and said through gritted teeth, "Who was your previous teacher?" How could he be so confused? I didn't say anything about you practicing as a disciplinary knight. How could he agree to let your brother Haochen practice as a guardian knight? Does he know how wasteful Haochen's talent in cultivating the guardian knight is? Does he know that the powerful demon can only be dealt with by the punishment knight? What's the name of your teacher? I'm going to find an opportunity to question him face to face, whether he knows how to teach his disciples. 97 points of innate spiritual power. If you and Haoyu can practice as a disciplinary knight, then you 2 brothers will definitely be able to defeat many demon gods in the future. That teacher of yours, is he blind or something? Does he know that he is wasting his resources? Chapter 66. The more Yi Hua talked, the more excited he became. The spittle stars are particularly conspicuous under the night sky. It is true that he himself is a guardian knight, but he knows the difference between a disciplinary knight and a guardian knight. Just as he said, he also wanted his disciple to be a guardian knight, and it would be best if he could inherit all his legacy. But the powerful Punishment Knight is the backbone of the fight against the demon god. This is a feat that the Guardian Knight cannot accomplish. The physique of the Son of Light has embarked on the path of a Guardian Knight. You can just practice punishment and guardianship together. Solo cultivation means several things. If such a good talent is wasted, how many demon gods can survive? If it weren't for his lack of strength, he really wanted to go to the demon god for a head-on confrontation. It would be better if he could kill one or two. Neither Nolan Shu nor Li Xin dared to interrupt Yi Hua's complaint at this time. Li Xin also had some incomprehension and anger on her face, but Nolan Shu's expression was very strange. Looking at Yi Hua, who turned on the King of Squirting mode, he suddenly felt a little admired. This Yi Hua is really brave. Haochen, tell the teacher quickly, who was your previous teacher? Is he confused? He really doesn't know what your talent means. Did he not know how to train as a disciplinary knight, so he let you each choose? If this is the case, tell the teacher boldly, and the teacher will definitely seek justice for you. Yi Hua slowly calmed down, squatted in front of Long Haochen and Long Haochen, and asked continuously. Teacher, he is not confused. He knows exactly what our talents mean. I forgot to tell the teacher that our previous teacher was a 9th level knight. Long Haochen said to himself that Long Xingyu was indeed blind, and then answered Yi Hua's question again. Yi Hua originally thought that the two brothers' previous teacher was an incompetent person who had no idea what being a child of light meant. But suddenly when he heard Long Haochen speak like this, the expression of indignation on his face returned to its true nature, and he stiffened into a ball. You said that your previous teacher was a 9th level knight. Yi Hua's voice was a little strange, and then he became even more puzzled. Even he, a Sky Knight, knew what the Son of Light meant. 9th level knights, there is no reason not to know, those beings are human elites on the first front against the demons. Then, his weird voice regained its original excitement and he patted Long Haoyu's shoulder heavily. I understand, a 9th level knight can actually commit such a mistake. If the teacher says to confront him, then he must confront him. Even though teacher, I am only a Sky Knight now, and there is a big gap between me and the 9th level knight, teacher will never back down from this kind of thing. Teacher, I am willing to bet the honor of the knight. Yi Hua said sonorously and forcefully, as if he was going to bring this matter directly to the higher-ups of the Knight's Temple. He didn't believe it yet. When the current master of the Knight's Temple knew about it, the Knight of the Divine Seal of Judgment and Judgment knew about it and would let this matter go away. Yi Hua, their teacher is Mr. Xingyu. Nolan Shu understood Yi Hua's expression and added faintly. Which Mr. Xingyu? Yi Hua didn't respond. Nolan Shu sighed and said, the one you are thinking about now. Yi Hua, suddenly, his whole person changed for the worse. Nolan Shu's affirmation and the determination on his face made him almost unable to catch his breath. Why didn't you tell me before? Yi Hua asked. Nolan Shu said innocently. You didn't ask me before, and you saw it when Lord Xingyu took action before. I thought you could relate it. Yi Hua's expression was very stiff, and his ferocious face gradually showed signs of changing towards the color of the pot. It took him a long time to suppress all these emotions. I will come back to settle this matter with you. Then, Yi Hua gently patted Long Haochen and Long Haochen on the shoulders. In that case, I will arrange the most suitable training plan for you two brothers. But even if Lord Xingyu agrees that one of you two brothers will serve as a guardian knight, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand the firepower, right? If the senior leaders of the temple and the alliance knew that he wasted such a waste of natural resources, they would definitely find trouble for him. Long Haochen finished his attack and said, Teacher Yi Hua, please rest assured, he was already prepared when he arranged this. Whether it's the pressure from the top of the temple or the pressure from the top of the alliance, he can definitely handle it. Facing Long Haoyu's determined gaze, Yi Hua suppressed all the strange thoughts in his heart and silently enlightened himself in his heart. Yi Hua, why are you thinking so much? That is Master Xingyu, so he must have his intention in arranging it like this. The boy Haoyu is right. When Mr. Xingyu made this arrangement, he must have thought about the pressure that the senior leaders of the temple and the alliance would definitely exert. Yes, he can certainly handle it. After some self-education, Yi Hua suppressed all these unnecessary thoughts. The eyes of admiration and love fell on the two brothers again, and the meaning was self-evident. With only 9 points of innate spiritual power, he could reach the level of Sky Knight. Haoyu and Haochen, One has 100 points and the other has 97 points of innate spiritual power. If you combine it with your own practice method, you will definitely be able to achieve better results. In his entire life, Yi Hua has never taught such a talented disciple, and he has never fought such a rich battle. In the Temple Alliance, Long Xingyu was dressed in armor. After returning to the Temple Alliance, he had a majestic look on his face. It is different from the situation where I was frustrated by Long Haochen from time to time on Mount Odin. Now he is the true master of the Night Temple, and the owner of the Divine Seal Throne of Doom and killing among the 3 Divine Seal Knights. Through the information from the Temple Alliance, he learned that the werewolf invasion of Odin Town that he broke into some time ago had another explanation. A series of 5 legions of demon soldiers lurked into the human territory. If it hadn't been for that one attack that scared off those demon soldiers, I don't know how much sacrifice would have been caused. At this time, he was dealing with these matters, and at the same time, he was also watching the information about the whereabouts of the 7th pillar demon god Madness against demon god Ananda in the Temple Alliance. Sneeze. Suddenly, Long Xingyu sneezed and his nose felt numb. Inexplicably, there was an unpleasant feeling rising in my heart. Squinting his eyes slightly, Long Xingyu couldn't help but think thoughtfully, why do you suddenly have a bad feeling in your heart? Is there something else that I don't know about will happen in the next fight with Ananda? Is this an early sign? Chapter 67. Long Xingyu felt a little heavy. With such a bad sign before the fateful battle was about to begin, he felt very uneasy. But after carefully looking at the information for a long time, he was unable to analyze it, and the expression on his eyebrows became more and more solemn. Are you thinking about fighting Ananda? At this time, Bai Yao came over with a bowl of hot soup. The hot soup was placed in front of Long Xingyu. Bai Yao had unconcealed worry on his face. He wanted to dissuade him but was unable to speak. I was thinking that if this battle with him can be successful, if his demonic pillar can also be destroyed, it will be great news for us humans. Long Xingyu replied in a deep voice. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Yao's worried look and asked with a complicated expression, are you thinking about the 2 children Hau and Haochen? Bai Yao's eyes were red and he nodded slightly. Although I just left, I can't let go when I think that the 2 children will suffer a lot after leaving us. Long Xingyu was silent. Looking at Bai Yao at this time, the complicated look on his face became more complicated. The 4 words, clear conscience, suddenly sounded in his heart again. Yao, when I come back from the battle with Ananda, I will take you to find them and see how they are doing in secret. Long Xingyu made a change. When Bai Yao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Really? Real, in the Hau branch hall. Under the cover of night, Yi Hua became more and more happy as he watched the 2 brothers, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile that didn't suit the occasion. After a while, he calmed down his excitement and tried to make his voice sound more natural. Hau, Haochen, you 2 brothers will wait for me here tomorrow morning. Just leave all other matters to me. Although my innate inner spiritual power is only 9 points, I have cultivated to the level of Sky Knight through my own efforts. So, I believe you can understand how much my practice method has improved. Long Haochen was surprised on the spot. Hearing what Yi Hua said in disbelief, he stared at Yi Hua with round eyes. Teacher Yi Hua, you said that your innate spiritual power is only 9 points. Yes, is it true from the knowledge you have learned that it is God's blessing that such a small amount of innate inner spiritual power can break through the 3rd level and enter the 4th level? Yi Hua smiled bitterly. Sometimes God is really unfair. He gave me such a smart mind, but gave me such a rubbish talent. Teacher, I'm afraid I will only be able to reach the realm of Sky Knight in this life. Teacher, I can only help you 2 brothers to continue to expand my secret cultivation techniques. Long Haochen was in awe. He stood up straight and bowed to Yi Hua. Teacher, please rest assured, my brother and I will definitely work hard to practice. Long Haochen said sonorously. Long Haoyu remained silent beside him. After bowing as well, he pondered for a moment and said, Teacher Yi Hua, in fact, your talent can be changed. I know that our master, the Holy Knight Templar, has a talent that suppresses the shared Squire Knight contract. If you can get the help of the Paladin leader, teacher, you can become my Knight. At that time, my talents will be suppressed and shared with you, and your innate spiritual power can be increased to 54 points. Yi Hua's eyes widened a lot. Just like Long Haochen's disbelief just now, he was also looking at Long Haoyu in disbelief. He knew very well what the retinue knight represented, but he had never heard that the retinue knight could have such benefits. Teacher, I know you don't know the benefits of the servant knight contract, but this was told to me by a 9th level old knight. Therefore, only the servant knight contract cast by the Lord Paladin has this effect. Long Haochen continued. Although I just met you, teacher, today, I can feel your honesty towards me and Haochen. I also hope that I can help you, teacher. Seeing Long Haochen continue talking, and hearing what another 9th level old knight told Long Haochen, Yi Hua was really moved. He held his hands tightly, and his breathing became much faster at this time. When he heard that his innate spiritual power could be increased to 54 points, he didn't know what it meant. With such a talent, he will definitely be named Yi Hua on the divine throne in the future. This will be the ultimate honor and a lifelong pursuit of a knight. But soon, he suppressed these heart-pounding emotions and said sincerely, Haochen, I know you are a good boy, but the slave knight also consumes a lot of the main knight's mental energy. Teacher, I really want to improve, but if this overloads your mental energy, it will have a huge impact on you. If I really make a breakthrough in this way, or even gain recognition from the divine seal throne in the future, I will have uneasy conscience for the rest of my life. Teacher, thank you for your kindness. Yi Hua refused. Faced with the temptation of being able to become a 9th level knight and try to gain recognition from the divine seal throne, he chose to refuse. Although he understood that Long Haochen didn't mean the slightest bit of humiliation when he asked him to become a retinue knight, and was sincerely considering him, he really didn't want this to affect Long Haochu's practice. Long Haochen didn't expect Yi Hua to refuse. Thinking about what he knew about Yi Hua's character, he suddenly wasn't so surprised, and even more admired him. Teacher Yi Hua, I understand your concerns, but these are things that are within my power. My mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Teacher, I can handle your worries without being affected in any way. So, teacher, please agree. Long Haochen answered resoundingly and firmly, determined to help Yi Hua improve his innate inner spiritual power. Long Haochen heard Long Haochen say that there was another way. He knew very well how powerful his brother was, so he hurriedly helped persuade him. Feeling Yi Hua's sincerity and understanding the root of Yi Hua's rejection made the two brothers firmly believe in this idea. Nalan Shu and Li Xin were watching from the side. They were also surprised when they heard Long Haochen talk about the benefits of following the knights. They had never heard of it before. But at this time, the determination shown by Long Haochen and Long Haochen made their views on Long Haochen rise to a higher level. These two children are so sincere. The fat on Nalan Shu's face was trembling. On the one hand, he was happy that Yi Hua might have great opportunities. On the other hand, she was also happy that Long Xingyu had such two sons. Whether it's Long Haochen or Long Haochen, these are the kids next door who are enviable enough to drive people crazy. Especially Long Haochen still followed the same path as Lord Xingyu as a disciplinary knight. His talent is astonishing and his heart is very sincere. I have such a son. What a blessing for Mr. Xingyu. Chapter 68. Yi Hua cried. In the empty martial arts arena, many knights from the Haoyu branch looked at Yi Shira, crying until their eyes turned red. Long Haoyu's words hit the deepest part of his heart. Seeing that Long Haochen said there would be no impact, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. It was just their first meeting, so he never expected that Long Haochen would tell him this kind of news and be willing to help him improve his talent. Disciples like this can't be found even with a lantern. Nalan Shu withdrew his sighing gaze from Long Haochen. The chubby body approached Yi Hua and took out a handkerchief from somewhere and gave it to Yi Hua. Zombie face, how old are you? It's embarrassing for you to cry like this in front of 3 children. Nalan Shu said comfortingly. Yi Hua took the handkerchief and squeezed Nalan Shu's neck with his hands. Fuck you, do you know how important improving my talent is to me? Do you know that with such a talent, even if I, Yi Hua, cannot be recognized by the divine seal throne, I will definitely be able to reach the 9th level. Do you know how many things I can do like this? Nalan Shu's face turned pale when he was pinched, and he pried Yi Hua's hand away with his fat hands. I get excited when I'm excited, why are you pinching me? You rescued my 300 kilograms of fat from the battlefield, and now you want to take it back again. Yi Hua continued to cry, his shoulders shaking vigorously. He knew Nalan Shu was teasing him, so he put his arms around Nalan Shu's neck again. When Nalan Shu saw that Yi Hua's mood had stabilized a little, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Not far away, Li Xin looked at Yi Hua, who was crying hysterically and couldn't help but smack her mouth. I didn't expect that Yi Shira actually has such a side. However, this is indeed good news for Yi Shira. With 9 points of innate inner spiritual power, one can become a Sky Knight. If your talent can be improved, you can really try to challenge the Divine Seal Knight in the future. It's great that your talent can be improved. As she spoke, she looked at Long Haochen. She really didn't expect that Long Haochen knew such a secret. Official knights like them all knew what a retinue knight was, but this was the first time they heard about talent suppression and sharing among retinue knights. Brother Haochen is really amazing. He knows so many things before he is 12 years old. For a moment, she even looked crazy. Sister Exener, actually I can also help you improve your innate inner spiritual power when the time comes. At that time, if your talent is even higher, you will definitely be able to go further. Long Haochen approached Li Xin and suddenly said this. Li Xin woke up with a start and quickly shook her head. Thank you, Brother Haochen, for your kindness. Sister, I don't need it here. Teacher Yi Hua also said that the slave knights will affect the main knight. Sister, I can't be so selfish. I know what you want to say. If your mental power is really strong enough to ignore these influences in the future, then my sister will not reject you. In order to prevent Long Haochen from using the same tactics he used on Yi Hua on her. Before Long Haochen could continue speaking, Li Xin had already blocked what Long Haochen wanted to say. Long Haochen did not continue talking about this matter. Feeling Li Xin's sincerity, he hummed, then after you meet the paladin leader in the future, sister, please reconsider it. And even if I really want to help my sister now, I don't know the kind of squire knight contract that can suppress the contribution of talents. But before that, I can give you another gift, sister. This time, sister, you won't refuse. After Long Haochen finished speaking, he pulled Long Haochen over in the midst of Long Haochen's astonishment. Haochen, give the ring he left to you to your brother first. Long Haochen understood and took the ring left by Long Xingyu from his finger without any hesitation. Long Haochen took the ring and poured his spiritual energy into it. In conjunction with Wu Feng's increase, he quickly broke 4 seals in the ring. Sister Exener, this is a ring left by one of our teachers regarding the training of disciplinary knights. This contains his training experience on the path of the disciplinary knight. I have broken 4 of the seals. It will definitely be very helpful to you now, Sister Exener. Long Haochen handed the ring to Li Xin. He had no use for this ring, and Long Haochen had no idea of becoming a disciplinary knight at the same time. Rather than letting the training experience in the ring continue to be wasted like this, it is better to play a sufficient role at this time. Anyway, he does not want to end up with only the power of 1 dragon, but it is definitely enough for Li Xin. This time Li Xin did not refuse. She looked at the ring handed over by Long Haochen and heard that it was the training experience left by a 9th level disciplinary knight. Her breathing became rapid. Brother Haochen, are you really sharing this cultivation experience with your sister? Li Xin asked in disbelief. Long Haochen hummed. Sister Exener treats us like brothers, so of course we can't let you down, Sister Exener. Brother Haochen, I love you so much. With this kind of training experience, sister, my strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Li Xin took the ring excitedly, couldn't control her emotions while holding Long Haochen, and took a bite on his face. After nibbling, Li Xin realized that her emotions were a little too extreme, and she let go of Long Haochen with some embarrassment. Long Haochen saw Li Xin's embarrassment and interrupted before Li Xin could explain. Sister Exener, you just said that with this cultivation experience, your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Our teacher has also set a standard for us. When we all reach the 4th level of knights, we will be asked to go to the Holy Mountain of Knights to try to find the most suitable mount. In the next 2 years, we will all work hard to practice individually and strive to achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible. Li Xin nodded and said, I understand, brother, if you give me such a good thing, sister will definitely not let you down. But I'm suddenly very curious. You and Haochen both have such high talents. What kind of mount recognition will you get after going to the Holy Mountain of Knights? At that time, it is estimated that the mount companions you will get will be very powerful beings. When Li Xin said this, there was suddenly some expectation and yearning in her eyes, and she became deeply curious about the mounts that Long Haochen and Long Haochen might get in the future. When Long Haochen saw Li Xin say this, he suddenly fell silent and looked at Long Haochen with a vague gaze. This little brother of my own is riding the legendary god of punishment, a being who can destroy heaven and earth. This is indeed very powerful. But here, Long Haoyu retracted his gaze, with a slight smile on his face. Not only is Li Xin curious, but he is also now curious about what kind of mount partner he can get on his knight's trip to the Holy Mountain. Chapter 69. 2 years later, Haoyu is divided into halls. Hysterical roars filled the sky. Yi Hua seemed to be going crazy, constantly venting his frustration through such roars. Not far away, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen looked very calmly at Yi Hua's furious dragon roar, which had already evolved to the same level as Nalan Shu and Li Xin. Long Haochen's calm expression was filled with doubts. Brother, you told the teacher about the retinue of knights 2 years ago. Why does the teacher still do this so often? Long Haoyu smiled and said, because we haven't really seen the paladin grow up yet, and we haven't really allowed the teacher's talent to be improved, so the teacher will not substitute his own ideas after the talent has been improved. Long Haochen listened thoughtfully, always feeling that there was another meaning in his brother's words. Seeing Long Haochen's silence, Long Haoyu added, this sentence has other profound meanings. You can think about it carefully. This will be of great help to your future growth. Long Haochen hummed, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Brother, I understand, do you mean just talking about our strength? With our talents, we will definitely be able to grow to the 9th level in the future, but those are all things in the future. We shouldn't think too much about the future. Let's consider the current things first. Long Haoyu was speechless. He knew that this kind of thing would definitely not be difficult for Long Haochen. A little reminder would be enough. After receiving a positive answer, Long Haochen silently remembered all this in his heart, and then stared at Long Haoyu, hesitating for a long time, but stopped talking. What else do you want to ask? Long Haoyu smiled gently. Long Haochen said, Brother, I tested my spiritual power just now and it was 1,400 points, but I haven't seen you test it in the past 2 years. How much spiritual power do you have? I kind of want to know how far behind my brother you are, and how long it will take for me to catch up with you. Long Haoyu smiled and patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently. You want to catch up with me so much? Well, I will definitely catch up with you, brother. Then you have to work harder. I just broke through the 5th level and my spiritual power is now 2010 points. Quote. Long Haochen was stunned instantly. Thinking that he was already at level 4 and level 6, he only needed 50 points of spiritual power to become a level 7 knight. As a result, my brother has reached the realm of the Earth Knight without saying a word. After a while, Long Haochen rekindled his fighting spirit. Then I will continue to work hard. Wouldn't your conscience hurt when you two brothers have such a conversation? At this time, Yi Hua stopped crying and howling, and walked over with a look of resentment on his face. Looking at the two brothers, the more he looked at them, the more he felt that their handsome faces were trying to slander him. Long Haoyu looks like he has a 0 written on the left side of his face, a 0 written on the right side of his face, a 1 between his eyebrows, and a spiritual furnace in the middle. Long Haochen looks like he has a 9 written on the left side of his face and a 7 on the right side, with a spiritual stove on his nose. No matter which direction he looked at it, it broke his heart and made him unable to extricate himself. Teacher, it took me my whole life to become a 5th level Sky Knight. You two brothers, Yi Hua almost lost his breath, and his eyes were mainly focused on Long Haoyu. I am an Earth Knight who is less than 15 years old. My teacher, I had just completed the cultivation of external spiritual power at this time. Long Haochen smiled sheepishly, while Long Haoyu spread his hands, looking like there was nothing he could do about it. When Yi Hua saw this, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he took a few deep breaths before calming down a little. Okay, there are only half a year left before the demon hunting group competition. Next, I should take you to the Holy Mountain of Knights. I have already told you everything about choosing a mount partner in the Holy Mountain of Knights. Next, you should all recall these contents. This knowledge is related to what kind of mount you can get recognized by. Yi Hua was completely calm and looked at the two brothers, a 1st level Earth Knight and a 6th level Great Knight. Without further ado, he summoned his mount, the Yu Diao, and with the help of the Yu Diao, the 3 of them left from the Haoyu branch hall after they were ready. High in the sky, Long Haoyu sat cross-legged very calmly. Long Haochen was not idle either. He just looked around curiously and immediately followed suit, sitting cross-legged and entering into meditation. Yiwa watched with admiration as the two brothers never missed any opportunity to practice. He was very happy in his heart, but he stared at the faces of the two brothers again. Unable to help it, he pulled the feathers of Yu Diao fiercely in a somewhat uneasy mood. The eagle, who was flying towards the holy mountain of knights with the three masters and apprentices, turned back resentfully and stared at Yiwa full of grievances. Yiwa sneered and patted the Yu Diao gently on the back. Mistake, old man, don't take it to heart. Shakyu Eagle let out a long cry to vent his frustration, and then he took the three masters and disciples towards the holy mountain of knights again. After comforting Yu Diao, Yiwa looked back at the two brothers who were sitting still. The talent is amazing, and you have such perseverance to practice. I don't know where you can go in the future. With two children of light living in the same life, does it mean that we humans are about to usher in the dawn? Yiwa was a little unsure about these guesses, and after thinking wildly for a while, he sat down on the back of Xiao Yu Diao and began to practice. 15 days passed quietly. Wan Yu Diao and his three masters and apprentices had rushed from the Haoyu branch hall to the area of the Holy Mountain of Knights. When they were about to arrive, Yiwa woke up the two brothers who were sitting down. The two brothers looked at the Holy Night Mountain shrouded in golden light at the same time. The mountains are covered in mist under this layer of golden light. Even if you try hard to look at them, you can't really see them clearly. They are full of mystery. Is this the Holy Mountain of Knights? Are my brother and I's future mount partners determined from here? Long Haochen felt a little excited. He looked at the mountains under the golden light and tugged his fist hard. Yu Diao put the three masters and disciples down. Yiwa gently touched Yu Diao's head. Old man, thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest first. A reverse summoning circle appeared, and the figure of Yu Diao disappeared in it. After handling these matters, Yiwa led the two brothers towards the Holy Mountain of Knights. Because of the existence of the Forbidden Sky Array, the three masters and disciples were still more than 100 miles away from the real Holy Mountain of Knights. However, this distance is not difficult for the three of them. During the journey, the three of them quickly arrived at the real Knight's Holy Mountain area. As he entered the pale golden light mist of the Holy Mountain of Knights, under the very pure light elements, Long Haoyu's steps stopped, and the six-path spiritual furnace that he had fused suddenly started to move slightly. Chapter 70, Common Name. At this time, an old voice sounded. As the voice fell, the owner of the old voice slowly walked out from directly in front. The slightly hunched body seemed to be integrated with the light golden mist, and the breath was completely covered by the light mist. Long Haoyu looked at the waning appearance of the one-armed old man, and he and Long Haochen saluted the old man at the same time. Probably because the time was slightly delayed, they did not encounter the father and son Anawu and Onaing, but they took it easy. Haoyu branched into Yiwa, and brought his disciples Long Haoyu and Long Haochen to the Holy Mountain to choose a mount partner. Yihua's voice was still a bit cold due to his personality. As he spoke, he handed over the scroll that recorded the specific information of the two brothers entering the Haoyu branch hall. When he saw the information on the scroll, the old man's eyes paused on the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Two young men, come here and let me feel the bone age to see if it is really as recorded on the scroll. It can surprise me. The old man first put his hand on Long Haoyu, and the warm feeling made him feel very comfortable. Then, he checked Long Haochen's bone age. Where did your Haoyu branch find these two little monsters? Less than 14 years old, one is already an Earth Knight and the other is already a Great Knight. Decades ago, when that little guy Long Xingyu came here, he didn't seem to have such a talent. Would you like to report it to the temple and have them be trained by the temple? Yihua's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the old man would have a love for the two brothers. Senior, it's not that this junior is unwilling. It's just that in half a year there will be a selection competition for the demon hunting group. The juniors are confident that their teachings will not be worse than anyone else's. Seeing that Yihua's attitude was very firm, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, if you think so, little guy, then these old foreign affairs men are too lazy to take care of it. Then, the old man flipped his wrist and took out two long, dark tokens. When encountering monsters of different levels, the tokens will appear in red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and silver, corresponding to level 2 to level 9 monsters respectively. If you encounter a golden one, stay away immediately. Those are all offensive monsters. You can stay in the Holy Mountain of Nights for 30 days. After the expiration, the token will appear red gold and teleport you back. After the old man gave these instructions, he handed both tokens into the hands of the two brothers. After a moment of silence, he added, because both of you children have broken through the Grand Night before the age of 20, you can have the privilege of being in the Holy Mountain of Nights. After 30 days, if you have not been able to choose a suitable mount partner, you can enter the teleportation array on the top of the Holy Mountain to randomly obtain a magical beast from another plane. But that kind of luck-taking thing at that time may not be a good thing for you two brothers, so try to choose your most suitable mount partner in this month. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen both listened to the old man's instructions. After the old man finished speaking, they bowed to the old man and Yiwa again. Looking at each other, the two brothers walked into the golden mist. After entering the golden light mist, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen could no longer see the old man and Yiwa clearly. After passing through all the fog layers, the pale golden mist seemed to have completely disappeared, and the clear blue sky appeared in front of the two brothers. The bright and warm sunshine fell down, and the shadows of the trees and the fragrance of plants washed the two brothers' bodies and minds. Brother, what kind of mount partner do you think we will get here? Long Haochen sighed in his heart about the magic of the formation, and became curious about his mount companions. I seem to be really nervous in a month. If I don't meet a suitable mount companion, I can only gamble on luck. Quote. Long Haoyu didn't answer immediately. At this time, he was looking around thoughtfully. The six-path spiritual furnace in the chest trembled even more frequently, and the feeling of abnormal movement became much more obvious after entering the formation completely. It wasn't until Long Haochen called twice more that he came back to his senses. 1 month is enough, and you shouldn't be too depressed. Perhaps we can't find a suitable mount partner within a month, and there's no telling if we can get other powerful Warcraft partners in the Great Formation on the top of the Holy Mountain. Long Haochen snorted, nodded quickly and said, Brother, why don't we go to the mountain ahead to see where we want to go next? Let's go. Long Haoyu agreed to Long Haochen's suggestion. He couldn't figure out the reason for the abnormal movement of the 6 spiritual furnaces for the time being. However, just as the two brothers were about to leave, a little white fluffy guy appeared in the grass not far in front of the two brothers. The little guy was about the size of a palm, with 4 little claws on the grass, staring at the two brothers secretly from behind a leaf. I thought I was well hidden, but the sound of leaves still exposed it completely. He said he was staring at the two brothers, but in fact all eyes were focused on Long Haoyu. Brother, there is a monster there. It looks like it is very close to you, brother. Does it want to be your mount partner? Long Haochen noticed the little guy. When Long Haoyu saw this white-haired little guy, the 6-path spiritual furnace in his chest became more active. Is this little guy trying to connect with my 6-path spiritual furnace? How could the 6-path spiritual furnace move suddenly because of a magical beast? Shouldn't it be related to Kair's reincarnation spiritual furnace? Long Haoyu was suspicious, looking at the white fluffy little beast a little unpredictable, and then he looked at the dark token in his hand. There is no luster coming from the token, as if the little white beast does not belong to the ranks of Warcraft, so it cannot cause the token to react. Brother, this little guy is here. He seems to be really planning to become your riding partner. At this time, Long Haochen said again. The little white beast looked behind the leaves and took the initiative to walk in the direction of Long Haoyu. It was not very fast and seemed to be very cautious. The corners of Long Haoyu's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the little white beast that was really approaching him, looking at it as big as a palm. Is this little guy a mount? When the time comes, will I ride it, or will it ride me? Long Haoyu cursed in his heart, but he did not refuse the little white beast's initiative to come over and get close to him. Being able to react to the 6-path spiritual furnace proves how extraordinary this little white beast is. Especially the pair of purple gold vertical eyes add a layer of mystery to this little white beast. After taking a few glances at the little white beast, Long Haoyu had a look of curiosity on his face. Since this little guy expressed his closeness, let's try to communicate with him. But why do these purple gold vertical eyes feel so familiar? I always feel like I have this impression. Chapter 71. Speaking thoughtfully, Long Haoyu looked at the little white beast again. The little white beast is not very fast, but time has reached his side in a short while. It's just as big as a palm, and it's white and fluffy. If you don't look carefully, You will just think that this little guy is a pendant, or at most it can be used as a hand warmer. He raised his little head and looked at Long Haochen. The two small paws in front were grabbing his trouser legs, and the two small paws in the back were kicking continuously, and he was trying his best to climb up. This little guy, Long Haochen smiled slightly. Seeing the little white beast crawling so hard, he really doubted whether the little guy would suddenly lose strength and fall when he was halfway up. He reached out his hand and grabbed the little guy from his trouser leg. He didn't want to stay here and watch a scene of a little beast climbing a tree, while he himself was the tree here. Perhaps because he was a little stronger, Long Haochen had just grabbed the little white beast, and the purple gold eyes of the white beast turned white, and its pink tongue came out of its mouth. His head drooped on Long Haoyu's fingers, as if he was about to die. Brother, you have exerted too much strength. You will crush this little white beast to death. At this time, Long Haochen shouted from the side. Long Haochen reacted and quickly let go of the little beast so that the little beast could stand on his palm. Because the little white beast was as big as a palm, it was standing on Long Haoyu's palm, its body standing upright like a cat. Then it stood firm on the palm and looked at Long Haochen furtively. Facing the purple gold eyes of the little white beast, Long Haochen felt even more familiar, and couldn't help but poke the little white beast. "Hello, little one," Long Haochen greeted the little white beast. The little white-handed beast didn't respond and continued to stare at Long Haochen for a long time before calming down. The milky voice sounded in Long Haoyu's mind, "Create, create, create." "You can't speak," Long Haochen asked again. "Create, create, create." It was still the same answer, still so milky, like a little beast that had just been born and knew nothing. Long Haochen stopped asking, and grabbed the little white-handed beast and played with it for a while. After the little white beast rolled its eyes again, he put the little guy on his shoulder. It's true, this little thing can't speak, and can only repeat one word when communicating mentally. He pressed his palm lightly on his chest, gray light suddenly burst out, and the 6 spiritual furnaces were released by him. The little white beast is related to the 6 paths spiritual furnace, so take this opportunity to explore them together. Seeing the 6 path spiritual furnace coming out, the eyes of the little white beast that had been sitting on its shoulders suddenly lit up, without even noticing that it was already very high from the ground. With a flutter, he jumped towards the 6 path spiritual furnace, but the 6 path spiritual furnace was smaller than a palm, and the little white beast couldn't stand firm at all after jumping on it. As the body staggered, the little white beast discovered the truth that he was in midair. He kept flapping on the 6 path spiritual furnace, holding the 6 path spiritual furnace steadily with his 4 little paws, and then looked at Long Haochen pitifully. Are you sure you can use it as a mount?" Long Haochen was speechless and put the little white beast back on his shoulder. He had huge doubts. After regaining his composure, the little white beast sat on his shoulder with the 6 path spiritual furnace in his arms, his little face pressed against the 6 path spiritual furnace, and giggled. According to the situation in the 6 path spiritual furnace trial space, and the fact that the shadow instructor has been practicing in the human world for the past 2 years, this spiritual furnace should represent other things. And now, this little white beast likes the 6 path spiritual furnace so much, and has a pair of purple gold eyes, and the commander keeps trying to create it. Isn't this little guy the one from Xianxia? Or is it the bloodline left by Xianxia in this world? Long Haochen observed the situation of the little white beast and the mutual attraction towards the 6 path spiritual furnace. A layer of fog in his heart was slowly lifted. A very bold guess came to mind, and the more I thought about it, the more likely it was. It's about why there is such a sense of familiarity. I remember the final battle. When my little brother attacked Haochen, a pair of purple gold eyes seemed to appear and restrained Austin Griffin. According to Austin Griffin's words and unwilling roar at that time, it seems possible that creation is still alive, but has been watching in secret. This little guy keeps creating Xianxia. Does he just want to tell me that it is Xianxia, or that it is Xianxia's bloodline? Long Haochen had a lot of suspicion about this. He recalled that when Haochen first followed Long Haochen, he especially liked eating 5-flavored dried fish. Comparing the current look of the little white beast holding the 6 path spiritual furnace and grinning like a fool, he suddenly felt that it was not against the law at all. Especially the final battle that emerged in his memory. At first, he only thought that it was the improvement brought by the throne of eternity and creation to his little brother, or that there was something related to creation hidden in the throne of eternity and creation. But now it seems that many unknown factors have been added to this layer of things. Brother, have you communicated spiritually with this little monster? Does it want to be your mount, brother? At this time, Long Haochen suddenly spoke. Seeing the little white beast holding the six-path spiritual furnace and giggling on his brother's shoulders, he made a bold guess. Long Haoyu thought for a while and said thoughtfully, maybe he has this idea. Thinking about the speculation in his mind, he thought that this little white beast might very well become his mount. Suddenly, the expression he looked at Long Haochen began to become strange, and many thoughts arose in his heart. As these thoughts came to mind, the weirdness in his expression began to become more and more obvious. Long Haochen shivered for no reason. Seeing his elder brother's increasingly uncomfortable expression, he muttered in a low voice, "Brother." Long Haoyu was surprised. "Do you feel that your current appearance is suddenly strange?" Long Haochen continued. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and realized that something was wrong with his expression, so he quickly managed his expression. He returned to normal and smiled, then rubbed Long Haochen's head. "You are wrong. What's so strange about my brother being like this?" After teasing him like this, Long Haoyu concentrated all his attention and focused his eyes on the little white beast again. Although the speculation has not been verified yet, the reaction of the little white beast and the six-path spiritual furnace was enough for him to take a gamble. If the guess is really wrong, the little white beast's silly look and the path he has always pursued to conquer 10 societies with one force will be a factor. Having such an extra pendant seems to be something that can make you feel happy. With a thought, he triggered an equal contract with the little white beast. Purple light spots the size of fingernails loomed between Long Haoyu's eyebrows. The complicated runes were slowly outlined in the purple light spots. Chapter 72. Long Haochen remained silent beside him. Seeing that his brother had already started trying to sign an equal contract with the little white beast, he didn't dare to disturb him at all. Watching silently from the side, he was also the eldest girl getting on the sedan chair and saw for the first time the scene of signing an equal contract with the monster. As the purple light spot appeared between Long Haoyu's eyebrows, the complicated runes in the purple light spot also appeared on the little white beast. Just like in Long Haoyu's memory when his little brother and Haoyu signed the equality contract, the purple runes did not appear between the white beast's eyebrows. On the contrary, complicated runes with a dense purple light appeared on the swollen belly of the white beast sitting on his shoulder. "Little guy, come and be obedient. Let's sign the contract. Then I will give you the spiritual furnace to play with." Long Haoyu's voice was bewitching. After saying these words, Long Haoyu himself had a creepy feeling, and he felt like he was about to turn into a weirdo. At this time, these temptations to the little white beast are like holding a lollipop and pretending to be an immoral person on the street. The little white beast remained unmoved, playing with the six-path soul furnace while looking at the purple runes appearing on its round belly. The little paws lightly scratched his belly, as if he didn't understand Long Haoyu's words at all, and the more he scratched, the more vigorously he scratched. Not only that, as it scratched so hard, the equality contract rune shrouded in the dense purple light was suddenly scratched away by him. After scratching these purple runes, the little white beast chuckled, and then focused on the six-path spiritual furnace. The little head was slightly tilted, and he looked at the six-path spiritual furnace with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Then he carefully placed the six-path spiritual furnace on Long Haoyu's shoulders, and climbed up along Long Haoyu's neck toward his head. Soon, the little guy climbed on Long Haoyu's head and let the little guy sit on his head. Long Haoyu's face almost turned black. He had always been the one to choke people, but he never expected that he would fall on this little white beast today, and he would actually disdain the equality contract. Not far away, Long Haochen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He also saw that the equality contract was forcibly scratched by the little white beast. But before he could react, purple light suddenly lit up in his eyes under the white fur of the little white beast that crawled onto his brother's head. Every ray of purple light seemed so noble, and then the little paw hesitantly tapped his belly again. A drop of purple blood emerged from the little white beast's belly. Looking at this drop of purple blood, the little white beast looked very painful. The small paw gently fiddled with the drop of purple blood, letting the drop of purple blood slowly fall towards the purple light spot between Long Haoyu's eyebrows. Blood contract. Long Haoyu reacted. Feeling the purple blood falling on his eyebrows, the guess in his heart was already close to 10. "Brother, this little white beast. Long Haochen called softly from the side. Long Haoyu explained. Haochen, this is a blood contract between us humans and monsters that is more advanced than the equality contract. The death of the master of the equal contract will not have any impact on the warcraft, but if the master of the blood contract dies, the servants will also die. Long Haochen listened to the explanation and stared at the signing of the blood contract between the white beast and his brother with wide eyes. The equality contract was destroyed, and a blood contract was created. Long Haoyu was not too distracted, feeling the connection between himself and the little white beast, and exhaled heavily. It seems like I really guessed it right. This little guy is most likely Xianxia, or his bloodline. When Haochen and Haoyu signed an equal contract, it was Haoyu who took the initiative to sign a blood contract with him. And now, this little guy has also played such a trick. It seems that he is no longer part of the same family and does not belong to the same family. If that's the case, then this family seems to have quite a personality. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart, as time passed by, and with a sudden flash of blood, the blood contract between him and the little white beast was completely signed. There are more connections between each other. After signing the blood contract, Long Haoyu pulled the little white beast off his head. The little white beast looked a little weak, looking at Long Haoyu eagerly, and then at the six-path spiritual furnace, and weakly raised its little paw to point. Do I think the kidnapping was successful? Long Haoyu laughed dumbly and took the six-path spiritual furnace off his shoulder and handed it to the little white beast. Picking up the six-path spiritual furnace again, the little white beast tilted its head and fell asleep on the six-path spiritual furnace. Brother, has the blood contract been signed? This little guy has become your riding partner, brother? Long Haochen asked in surprise. Long Haoyu thought for a while and said, the blood contract has been signed and the partnership has indeed been established, but the matter of the mount. Thinking of the scene where the little white beast had just crawled onto his head, he couldn't help but be speechless. When Long Haochen got the definite answer, the light in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He was happy that his brother had just entered the Holy Mountain of Knights and was recognized by the world of Warcraft, and the blood contract was signed. Brother, you are so lucky. You will be recognized by the Warcraft just after arriving at the Holy Mountain of Knights. My monster, I still don't know where it is. Apart from being happy, Long Haochen said enviously, always thinking about chasing his brother. I haven't caught up in terms of strength, and I still haven't caught up in finding a mount partner, which makes me a little depressed. Don't worry, I'm your partner, so I won't be able to escape. Long Haoyu said with a smile. Long Haochen was just depressed, but he quickly controlled his emotions and glowed with endless energy. I know that in the next month, I will also strive to gain the recognition of my Warcraft partners. Brother, you little guy doesn't seem to be very strong. If I can find a powerful Warcraft partner, will I be able to catch up with you in disguise? When Long Haoyu heard what Long Haochen said, the weird expression that had been controlled just now vaguely emerged again. This little brother seems to be floating again. Just go for that cool move that can defeat the equal contract. There is also a characteristic that can be directly connected to the six-path spiritual furnace. The little white beast can never be weak no matter how hard it is. However, meeting Long Haochen's excited eyes, he still did not stab the knife. After cheering Long Haochen up for a while, he looked at the little brother who already had the determination to find a powerful World of Warcraft partner. Silently, I added a sentence in my heart. Little brother, if, your brother, I'm just saying if. If I guess correctly, even if you, little brother, find Haoyu as your mount partner, you still won't be able to turn over. Genesis verses, Austin Griffin, This is a Killer. Chapter 73. Long Haochen didn't have the ability to read minds, so he didn't know what his eldest brother was adding from the bottom of his heart. Immersed in his elder brother's cheering, he had strong expectations in his eyes. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the Holy Mountain of Knights, his fighting spirit was high. Brother, shall we set off? Long Haochen said. Long Haoyu nodded and said, let's go, first find the place where the monsters gather. Long Haoyu knew very well that his little brother would not find any riding partner here. There should be a fateful bond between the little brother and Haoyu. However, the scenery of the Holy Mountain of Knights is very good, and for the stability of the Holy Mountain of Knights, no knight can meditate and practice here. Long Haoyu also wanted to relax. The nerves of cultivation have been tense for too long, so it would be good to enjoy the scenery here. It may be because the two of them came to the Holy Mountain of Nights a few days early, or it may be due to other reasons. The Starry Unicorn, who was supposed to communicate with Long Haochen, did not take the initiative to communicate with him, and went to several places where the monsters gathered. But it's strange that none of the monsters are willing to come over and take the initiative to communicate, and even run away when they see the two brothers. The weird phenomenon lasted for several days, and there was no harvest for several days. It was like the nemesis of Warcraft. Long Haoyu found it incredible. Brother, why do these monsters run away when they look at us? They seem to be afraid that we will hurt them. At the edge of a pool, Long Haochen was very confused. Those monsters that ran away when they saw us before are obviously more powerful than us, so you shouldn't worry about this, right? It's only been 3 days, and there are still 27 days. You can continue to try. Besides, even if you don't get anything for 30 days, you can still go to the top of the Holy Mountain and try to communicate with the monsters in other planes. Long Haoyu spoke gently and explained these things vaguely. He couldn't help but look at the little white beast that was sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Is it because of this little guy? The powerful monsters that originally lived in the Holy Mountain of Nights didn't dare to come near because of the respect of the little guy's bloodline. Long Haoyu was thinking about these things in his mind. He also felt that the events of the past 3 days were very weird and completely unscientific, but they actually happened. And the strange thing that happened in the past 3 days was that he signed a blood contract with the little white beast, and the little guy became his riding partner. The little white beast, which was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel Long Haoyu's gaze and got up, rubbing its sleepy eyes. After staring at Long Haoyu for a few times, the little white beast seemed to feel the strangeness in Long Haoyu's gaze, and the confusion in his eyes was swept away. The two little paws danced rapidly, as if they were saying something, but Long Haoyu could only hear the sound of create, create, create during his spiritual communication. Still unable to explain it, the little white beast angrily crawled towards Long Haoyu's head, and then kept jumping around. You little guy, looks like you have quite a temper. Long Haoyu laughed dumbly and grabbed the little white beast from his head. With 2 hands grasping the little white beast's face, Long Haoyu looked at the little thing pretending to be ferocious. It's been 3 days, sleeping when I'm full, eating again when I'm full, and it has no effect day by day. Now you dare to jump around on my head. If I don't treat you, don't you even know who is the master and who is the mount? This time it's just a small punishment. Next time you jump around like this and you're still useless, I'll stew you. After ruthlessly ravaging the little white beast, Long Haoyu put the little thing back on his shoulders. Long Haochen watched speechlessly for a while, feeling helpless but not surprised when the little guy interrupted the discussion with his brother. Similar things have happened about 10 times in the past 3 days. The little white guy likes to climb on his brother's head. But without exception, they were captured and ravaged by ruthless iron hands every time, and they refused to change despite repeated admonitions. But this time, did you give it to your mount partner to stew? The corners of Long Haochen's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently mourned for the little white beast for 3 seconds. In the past, I was always intimidated by my brother, but now I have another little pity. The little white beast was really frightened. When he heard Long Haoyu said that he would stew it next time, he suddenly stood up on his shoulders with excitement. The 2 little paws worked hard to stand on the shoulders, and the body, which was about the size of a palm, stood upright. The 2 front paws were whirring in front of the body, and a gurgling sound came from the little beast's mouth. As if it was the little guy's trick, a golden vortex suddenly appeared in front of the 2 brothers. In the golden vortex, there is very pure light power, and there seem to be many pictures flashing through it. Brother, what is this? Long Haochen asked in surprise. Long Haoyu said nothing. Looking at the golden vortex, many memories emerged in his mind. The Holy Mountain of Nights, the Cave of Sealing, the Eternal Hero, the Immortal Heroic Spirit. The little white beast suddenly came up with something like this, and he reacted immediately. In fact, he also thought about going to the Holy Mountain of Nights to visit the Cave of Seals, but the Cave of Seals was underground in the Holy Mountain of Nights. With his current level of cultivation, it was impossible to break in, but the little white beast gave him a big surprise. I guess we accidentally touched some magic circle on the Holy Mountain of Nights. Let's go in and have a look first. Long Haoyu explained vaguely, without saying that this might be the work of the little white beast. Long Haochen did not refuse. He could feel the pure light power in the golden vortex, and his body felt very comfortable. Looking at each other, the two brothers walked into the golden vortex, and then a scene that surprised both brothers appeared. There seemed to be magical images in the golden vortex, and many pictures appeared on both sides of the vortex, clearly reflected in the eyes of the two brothers. Long Haochen looked at those pictures and quickly confirmed his guess. These pictures were all about the deeds of those heroic spirits back then. Long Haochen was silent at this time. He looked at a picture in the golden vortex and saw the sages of the 6 temples rushing onto the battlefield one after another. His body could not stop shaking. Soon, the two brothers walked out of the golden vortex and were at the end of a long corridor, under an arched door. "Brother, is this the resting place of the ancestors we saw in the whirlpool just now?" Long Haochen asked in disbelief. Long Haochen pondered for a moment. It should be, otherwise it would be inexplicable why we saw those scenes in the golden vortex. Then here, Long Haochen looked at the arch in front of him, thinking that this might be the resting place of the eternal hero. Many emotions were building up crazily in his chest. "Haochen, salute these old heroes." Long Haochen hammered down what was in his heart and truly entered the sealed cave. His voice became a little sad. Long Haochen hummed, and at Long Haochu's signal, the two brothers bowed in front of the arch and saluted the closed stone door. Long Haochen said in a deep and powerful voice, "The descendants of the Knights Temple, Haochu Branch Hall, Long Haochen and his younger brother Long Haochen, pay homage to all the ancestors. I accidentally broke into this place, please forgive me, ancestors." Chapter 74. The closed stone door slowly opened. A faint green luster slowly spreads out on the stone door. The cold breath rushed from the stone door and swept over the two brothers instantly. Grains of ice shards fell in front of the two brothers, which were formed by the moisture they breathed under the cold atmosphere. As the stone door opened, a dark cave appeared. Without any lighting, neither Long Haochen nor Long Haochen could see what was inside. Long Haochen kept his posture motionless, and so did Long Haochen. The two brothers did not go into the darkness in front of them just because the stone door suddenly opened. Soon, some weird sounds came from the cave. The sounds sounded stiff, like the sound of walking. Among these voices, there was also a slight pause every 2 or 3 words, "Although it is strange why you two such weak little guys are here. But your respectful attitude makes me have a good impression of you two little guys. Did that little kid Long Haochen die in the battle? Or was it because of some other reason that he arranged for you two little guys to come here?" Not long after, the owner of the stiff voice came out of the cave, and a ball of green flame appeared in front of the two brothers. Under the bits of light brought by the green flames, Long Haochen and Long Haochen saw the owner of the voice. He is 2 meters tall and has a slender build. His gray robe is tattered in many places, and his skin is iron gray underneath. His stiff eyes turned, gray light flashed through them, and he looked at the two brothers thoughtfully. It was said that the two brothers were coming to take over the position of the leader of the alliance, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. No matter Long Haochen or Long Haochen, in his eyes, they can only be described as weak. He didn't understand why that little kid Long Haochen arranged for these two little guys to come to their sleeping place. "Back to our ancestors, Alliance Leader Yang is still alive. We were not sent here by Alliance Leader Yang. We came to the Holy Mountain of Knights to find a mount partner. We accidentally touched some magic circle and came here." Long Haochen replied respectfully. The zombie was a little curious. When he heard what Long Haochen said, his stiff eyes fell on the two brothers and said with interest, "Since Long Haochen's little kid didn't send me here, then don't you be afraid when you see me like this. Ancestors, in the golden vortex in the magic circle just now, many deeds of your ancestors appeared in the past. You are the sages who have made great contributions to our human alliance. We have no reason to be afraid." Long Haochen talked about the things in the golden vortex. He straightened up and looked at the figure in front of him without any dodge. If he said he was not afraid, he was definitely not afraid. Why haven't you heard of such a thing before? Can our deeds from 6,000 years ago still exist in the golden vortex? The figure was very confused, and the green flame was flickering at this time, flickering on and off. After pondering for a long time, the figure turned around and called out to the depths of the cave, "Xiao, I am a junior of your Knight Temple. Don't you plan to come out?" Another ball of soul fire appeared, and an old man walked from the cave to Long Haochen and Long Haochen. "For the sake of you two little kids being very polite, I will let the first master of your night temple come and talk to you. The first eternal hero zombie said. After leaving the matters here to the old man, he slowly headed back deeper into the cave. When Long Haochen heard that the old man was the first master of the Knight's Temple, he and Long Hao hurriedly bowed to the old man. Descendants of the Night Temple, pay homage to the ancestor of the first temple master. The two brothers said in unison. Xiao waved his hand slightly, and a gentle force lifted the two brothers up. I heard the conversation just now. You didn't enter here through Long Haochen's little baby. It seems that all this should be a special encounter for you two little kids, so that you two little kids can accidentally end up here when choosing your Warcraft partners. I didn't expect that after so many years, we could still encounter such strange things. The two brothers remained silent and felt relieved when they saw that Xiao did not think about anything else. On his shoulder, the little white beast went through what happened just now and fell asleep again, and some faint snoring sounds could be heard. Xiao muttered to himself for a while, and then looked at the two brothers again. To have such an opportunity, you two little kids must have very good talents, so that the magic circle can activate spontaneously. A disciplinary knight and a guardian knight, let me show you how talented you two little kids are. Two little kids, tell me how much innate spiritual power you have, so that you can have such an opportunity. After Long Hao confirmed that the little white beast had no other symptoms, he heard Xiao's question and immediately replied, reporting to my ancestors, I have 100 points of innate spiritual power, and my brother Long Haochen has 97 points of innate spiritual power. We both have it, the constitution of a child of light. Two sons of light physiques. Xiao's stiff voice suddenly rose a little higher, and the flickering soul fire seemed to burn even more vigorously. His gray-white eyes looked at the two brothers. Even with his 6,000 years of experience, he doubted for a moment whether he had heard wrong. Two children of light appeared at once. Are you sure God is not kidding? When he once again looked at Long Hao with only an épée on his back, he then saw Long Haochen with an épée and a shield. His face, which was very stiff because he had turned into a zombie, seemed to be about to twitch again at this time. Long Haochen noticed Xiao's gaze that paused on him for a long time, and involuntarily moved a little closer to Long Hao. Brother, why do you feel that the ancestors of the first generation of palace masters are the same as the original teacher Yihua? It seems that they also have a big prejudice against my talent and training as a guardian knight. At that time, I wanted to practice as a guardian knight. Although my father was not very willing, didn't he agree in the end? Without waiting for Long Hao to answer, Xiao heard Long Haochen's words and his stiff voice sounded again, little boy, your father is also a knight. Did he approve of your training as a guardian knight? Hearing this, Long Haochen responded obediently, yes, my father is also a knight. He is now a practitioner of the Divine Seal Throne of Doom and Killing, and a knight of the Divine Seal of Judgment and Judgment in our Knight's Temple. Quote, Dad was not very willing at first to practice my training as a guardian knight, but in the end he acquiesced. After Long Haochen finished speaking, Xiao didn't say a word on the spot, digesting what he heard. Deep in the cave, clusters of soul fire emerged again, and figures walked out of the cave, followed by very unhappy sounds. The contemporary Divine Seal Knights who can still be recognized by the Judgment Throne of Doom and Slaughter must also be Punishment Knights. A Knight of the Divine Seal of Punishment lets his gifted son take the path of a Guardian Knight. That guy, did his head get caught in the door? The corners of Long Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't even have time to answer. He didn't expect his little brother to confess so decisively. He has always boasted that he is the real traitor. But this little brother of mine seems to be catching up on the road of cheating his father, and he is not an ordinary brave man. He was very clear about the situation in the Cave of Seals. Among the 63 people, many were ancestral knights of the Knight's Temple. The Son of Light cultivating the Guardian Knight alone is definitely not something these ancestors are happy to hear, just like Yihua did back then. The little brother was so frank with each other, but he was stabbing Long Xingyu in the back. Let that irresponsible father be targeted by such a group of ancestors. The scenes in the future seem to be unusually wonderful because of this. Chapter 75. The fire of the soul keeps coming closer. One by one, the eternal heroes appeared at the entrance of the cave. Although the most specific expression of dissatisfaction could not be seen on the stiff faces, the voices showed their most true thoughts at this time. Even if they lived for thousands of years, they would not be able to understand what Long Xingyu did. After appearing at the entrance of the cave, they stood next to Xiao Huo, staring at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen with stiff eyes. The eternal heroes looked a little strange in their eyes, and Long Haochen realized something belatedly. The pride he had just mentioned about his father being a knight of the divine seal suddenly became a little embarrassing. "Brother, I seem to have gotten into trouble," Long Haochen whispered. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. He didn't firmly oppose you taking the path of punishing the knights. He must have expected all this." Long Haochen adhered to the principle that talking too much will lead to mistakes, so he decisively stopped speaking, and just looked at the eternal heroes who appeared with some restraint. After all, they are both the ancestors of the 6 great temples in a truly meritorious generation. The eternal heroes did not embarrass the 2 brothers. The gaze that fell on Long Haochen stayed for a while, and finally fell on Long Haoyu. Especially when they saw the heavy sword that looked like a dog chewing on Long Haoyu's back, a big question mark hung on their foreheads. 2 sons of light, one trained as a guardian knight. There is also a disciplinary knight, but disciplinary knights with a single sword are rare. The most important thing is that they have already used single swords, but they are still such a black guy who is disgusted by them. The father of the 2 brothers is also a first-generation divine seal knight. It's just that he doesn't guide his children to the right path. Even the weapons and equipment are so shabby. It seems that he is really ill. Most of Xiao Huo's eyes stayed on Long Haoyu. He also looked back on the prosperous years of his life and found that he had not encountered many single-sword disciplinary knights. Including some records of the glorious Holy See in the original classics, they rarely appear. Mr. Xiao, although this little kid is a single-sword disciplinary knight, his 100 points of innate spiritual power and talent are still outstanding. Mr. Xiao, your thousands of years of heritage and the things you have mentioned to us before, aren't you excited now? At this time, an eternal hero whispered beside Xiao Huo. As he spoke, the eternal hero also looked at Long Haoyu. Like Xiao Huo, this eternal hero also has 2 heavy swords behind him, and he is obviously from the disciplinary knight lineage. The look in his eyes showed his love for talent. Xiao Huo pondered for a moment. This little kid's talent is indeed very good, and he is also a disciplinary knight. I've been here for thousands of years, and the knowledge I've gained over the past few thousand years really needs a successor. But this little kid is a single-sword disciplinary knight. Long Haoyu's heart moved. Many eternal heroes do not want their lifelong skills to be buried in the dust of history. He knew this very well. And Xiao Huo, the 7th level 9th level knight who is currently the true number 1 disciplinary knight, has this idea even more. His unique skill, Brahma's 3 moves, is also a truly abnormal move. Based on the insights gained from the day after tomorrow, he can eventually create moves that are comparable to those of eternity and the throne of creation. You can imagine how terrifying it is. If he can learn the 3 Brahma styles from Xiao Huo, the value to his subsequent growth will be immeasurable. After understanding this, Long Haoyu took a deep breath, bowed to Xiao Huo and said, "Junior Long Haoyu, thank you senior for the gift." Xiao Huo, many eternal heroes. A pair of stiff eyes fell on Long Haoyu again. Under the stiffness, it added a bit of weirdness. This little guy seems a little shameless. Mr. Xiao has not yet decided whether to choose him as the successor. This little baby started to thank you right away. With these unnatural thoughts in mind, the eyes of the eternal heroes returned to Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo's expression remained motionless, if he hadn't turned into a zombie-like existence. He was certain that the muscles at the corners of his mouth would twitch like crazy. Long Haochen was dumbfounded at this time. He understood what the ancestors in front of him thought of passing on the Dharma to their descendants. But it seemed that before things were settled, my brother directly thanked me, which was really wrong. And what happened at the beginning? Long Haochen was a little confused and asked in a low voice in Long Haoyu's ear, "Brother, my father said that he would teach you how to punish knights, and he even left that ring for you. Brother, aren't you willing to follow others to learn the ability to punish knights? You even gave that ring to Sister Exener, and now you are." Long Haoyu explained calmly, "We have just seen in the Golden Vortex that the ancestors are the first generation of sages who protect the peace of our humanity. Their strength can be seen by all in the scene in the Golden Vortex. Do you think the ancestors are stronger, or he is stronger?" Long Haochen was silent, recalling the picture I saw in the Golden Vortex. The memory of the ancestors scolding Fang Chu on the battlefield continues to deepen. Among them is Xiao Huo, the first-generation master of the Night Temple, whose strength on the battlefield is definitely the most terrifying. In those pictures, the Throne of Eternity in creation was used as a reference against all opinions, and finally the 5 divine seal thrones were created. Strong, Xiao is really stronger. It should be the ancestors who are stronger. Long Haochen replied. Long Hao said, isn't that right? He is too weak. Why should I learn from him? Long Haochen, it seems like it really makes sense. Xiao and others were speechless again. As the two brothers talked, the eyes of many eternal heroes looking at Long Hao completely changed. Seriously, this little guy is really shameless. Finally, their eyes returned to Xiao again. Mr. Xiao, you are the strongest. This little kid's talent is indeed outstanding. There is still a long way to go between us and you, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, you decide. The eternal heroes whispered one after another, and had no intention of competing with Xiao for disciples in this matter. The pressure came to Xiao instantly. Xiao pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to teach Long Hao, but now Long Hao was confused. Little baby, are you sure you want to learn skills from me? Long Hao replied. Reporting back to our ancestors, I sincerely seek to learn, just to carry forward the unique knowledge of our ancestors. Xiao, it doesn't matter, I'm an old man. I don't want to see my unique skills buried in the dust. However, if you want to learn my secret skills, you have to show me enough toughness. Little doll, are you ready? Chapter 76, Prepare. Long Hao straightened up again. He can't guarantee anything else, but the toughness is definitely enough. After practicing in the shadow space for so many years, it can be said that no one in the world of the Holy Demon Continent understands death better than him. To be able to survive being hacked to death so many times under the training of the shadow instructor and still alive and kicking, his resilience attribute is fully maxed out. Xiao felt the determination in Long Hao's eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and then set his eyes on Long Haochen. This little kid named Haochen, you are currently training as a guardian knight. Do you want to also train as a Punisher Knight? With your talent, it would be a pity not to practice as a disciplinary knight. Long Haochen hesitated. Facing Xiao's question, he could feel the sincerity in Xiao's words. Passing on a lifetime of unique knowledge to our ancestors is absolutely something we have to do without any hesitation. However, this runs counter to the beliefs he has always adhered to and is not in line with his true pursuit. After hesitating for a long time, Long Haochen bowed to Xiao and said, Junior, thank you for your ancestors' love. I just want to become a guardian knight. My brother is already a disciplinary knight. I want to train as a guardian knight and eventually be able to help my brother on the battlefield. I want to be my brother's pioneer. Xiao sighed deeply, walked to Long Haochen and patted his shoulder gently. In that case, I won't force you. Then, he looked at the other eternal heroes. They have guardian knights, let them teach you how to become a qualified guardian knight. At Xiao's signal, a few eternal heroes from the guardian knight lineage hurriedly emerged from the many eternal heroes. Little Haochen, come and learn from me. I am quite accomplished in the path of guardian knight. Little baby, don't listen to this old guy's nonsense. It's best to learn from me. I'm not dead yet. You two old guys have the nerve to say that you are very accomplished in the path of protecting knights. Get out of the way, Haochen, this little kid. I've made sure that no one can stop him. Everyone has a love for talent. There are many knights in eternal heroes, and naturally there cannot be just 1 or 2 guardian knights. Long Haochen, who had 97 points of innate spiritual power, was undoubtedly the most attractive to them compared to Long Hao, who was already a disciplinary knight. With thousands of years of experience and legacy, they also have the same idea as Xiao of not wanting to be buried. Surrounded by many eternal heroes, Long Haochen was still a little embarrassed when he first broke in here and then accidentally cheated his father. Faced with the enthusiasm of many eternal heroes, he suddenly became paralyzed. Seeing this, Xiao said calmly, how are you going to teach this little kid Haochen? You can discuss it slowly. Get out of the way now. After hearing this, many eternal heroes hurriedly led Long Haochen to make way for Xiao and Long Hao. Many of their enthusiasms subsided slightly at this moment, and they all looked at Xiao and Long Hao who were standing in the clearing. How you little baby, I am an old man and will not bully the young with my strength. My strength will remain at the same level as yours. As long as you can impress my old bones, I will teach you my secret skills. Bring it on. Xiao Huo said lightly, and his dull eyes suddenly lit up at this moment. At the same time, Xiao Huo's very tall body and chest also lit up with a golden light. As the golden light appeared, the golden liquid flowed out from Xiao Huo's chest, but instead of covering it, two golden giant swords were formed between his hands. Long Haoyu understood that Xiao Huo had begun to suppress his own strength. He did not use the fine gold base armor, but only used these powers to form weapons. This was the best proof. Little baby, remember to use all your strength, otherwise you won't be able to defeat an old man like me. Xiao Huo whispered. Long Haoyu hummed and bowed again. Junior Long Haoyu, please give me advice from my ancestors. The words fall. Long Haoyu's temperament began to change. If we say 1 second he was a gentle and very humble junior boy. At that moment, he was a pure disciplinary knight, and the bandage on Wu Feng was untied. The dark Wu Feng fell on his hand, and the trembling sensation on Wu Feng made the blood all over his body boil. Facing a strong man of Xiao Huo's level, even if his strength was suppressed to the same level as him, he did not take anything lightly. The skills he first learned from the shadow instructor were not used, and Long Haoyu's resolute eyes were full of fighting intent. Ancestor, please be careful. Long Haoyu shouted, and his self-created knight's skill broke through the waves and took shape. Wu Feng struck Xiao Huo several times in his hand, each time causing many ripples, which then continued to expand, like waves crashing on the shore. Xiao Huo looked at Long Haoyu's attack, and the two-handed swords were crossed and slashed out plainly. The dark golden cross light instantly met Long Haoyu's breaking waves. Long Haoyu has so much fighting experience. Seeing Xiao Huo start to fight back, almost at the same time, he moved his body and took the initiative to kill Xiao Huo. The aura on his body formed a chain of streaks on Wu Feng, just like when he dealt with those demon werewolves in the valley of Mount Odin. A luster-like blood droplets formed in the gaps in Wufeng, and blood-colored horses curled around his side. Demon killing one style. Rushing to Xiao Huo, Long Haoyu's body suddenly stopped, and then Wu Feng raised his head high, facing Xiao Huo and slashed out with another sword. The bloody sword was dazzling and moving, like a long bloody dragon in the dark cave, rushing straight towards Xiao Huo. The eternal heroes who were watching the battle nodded, and they were very satisfied when they saw how Long Haoyu remained calm in the face of Xiao Huo's counterattack. Are these two moves self-created? Xiao Huo said thoughtfully. You little baby, the surprise you gave me is really not that big. With such a talent, he is really a natural disciplinary knight. In this case, old guy, I will let you see the special skills you want to learn from me. This is what I, an old man, have learned over the past thousands of years. Don't take it lightly. Xiao Huo assumed a very strange posture and did not dodge Long Haoyu's attack. The moment the bloody sword light passed over his body, it seemed as if it had struck a hard rock. After performing the demon-killing move, he launched an attack. Long Haoyu saw a giant golden eye suddenly appear. Xiao Huo, who was supposed to be right in front of him, disappeared, replaced by the overwhelming and irresistible power contained in this giant eye. Under this force, Long Haoyu felt that his body had become stiff. Under the gaze of the giant eyes, his body was uncontrollably blasted out, and he did not stop until he hit the stone wall. Xiao Huo reappeared and saw that Long Haoyu had been defeated. He indeed did not break his promise and indeed suppressed his strength to the same level as Long Haoyu. But it is comparable to the moves brought by Eternity and the Throne of Creation, and it is destined to have very abnormal power. Little baby, is your ability limited to this? Xiao Huo said lightly. If your resilience is only this, then. He didn't wait for Xiao Huo to finish his words. The moment Long Haoyu landed, he held Wu Feng again and came forward. He is not afraid of death, let alone being knocked back just once. His resilience is much more than that. All of Wu Feng's increases were fully activated at this moment, and all his spiritual power was mobilized to its peak at this moment. He is really a very resilient little kid, so let me show you the second trick of my old bones. Although it can only be used with 5th level strength, which is not enough to achieve the true peak effect, it should be enough to stop your resilience, little baby. Xiao Huo whispered indifferently. He valued Long Haoyu very much, so the extent of his restraint was very limited under the same circumstances. Along with his whisper, a chill has spread throughout Long Haoyu's body. Xiao Huo's body passed by him under a ray of light and shadow, and quietly appeared behind him with a kind of beauty that passed by in an instant. The golden giant sword did not hurt him at all, but in the flash of light and shadow, he seemed to feel the passage of youth. Is this the second form of Brahma's three forms, the myth of the moment, or the beauty of the moment? Just the display of fifth-level strength can already make me feel the passage of youth. This feeling seems to be very different from being directly hacked to death by a shadow instructor. Long Haochen stopped where he was. Xiao was not far behind him and looked at Long Haochen, who was affected by his moves and did not continue to attack. Originally, he just wanted to see how Long Haochen's toughness was, but now with this move, he understood that Long Haochen's toughness would completely collapse under this move. In an instant, youth passes away. No one can maintain the true toughness he should have under this move, even if he deliberately withheld his hand. However, just when he was about to disperse the two golden giant swords in his hands, Long Haochen, who he had decided had lost his toughness, had a superb light burst out from his eyes. Long Haochen exhaled a heavy breath. In that moment of realization of the passage of youth, another layer of the barrier in his heart that could not be broken was broken through by leaps and bounds. During the time he spent in the Haochen branch hall, he did not forget to feel the real human smoke while practicing, and he also kept trying to complete the trial of the six-path spiritual furnace in the human world. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always something lacking in the end. He could not truly complete the trial of the human world, nor could he perform the unique skills of the human world like the shadow instructor. But now, after experiencing the moment of youth, he felt that his shortcomings on this path had been replenished. The youth that disappeared in an instant, the goose-skinned face in his consciousness, made him successfully take the last step. The way of the world is in the world. What he lacks is this level of true understanding. Chapter 77. There was movement in the six-path spiritual furnace. Dark yellow light spurted out from the six-path spiritual furnace. A picture scroll appeared in the dark yellow light, and figures were outlined one after another in the picture scroll. Wu Feng was bathed in the dark yellow light, and the dark sword body was now given a dazzling luster. Those who came to life in the scroll seemed to be holding Wu Feng up with both hands. Long Haochen concentrated and held his breath, which was different from the sense of watching the shadow instructor perform this move in the human world from the perspective of a bystander. After actually performing this move, he felt that the Wufeng in his hand became extremely light, the kind of lightness that countless people helped him lift together. This little baby seems to be giving me a big surprise again. Xiao sighed softly. The two golden giant swords in his hands shone even brighter. The stopped offensive once again swung out horizontally and vertically towards Long Haochen. Two swords. Long Haochen remained motionless. Wu Feng gently tapped a picture scroll, and all the power on the picture scroll was integrated into Wu Feng. Then, looking at the two swords swung by Xiao, he took one step forward and faced the two horizontal and vertical swords. A very ordinary sword, but it brought a different kind of human smoke to the entire cave. The moment it met Xiao's two swords, it was instantly swallowed up. The remaining power continued to rush towards Xiao, and the dark yellow luster reflected Xiao's iron-gray face clearly. The golden liquid continued to flow out of Xiao's chest again, instantly wrapping him into a little golden man. Immediately afterwards, the golden liquid began to shape, and a simple golden armor appeared on Xiao. Adamant base armor. At this moment, Xiao was released. Chang. The sword swung out by Wu Feng landed on the adamantine base armor. The harsh sound echoed in the seal cave. Xiao's body retreated several times under the impact of the sword light, and the golden armor also left a deep ravine under the sword. Ancestor, this junior is offended. When Long Haochen saw this, the paintings beside him disappeared into nothingness. The dark yellow light above Wu Feng also disappeared again, turning back to the original black color. Instead of continuing to attack, he believed that his resilience should be recognized by Xiao. After a moment of youthfulness, the fighting spirit remains undiminished, which is no longer something ordinary people can do. What is the name of your sword? Xiao asked. In the world, the sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the sealed cave. Xiao nodded in praise, and the other eternal heroes were also thoughtful at this moment. The three words, in the world, made them fall into silence at this time. With their qualifications, they could not understand the profound meaning contained in these three words. At such a young age, such actions must be terrifying. What a good one in the world. I recognize your little doll's resilience. So, then I, an old man, agree to teach you all the secrets I have learned over the past few thousand years. Although you only have one heavy sword, which is not enough to bring my unique skills to the fullest, your talent is even greater than mine. Perhaps the 3 Brahma styles can bring out special brilliance in your hands." Xiao praised him, and the golden giant sword in his hand disappeared completely, and the golden armor on his body also disappeared. There was still a bit of sadness in the voice of praise, as if he was sighing because Long Haochen was a very unusual single-sword disciplinary knight. A single sword can be very powerful. My master will definitely become the strongest disciplinary knight in the world, bar none. At this time, Wufeng's sword spirit little coal ball emerged from Wufeng. It was so dark that it made people feel distressed. In the cave of ceiling, you could only hear its voice, but you couldn't see where it was. Xiao was stunned for a moment, then relied on his strong mental power to capture the small briquettes. He laughed dumbly and said, "I didn't expect that I got a punch in the eye. Little doll, this heavy sword of yours actually has a sword spirit. It really surprises me more and more." Long Haochen put his hand on Xiao Maicho's head. "Be quiet." The little coal ball was unconvinced and wanted to be impassioned, but its giggles gave up the idea of continuing to fight. The little white beast lying on Long Haoyu's shoulder woke up and jumped up and down on his shoulders as he watched the little briquette being killed. It was all laughing at the little briquette. The little briquette was so angry that he aimed at the little white beast and immediately flew towards it with his teeth bared. "You little mount, I am the one who was by your master's side before you." Little coal ball shouted while raising and lowering his hands towards the little white beast. The little white beast was not to be outdone. According to the little briquette, it looked like a big dick. One beast and one sword spirit, they were fighting each other directly. Long Haoyu's shoulders seemed to have become a battlefield for these 2 little guys, and no one gave way to the other. "Your fellow Warcraft and your sword spirit are really quite unique," Xiao said with a smile, smacking his tongue a little. "The ancestors have oversold you." Long Haochen responded respectfully. "Sword spirit, this little guy doesn't know etiquette. Please forgive me, ancestors." However, the younger generation disagrees with what the ancestor just said. The younger generation does not think that 2 epées are necessarily the best. Xiao became interested and looked at Long Haochen with interest without interrupting Long Haoyu's explanation. The other eternal heroes also looked at Long Haochen at this time. In their impression, no one seemed to argue with Mr. Xiao on the way of knighthood. This little kid, Long Haochen, is really not an ordinary brave man. Long Haochen did not stop because of the gazes of other eternal heroes, and continued, just like the move of the junior just now, focus all the attacks on one sword. In this way, the effect that can be achieved is greater than that of 2 heavy swords. One force can defeat all laws, and one sword can cut through the universe. Another example is the contemporary demon god emperor's secret skill, the one of silence, which compresses one's spiritual power to a small point and explodes, which is more terrifying than the destructive power brought by spiritual power. Xiao was silent for a moment, and many other eternal heroes were also silent at this moment. The eyes they looked at Long Haochen had completely changed. Previously, because of Xiao's qualifications, they had restrained their thoughts of teaching Long Haochen, but now they all revived. Long Haoyu's words really touched their hearts, making them old bones feel like they were being slapped in the face at this moment. Xiao smiled. His stiff face didn't show much expression, but his laughter was very hearty, not even as stiff as when he spoke before. What a man who can defeat all kinds of magic with one force, and a man who can cut through the universe with one sword. I didn't expect that I, an old man, would teach a little kid like you a lesson. Then I hope that you will carry forward my unique knowledge and use your sword to clear the world of our humanity. Xiao completely recognized Long Haochen, and after simple arrangements, he began to prepare to teach Long Haochen. Other knights among the eternal heroes also taught Long Haochen under Xiao's arrangement. The 2 brothers were very surprised by these teachings. Under the guidance of Xiao and many eternal heroes, their own strength and perception were rapidly improving. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed during intense training, and it was the last days that brothers Long Haochen and Long Haochen could stay in the Holy Mountain of Knights. The golden vortex appeared again, and the 2 brothers stepped into the golden vortex and disappeared, completely leaving the Cave of Seals. It wasn't until the golden vortex disappeared that the many eternal heroes in front of the seal cave turned their gazes back, somewhat reluctantly. Xiao stood there in a daze, recalling the teachings he had given Long Haochen over the past 20 days, as well as some of the remarks and insights he heard from Long Haochen from time to time. A look of sadness appeared on the iron-gray face again, and his deep eyes looked back towards the depths of the cave. There was a cluster of soul fire approaching with slight footsteps. Upon seeing this, many eternal heroes gave way to a passage, allowing the visitor to walk directly in front of Xiao. Xiao looked at the visitor and sighed faintly. Xianxia, I want to go out. Chapter 78, 63 Eternal Heroes created the eternal loneliness in the sealed cave. In the long years of 6,000 years, the only things that have always been with them are the darkness here and the bone-chilling coldness of the ice spring. I have become very accustomed to the loneliness here, and my mood will not change so easily. But the arrival of the two brothers Long Haochen and Long Haochen was different from the previous generations of alliance leaders who only came here to greet them. More than 20 days of teaching and practice, coupled with the exaggeration of these things by real human smoke, made them a little unaccustomed. Mr. Xiao, those little guys outside are still timid. They haven't taken that step yet. Right now, they are still immersed in their own selfish interests and refuse to let us go out to enhance the overall strength of mankind. Please bear with it any longer. We can never leave here easily. Xianxia was silent for a long time, feeling the chill in the sealed cave, and finally looked at the place where the golden vortex disappeared, and said sadly. Xiao did not refute. Haochen, this kid, is really talented. He might really be able to grow to a level beyond our imagination. And Haochen, even though he has chosen the path of a guardian knight, his talent is here. If he really wants to transform, he can achieve success very quickly. I'm afraid that those timid little guys outside will not be able to teach these two children well and let the geniuses be buried in the dust. In the end, they will not be able to turn things around. Many eternal heroes have this attitude at this time. In the past 20 days, they have truly seen the resilience of the two brothers. Needless to say, Long Haochen's resilience goes without saying, but Long Haochen's resilience was also highly praised by them for always sticking to the beliefs in his heart. In the process of cultivation, I never complained about hardship. No matter how difficult the target was, I would try every means to complete it. Xiao was very worried that the two brothers would be buried. They were all worried that the two brothers would be poorly taught by outsiders. Let's take a look at this matter again. We are all old, and we still have to play our best role after all. Although I really want to go out and settle accounts with those little guys, after so many years, what we really need to insist on is to dedicate our last value at the most critical time. Xianxia made a final decision and persuaded Xiao to give up these thoughts. Finally, he added, especially this kid Haochen, I feel a very comfortable atmosphere in him. And he has often mentioned things related to our going out before. We should believe this kid. That day will not be too far away. Xiao was speechless. After listening to Xianxia's words, he nodded slowly. With this kid here, as long as he can grow up, the real decisive battle will not be too far away. At that time, it is really time for us old bones to go out and burn the last of our lives. When that day comes, after I go out, I also want to visit the father of these two children. Haochen, this child, has unswervingly chosen the path of a guardian knight. There are some reasons why he has been influenced by his own eyes and ears. Among them, their father has a big problem and needs to be sorted out. Xianxia snorted. I also feel that there are many reasons for it. When the time comes, take me with you. I will also go and see the father of these two children. What kind of sick person he is. Xiao acquiesced to Xianxia's proposal, and after a long while, he headed back deeper into the cave and returned to the coffin where he had been lying for 6,000 years. In the holy mountain of nights. The place where the little white beast first created a golden vortex. Long Haochen and Long Haochen returned here again, looking at the familiar scene of the night's holy mountain. The experiences of the past 20 days have been deepened in the memories of the two brothers. Long Haochen's strength has improved a lot, but he is not very happy about it. Especially looking at the little coal ball and the little white beast who were still fighting on his brother's shoulders. Brother, there is only half a day left until 30 days. It seems that this half day is too late to find a suitable World of Warcraft partner. It seems that I can only try my luck at the top of the temple to see if I can find a suitable Warcraft partner from other planes. Long Haochen felt a little disappointed as he adapted to the scene of returning to the Holy Mountain of Nights. Don't worry, Since the magic circle at the top of the temple exists, there is a reason for its existence. The magical beasts in other planes may not be worse than the magical beasts in our home world. Maybe with luck, they will be directly recognized by the divine beasts. We two brothers seem to have always been good at gambling on luck, just like we were able to get the teachings of so many ancestors in the past 20 days. Long Haochen patted his little brother on the shoulder and comforted him in a gentle tone. While comforting his little brother, Long Haochen looked at the little coal ball and the little white beast who were addicted to fighting. The two little guys started fighting for the first time more than 20 days ago, and they haven't stopped fighting for more than 20 days. As long as the rest is in place, a new round of fighting will immediately begin. No one will give in to the other, and everyone has a heart to ride on the other's head. Including the aspect of victory and defeat, the two little guys are evenly matched, a 50-50 split. No matter who loses, they will definitely provoke conflicts next time and continue to fight with each other. And so on, the cycle goes on and on. These two little guys are really careless. They are always at odds with each other all day long. Forget about the little briquettes, this little white beast seems to have a temper that refuses to admit defeat. According to my judgment, after Haochen comes to the Holy Demon Continent, this little guy will really want to fight with Haochen, right? Long Haochen was thinking about these things in his heart, and suddenly became very worried about the little white beast. He still remembered the scene of the fight between little coal ball and the little white beast on the first day. The little coal ball came forward with a grin on his face, and then the little white beast greeted him with a big bang. It looks like a ball as big as a palm, but when it comes to fighting, it's so straightforward. It's really like a grumpy little beast online K-man. Unable to determine these things, Long Haochen simply stopped thinking about this aspect. No matter how much you think about it, it is better to wait until that moment comes and see if the little white beast will also be a big pussy and greet Haochen. Anyway, the little white beast has been given the title of being restless by him. How restless it can only be proven by more facts. After calming down, Long Haochen took Long Haochen here to meditate and rest. He did not meditate and practice the rules of destroying the Holy Mountain of Nights, but just consolidated what he had learned in the past 20 days. Half a day passed while meditating and resting, and the tokens used by the two brothers to judge the specific strength of the monsters and whether they were friendly or attacking were taken out again. Just as the time was up, red gold light came from the token, and a golden halo enveloped the two brothers. Chapter 79, 21.5%. The light flickered, and the scene in front of the two brothers changed back to the original scene. The one-armed old man and Yiwa were both here. After waiting for 30 days, the two brothers did not come out. The one-armed old man was doing better. He just frowned, but Yiwa rushed forward. I saw a small white beast standing on Long Haochen's shoulder, and then I didn't see any Warcraft companions beside Long Haochen. His heart immediately reached his throat, and his voice was a little bitter. Haochen, are you not recognized by your Warcraft partners? The one-armed old man was speechless. He just secretly wondered in his heart whether it was because Long Haochen's vision was too high that he didn't get a World of Warcraft companion. Just when he was confused, Long Haochen said with some embarrassment, Teacher, Senior, I have indeed not been recognized by Warcraft. Except for this little guy who got close to my brother when I first entered the Holy Mountain of Nights, for the rest of the time, no monster was willing to get close to me. The one-armed old man was a little surprised. Long Haochen's achievements were not as high as those of Long Haochen, but at the age of less than 14, he had the cultivation of a great knight. There was no reason why he could not be recognized by Warcraft. But the reality is so skinny, Long Haochen was teleported out of the Holy Mountain of Nights without gaining anything. Yiwa pulled a handful of his hair fiercely. What the hell is this thief doing? How can you be so talented that no Warcraft is willing to get close to you? With your talent, those monsters should be vying to be your partner. Is this thief deliberately playing tricks on our master and disciple? Yiwa was in a very excited mood. He was sure that Long Haochen and Long Haochen could achieve great results, and the talents of the Sons of Light were enough for them to be recognized by level 9 monsters. But in the end, Long Haochen followed in his footsteps. After all, he still had a eagle that was willing to get close to him, but Long Haochen had nothing here. And here is Long Haochen. Yiwa felt very complicated. From the corner of his eye, he looked at the little white beast sleeping soundly on Long Haochu's shoulder. Looking horizontally and vertically, up and down, he could not recognize the species of the white beast, nor could he feel any powerful aura from the white beast. The two brothers, Hau and Haochen, are really weird in competing against each other. Such good talents are not as good as their own opportunities. It's really strange. You are so talented. Are all those monsters blind? Not a single monster is willing to get close to you. The old man was a little surprised, sighed faintly, and said, "It seems that next, I can only take you to the top of the temple to try your luck." Then, the old man looked at Long Hao. He and Yi Hua had the same view on the little white beast. They both believed that the little white beast was a real war scumbag. "Your name is Hao, right? You are an Earth Knight who is less than 14 years old. I can make an exception for you again. Do you want to try your luck on the top of the holy mountain?" Yi Hua understood what the old man meant and immediately looked at the little white beast with an unkind expression. All it takes is one word from Long Hao, and he will get rid of the little white beast without hesitation. Long Hao bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I won't use it. Let Haochen try his luck." Yi Hua slapped himself hard on the forehead with an expression of despair. The more he looked at the little white beast, the more he disliked it. Gu. The little white beast woke up. "It seems that I feel something bad." After quickly getting up, he stood on Long Hao's shoulders and glared at the one-armed old man and Yi Hua. He stood up with two little paws, and two more little paws on his waist. The small mouth opened and closed very quickly, mumbling without knowing what he was saying. Yi Hua, the one-armed old man. The little white beast's reaction stunned them both. This small group has such personality. The one-armed old man sighed again and took out a golden token. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light curtain enveloped the four of them. Above the light curtain, 6 strange symbols appeared one after another, and the surrounding space became distorted. Golden light shone, and the 4 people appeared in a very huge cave, with light golden gems inlaid on the cave wall. "Haochen, this is one of the teleportation formations at the top of the temple. You go to the middle of the teleportation formation and sit down. After I activate the teleportation formation, you will feel something." Long Haochen responded and walked to the center of the formation to sit down. The old man did not continue to talk nonsense and slowly raised the golden token in his hand. In just an instant, the right hand of the one-armed old man holding the token turned into a transparent golden color, and finally the entire body became like crystal, becoming a complete version of the radiant body. Under the guidance of the one-armed old man, Long Haochen fell into a strange feeling. Long Hao just watched from the side. The little white beast on his shoulder still cursed at Yi Hua and the one-armed old man, as if he didn't know what fatigue meant. At this time, Yi Hua and the one-armed old man were all focused on Long Haochen, and they turned a blind eye to the little white beast's screams and curses. But it wasn't important. It didn't affect the little guy's idea of venting his anger at all. The chirping sound never stopped at all. Time passed by every second. After a long time, the golden light shrouding the cave began to fade. The one-armed old man's shining body began to return to normal, and the golden light patterns all over the sky disappeared, and sweat even appeared on his forehead. Under the fading golden light, Long Haochen's figure reappeared in front of the 3 of them. His face was a little pale and he looked a little weak. Yi Hua rushed forward, trying to see clearly what kind of monster Long Haochen had signed an equal contract with, but for just a second, Yi Hua froze in place. A black lizard, about a meter long, covered with a thin layer of black scales. The shape of the scales is a bit weird. The top is somewhat like a trapezoid, but the 2 sides converge downward in an arc, and finally come together again. These were not the reasons why Yi Hua and the one-armed old man were sluggish. The reason why they were sluggish was that this black lizard did not have an aura that made them feel powerful. No matter which direction you look at it, it looks more like a second-level fire lizard that is too ugly to express in words and has also undergone malignant mutation. Long Haochen was also a little shocked, but when he heard the whining sound coming from the earth fire lizard, he smiled bitterly and a gentle look appeared on his face. He gently touched the dozens of wounds on the body of the earth salamander with his palms, feeling a little distressed. Long Hao was the only one among the 4 who was not surprised, but in order to cooperate, he still deliberately pretended to be a little surprised on his face. Seeing that his body was covered with scars, but he kept expressing his closeness to Long Haochen, Earth Fire Lizard, a faint smile appeared on his face. This guy Hao is finally here. Chapter 80, Chang. Suddenly, the heavy sword made a buzzing sound. Yihua held the heavy sword in his hand and was about to slash at Haoyu. When Long Haoyu saw this, the bandage on Wufeng was released, and he stopped firmly in front of Yihua's sword. Haoyu, get out of the way. Teacher, let me be the villain today. Yihua was filled with murderous intent, staring at the earth-fire lizard, standing next to Long Haochen, with the urge to tear it into pieces. Long Haoyu responded, Teacher, I know what you are worried about. You are worried that weak monsters will affect our future growth. Especially this little guy Haochen summoned from another plane. He looks like a second-level monster. It's really not very suitable. But after all, this is the monster partner that Haochen got with great difficulty. On this point, we should seek Haochen's opinion. We cannot make arbitrary decisions on his behalf. Yihua screamed angrily and looked at the little white beast that was still cursing at him on Long Haoyu's shoulder. The zombie face in the eyes of outsiders was twitching crazily at this time. This is really a sin. Taking a deep breath, Yihua continued, Haoyu, I know that you two children are kind-hearted. But this fire lizard is definitely not Haochen's most suitable choice of Warcraft partner. Now that it is seriously injured, there is no guarantee that it will become disabled in the future. Get out of the way, teacher, let me be the villain. I'll take care of Haochen's monster, and then I'll help you take care of this little white guy too. Otherwise, under the effect of the equal contract, you two brothers will not be able to conclude an equal contract with other magical beasts in the future. Long Haoyu was slightly speechless. He didn't expect that after what happened just now, Yihua would still be thinking about his little white beast. Should we say that Yihua really deserves to be the man who almost killed off the finale with just one sword strike? Although he also wanted to do this, it was undoubtedly very inappropriate behavior to do such a thing. As for Austin Griffin's character, when he grows up after being reincarnated again, he will definitely miss the Holy Demon Continent. Rather than letting this kind of time bomb suddenly strike in the future, it would be better to let this little guy grow up right under his nose. In this way, it is somewhat possible for Austin Griffin to return from the god of divine punishment to the original god of heavenly guard. After being speechless, Long Haoyu said calmly, Teacher, this may be the fate of our two brothers. Thank you very much for your kindness, teacher. Let Haochen make the decision on this matter. Since the little white beast here has become my partner, it can only be my partner for life. Yihua wanted to continue slashing with the heavy sword, but was blocked by Wufeng, feeling Long Haoyu's firm attitude at this time. He glanced towards Long Haochen. When Long Haochen saw this, he realized what had just happened and hurriedly said, Teacher, my thoughts are the same as my brother's. Teacher, you told us the story of you and the Yu Diao. When you were very lonely, it was the Yu Diao who chose to be your partner. The same goes for my partner now. When he was most lonely, I became his partner. This is a family relationship that we need to protect throughout our lives. I hope you, teacher, will grant my wish and not harm the little one. Yihua sighed heavily, finally put the heavy sword behind him, and struck his forehead hard twice. What is this thing called? Why did his two such good disciples end up with such Warcraft partners? Haoyu huddled behind Long Haochen, and it also felt the danger of almost losing its life. The ugly head looked over from behind Long Haochen, and his ruby-like eyes looked at Yihua fearfully. They are not as tempered as the little white beasts, who can point at Yihua and the one-armed old man and curse them. Some are just afraid, fearing that they will die on the spot if they are not careful. Long Haochen knelt down next to the little guy after Yihua gave up and continued to attack the earth-fire lizard. He continued to caress the little guy's body with his palms and whispered softly, Little guy, I know you are weak, but we will be partners from now on. Don't worry, I won't let you go to the battlefield. We will be relatives from now on, okay? Haoyu gently licked Long Haochen's palm. While looking at Yihua fearfully, she relied heavily on Long Haochen and arched her little head towards Long Haochen's arms. Long Haoyu was watching from the side, looking at the pitiful little guy Haoyu who only had one head with so many bulges. Fortunately, he didn't think about it. After thinking about it for a while, he found that before the 9th head grew out, the little guy Haoyu was indeed a bit cute. It can continue to grow in the future, and can be used as a mount to some extent, which seems to have a little more substantial role than the little white beast next to him. At least for now, this little white beast that likes to climb on his head from time to time really doesn't make him see any potential for being a mount. The little white beast snorted and stopped scolding Yi Hua and the one-armed old man. He tilted his head and glanced at Long Haoyu. Then, he jumped on Long Haoyu's shoulder angrily, and then climbed down along the clothes skillfully. In just a moment, this little white guy gave off a murderous look. When Long Haoyu saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. A person like him who had experienced many killings could only understand the changes in the temperament of the little white beast. Yi Hua was also excited at this time and looked at the little white beast suspiciously. Why did this little guy feel a little murderous? Long Haochen saw the little white beast walking towards him and the earth-fire lizard, felt the earth-fire lizard's trembling, and thought his partner was scared, so he quickly hugged him in his arms. Gently stroking the little guy, he comforted him with a gentle voice, "Little guy, don't be afraid, this is my brother's monster. I am my brother's younger brother, and from now on you will also be my brother's younger brother, do you understand?" Haoyu nodded in confusion, but soon looked at the murderous white beast and quickly shook his head crazily. Not only that, being held by Long Haochen like this, its body was still twisting wildly, wanting to escape from the little white beast. Long Haochen did not let Haoyu be so happy. Instead, he hugged Haoyu tighter and tighter, and his caressing palms turned into gentle pats on the back, and he continued to comfort her. Haoyu was about to cry, her ruby-like eyes showing full of grievance. But after realizing that he couldn't hide, he accepted his fate a little bit and quickly looked at the little white beast to please him. The little white beast didn't see the fawning look in Haoyu's eyes and jumped in front of Haoyu. He put his hands on his hips and tilted his head to look. A small paw stretched out, and in Haoyu's fawning eyes, it looked like a big butt to greet Haoyu. Chapter 81. The cave became very quiet, and Long Haoyu and others all fell silent. For a moment, the eyes of several people became very strange at this moment. They all looked at the outrageous operation of the white beast, and the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. In the entire cave, there was only a banging sound caused by the big cock of the little white beast. Haoyu's head, which was about the same size as an ordinary lizard, staggered, and his small ruby-like eyes immediately became aggrieved. Shrinking in Long Haochen's arms, he screamed, "Woo-woo-woo," incessantly, and his scarred body was also twisting crazily in Long Haochen's arms. I dare not continue to look at the little white beast, and I dare not continue even the most basic flattery. I am as afraid of the little white beast as a tiger. Long Haochen's gentle caressing of Haoyu's body was a little stiff, and he didn't understand the little white beast's suddenly aggressive movements on the earth-fire lizard. It's so good, why is it so exciting? Who can stand up to someone who can just call him down with a big dick? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Long Haochen said softly while holding Haoyu in his arms as much as possible, so that Haoyu could escape from the clutches of the little white beast. Ooh, Haochen's little head came out a little bit from Long Haochen's arms, and gently licked his master, shivering non-stop. Gu. The little white beast kept chattering and looked at the aggrieved Haoyu with its hands on its hips again, making it unclear what it wanted to do. Long Haochen jumped over the little white beast and looked at his eldest brother for help. "Brother, this little white beast." Long Haoyu was silent for a moment and explained vaguely, "Maybe it's because of different attributes that the two little guys don't like each other." "That's right, most likely it's a matter of different attributes." This is what the one-armed old man said. After a pause, he continued to add, "Haoyu's little white beast is a light-attributed monster, and the fire lizard you summoned from another plane, Haochen, is a dark-attributed monster. Maybe it's because he lives in a similar plane like the abyss, so he has this aspect of his body, and there will be a natural conflict with the light-attributed monsters. Another example is the magic circle here. The magical beast you summon from other planes is theoretically impossible to get out. If it leaves this cave, its dark attributes can trigger the light formation on the top of the holy mountain, and was eventually strangled to death, which is the same reason. Question mark. The beast huddled in Long Haochen and Haoyu was stunned, looking at everyone with doubts about life, and then hid in Long Haochen's arms again, trembling more frequently. I was finally summoned from another plane to the holy demon continent. I thought I had escaped, but why did I have to be killed again? Long Haochen was stunned when he heard this. He hugged the earth-fire lizard with some distress and kept comforting his little friend's emotions. "Senior, as long as I take it out, will it really be strangled by the light formation here?" Long Haochen was a little unwilling. He felt the emotions of his friend under the contract. The earth salamander. His emotions were full of fear, loneliness, pain and unwillingness, which made him even more uncomfortable. Son, I know you are kind, but what your brother just said means life. The one-armed old man sighed. Give up on this little guy and let your teacher help you send this little guy on his way. At least, it can avoid the pain of being strangled inch by the light formation, and can walk peacefully. Yiwa became excited and couldn't help tightening the heavy sword in his hand, feeling the urge to slash at the earth fire lizard at any time. Long Haochen quickly shook his head. No, I can't give up on my partner. Senior, do you have any other ideas? Well, there's a way, but it requires a lot of your essence. This little guy is just a second-level fire lizard. It's not worth it to you. The one-armed old man sighed. Long Haochen looked firm. Senior, please give me some advice. The little guy is my partner and my relative. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. Hau Yu felt the firmness of her master in Long Haochen's arms, and her own fearful mood calmed down. She spit out her soft tongue and gently licked Long Haochen's cheek. The one-armed old man sighed again and told him how to change Hau Yu's dark physique. Long Haochen listened carefully, and finally nodded firmly, having made a decision. Then, he looked towards Long Hau Yu. Long Hau Yu understood what his little brother meant and said gently, if you want to do it, just do it. If the sky falls, I will still have my brother in front to help you hold it up. Thank you, brother. According to what the one-armed old man said, Long Haochen cut his wrist with a golden light after activating the equality contract. Triggered by the contract, a purple light pattern slowly emerged from Hau Yu's back, and finally covered its entire back, with a layer of dense purple light covering it like a layer of mist. The presence of purple mist formed an intimate connection with the purple light spot between Long Haochen's eyebrows. Long Haochen felt these changes, and while comforting Hau Yu, he let the blood in his body flow towards Hau Yu, and made up his mind to change Hau Yu's dark physique. Giggle, the little white beast was restless again. Looking at Hau Yu's pitiful appearance, she seemed to be laughing at him, and at the same time, he seemed to be treating her like a bunch of people. Looking at Hau Yu who was absorbing Long Haochen's blood, the little white beast laughed and ran to Hau Yu's side to look left and right. From time to time, the clucking sound coming from the mouth will be more obvious. Hau Yu screamed. Wu forced herself to stabilize herself so that her body would not twist in Long Haochen's arms, and worked very hard to cooperate with Long Haochen. He had no intention of reacting to the chirping of the little white beast, but the little white beast was even more energetic. This scene made Yiwa and the one-armed old man roll their eyes wildly. They really don't know what the little white beast is doing. This little guy was clearly laughing at the earth fire lizard, which was only a second-level dark attribute monster, and wanted to use his master's blood to transform his body. These monsters are truly talented. Long Hau Yu couldn't help but grin at this time. He always thought that he himself was a great talent, but he never expected that his Warcraft partner was even more talented than him. To describe it as the best is not enough. It is a fighter among the best. And such a scene confirmed all his previous guesses. This little guy is either Xianxia or a blood descendant of Xianxia. The appearance is very different from Hau Yu, and it doesn't fit in with the secret of twins that I know, but this kind of inability to deal with blood is still a real deal. With this little white beast around, Hau Yu's growth in this life will probably be devastated, right? Long Hau Yu thought like this, and he mourned for Hau Yu for 0.3 seconds in his heart. The little white beast seems to have the magical ability of telepathy. It can not only sense the emotional changes of Long Hau Yu, but also the emotional changes of other creatures without contracts. At this time, he felt the emotion of silent mourning for Hau Yu in Long Hau Yu's heart, and the dumbfounded emotions of Yiwa and the one-armed old man. Staring at Hau Yu, who was undergoing blood transfusion to change her physique, her little eyes started to roll. Chapter 82. Long Haochen's blood continued to flow toward the purple light pattern. Circles of light golden halo then spread from the purple runes, gradually covering Hau Yu's whole body. Every flow of golden halo made the little guy Hau Yu tremble as if he had been electrocuted, but he still did not move. As these layers of golden halo flowed, the rich dark aura wrapped in Hau Yu's body and a fierce aura gradually dissipated on it. Long Haochen's face became a little pale, but he still maintained the stability of his arms and stared at Hau Yu intently. Hau Yu also looked at Long Haochen at this time, with the warmth of family affection in their eyes. Long Hau Yu was speechless. watching Long Haochen use his own blood to wash away the dark temperament in Haoyu's body. Although he knew that he would be able to finish it in the end, seeing his little brother's face getting paler with his own eyes, he couldn't help but tighten his fists. This little thing, Haoyu, is really a troublesome fairy. He is not willing to let his little brother become like this. Time passed by, and everyone in the cave was very nervous at this time. The paleness on Long Haochen's face also became a little sickly, and his body began to tremble, crumbling, and he could no longer hold on. But the result was very gratifying. Haoyu did not continue to tremble, and the rotten wounds on her body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally purple runes on Haoyu's body also turned into purple gold at this moment, looking much more gorgeous, and the lines on the runes also became more complex. No, Yiwa stepped forward, but before he could do anything, the one-armed old man blocked him. Wait a minute. Roar. Suddenly, Haoyu let out an angry roar and looked warily at Yiwa, who made some moves. At this time, it became slightly different. Even when it looked at the little white beast very flatteringly before, it now became a little more hostile and did not allow anyone to get close to Long Haochen. Lying next to Long Haochen again, Haoyu's ruby-like eyes were filled with a touch of purple, just like the purple gold color of the white beast, full of coldness and nobility. After a while, this purple color became very rich. With a pop sound, the bright moon began to grow crazily under this rich purple airflow. Yiwa and the one-armed old man both frowned and looked at Haoyu's changes in disbelief. It's done. Long Haoyu felt relieved and let out a heavy breath. When he looked at Haoyu again, he saw that Haoyu, which was only 1 meter long, had grown to 2 meters. Then, a head the same size as the first head emerged from the bulge on Haoyu's back. When the little white beast saw this scene, Gululu rolled his eyes and became even more excited, as if a bit of satisfaction was surging in it. Before anyone could react, Haoyu lowered both of his heads. The second head lightly bit the tip of his tail, and the purple blood flew towards the contract rune between Long Haochen's eyebrows. Senior, has this monster evolved? Yiwa asked in disbelief. It was just a second-level monster, and now it has evolved directly to the mid-level 4 seasons. The one-armed old man was silent for a moment. It is indeed evolution. I didn't expect this fire lizard to have such strange characteristics. Look now, this fire lizard not only feeds Haochen with its own blood, but also actively triggers the contract. That blood-red light is obviously a blood contract that is more extreme than the master-servant contract. Yiwa also knew about the existence of the blood contract and sighed heavily. I didn't expect that this child Haochen would be a blessing in disguise. This fire lizard is really not simple. Soon, Haoyu's feedback to Long Haochen was completed. The blood contract was completely signed at this moment. Haoyu, who had 2 heads, looked at Long Haochen very affectionately with 2 red and 2 gold eyes. Lying in Long Haochen's arms very gently, he arched his body gently, enjoying the warmth. Thanks to Haoyu's blood, Long Haochen's complexion has improved a lot now, and he is no longer so sickly. Is this the blood contract signed by my brother and the little white beast? The closeness between me and the little guy has been greatly improved. It is much better than the equal contract at the beginning. As soon as he said this, Yiwa and the one-armed old man looked at the little white beast and Long Haoyu at the same time. This little white beast also used a blood contract. Are all the monsters these 2 brothers encountered here to repay their kindness? The legendary blood contract has many mysterious functions and does no harm to humans, but it is a fatal threat to Warcraft. Being a slave to the death of a master is equivalent to completely binding one's life to the master from the moment the blood contract is signed. They have heard of it, but have never seen any Warcraft willing to use the blood pact like this, but 2 of them came at once today. To say he wasn't shocked would be a lie. The little white beast was not surprised at all and looked at Yiwa and the one-armed old man with some air. It's just a blood contract, what's all the fuss about? Feeling despised by the little white beast, Yiwa and the one-armed old man decisively remained silent. Before Haoyu appeared, the little white beast pointed at them and sprayed them for so long. It's a small group, but the fire is really not that strong. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. The little white beast despised Wan Yuhua and the one-armed old man. Staring at Haoyu, who had completed the repayment and signed the blood contract with Long Haochen. Gululu's eyes rolled, she became completely excited, and she couldn't wait to run towards Long Haochen and Haoyu. There was a precedent for the little white beast to directly greet him with his big cock. Long Haochen looked at the little white beast with a headache. Little guy, we are all relatives now, you are not allowed to mess around. Long Haochen said worriedly. The little white beast nodded with a very steady look and ran towards Hau. The evolution was completed, and Long Haochen was no longer in danger. Hau was now timid again. Seeing the little white beast approaching, she instinctively wanted to avoid it. However, before it could do anything specific, the little white beast had already ran to it and climbed straight up along its 2-meter diameter. After following Long Hau for such a period of time and fighting with little coal ball so many times, the little white beast was already very good at climbing up and down. But in an instant, he had climbed onto Hau's back, and then ran straight to sit between Hau's 2 heads. The small paws gently patted Hau's 2 heads, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Long Haochen, Yi Hua and the one-armed old man. Looking at the little white beast's actions, he also looked at Hau's aggrieved expression as he let the little white beast ride on his head. The 3 of them twitched the corners of their mouths in unison, and then all 3 of them looked at Long Hau, the owner of the little white beast. They couldn't understand what the little white beast said, but Long Hau, who has telepathy, should be able to understand some of what the little white beast meant, right? When the 3 people looked at him, Long Hau was speechless again. In the past many years, the number of times he was speechless was not as many as the number of times he was speechless after meeting the little white beast. He didn't understand what the little white beast was thinking. It was obviously enjoying itself, even more so than he, the master, did. Long Hau glared at the little white beast fiercely. While he stepped forward to pull the little white beast off, Long Hau explained to the 3 of them, this little guy is a restless master. In this case, it regards Haochen's Warcraft companion as its mount. Chapter 83. The 3 of them were speechless, with very different expressions. Long Hau's words almost made them all faint on the spot. Whether it's Long Haochen, Yi Hua, or the one-armed old man. In their past knowledge about Warcraft, they had never seen the white beast's current behavior. It's fine if you like to troll people, but treating another monster like a mount is really too much. Senior, what do you see here? Yi Hua looked at the one-armed old man with some uncertainty. The one-armed old man coughed twice. I have never seen anything like this before. Maybe, it's the brotherly bond between the 2 children, Hau and Haochen, that indirectly affects Warcraft. Yi Hua's zombie face became stiffer. I also read a lot. Senior, please don't fool me. The one-armed old man realized that his deception was out of whack, and coughed again. Now that the Warcraft matter has come to an end, I will send you all out. In the selection competition of the demon hunting group, I hope you all have a good performance and shine for our alliance. The one-armed old man took out the golden token again, and under the golden halo, a group of 4 people and 2 beasts returned to their original place. The little white beast was enjoying sitting between Hau's 2 heads. The head with the red eyes of Hau was a bit more violent. But the little white beast was not used to it. He felt uncomfortable with the red eye, so he knocked it down twice. While greeting Hau, the little white beast was also chattering non-stop, as if telling Hau that your master has said that you will also be my brother from now on, please be honest with me. Long Haochen looked at this scene, and he now truly experienced what his brother had felt in the past month. It's really not a wonderful thing to have such a riding companion. It's simply too personal. The little white beast is my brother's relative, my brother is my relative, and the earth fire lizard is also my relative. Regardless of whether there are relatives on either side, he can only pretend not to see anything. It is really not an ordinary embarrassment. Yi Hua was speechless to the sky. After being sent out of the holy mountain of nights by the one-armed old man, he summoned the shaking eagle again. Taking the 2 brothers back towards Hau City, Yi Hua simply pretended that he didn't see anything when he saw the little white beast that was still bullying Hau. His eyes fell on Long Hau and Long Haochen, and he said seriously, Hau, Haochen, you all heard what the senior said just now. The demon hunting group selection competition is only half a year away. In the next 6 months, I hope you will all reach a higher level. When the time comes, we will make a big splash in the demon hunting group selection competition, do you understand? Yi Hua said this, with a very strong expectation in his eyes, and he poured all his efforts into the 2 brothers. Long Haochen nodded firmly. Teacher, please rest assured, my brother and I will definitely live up to your expectations, teacher. Long Hau also nodded in reply. Teacher, half a year is enough for Haochen and I to improve our strength a lot. Yi Hua hummed, with a pleased smile on his face, and patted the two brothers on the shoulders. Long Haoyu stopped talking and sat on the eagle overlooking the flying mountains and lands, thinking about the selection competition for the demon hunting group in half a year, and the entrance qualification examination that needed to be completed in the demon clan territory before then. The killing blood that had been immersed in the body for a long time showed signs of recovery at this moment, and his eyes became filled with excitement. Half a month later, Hau City, Hau Swamp. After following Yi Hua back here, Long Haoyu took the initiative to say that he needed to go to Hau Swamp to practice. Yi Hua was a guardian knight and could teach Long Haochen better, but he no longer had the ability to teach Long Haoyu well, so he agreed. The humid environment is not very comfortable, but Long Haoyu has stayed here for a long time before, and he feels a sense of familiarity with it. Long Haoyu sat quietly on a boulder, crossing his legs and meditating peacefully. Beside him, the little white beast was holding the six-way spiritual furnace and sucking on it heartlessly, showing a look of enjoyment from time to time. After sitting quietly for a long time, Long Haoyu adjusted his state and looked at the six-path spiritual furnace being sucked by the little white beast. With a wave of his hand, the six spiritual furnaces immediately broke free from the little white beast's arms and floated directly in front of him. The little white beast had an expression that looked like it was addicted but not yet comfortable. Lying on the boulder, it suddenly became salty, as if its life had lost its color. Long Haoyu ignored the little white beast's appearance and stared at the six-path spiritual furnace. Different from the 74 known types of spiritual furnaces, many secrets about the six-path spiritual furnaces needed to be discovered by himself. The battle with Senior Xiao Huo, the moment of youth, made me complete the path of the human world, and now it's time to start the second path of practice. The way of heaven, the way of the world, and the way of Asura are all three good paths. To be on the safe side, I should choose from the way of heaven and the way of Asura. As for the three evil realms, you need to improve your strength at least a little before you can try it. Otherwise, you are very likely to sink into it. The three evil realms may not be as easy to escape from as the human realm. But the heavenly way is supposed to be the strongest of the six paths. It shouldn't be easy for me to try the heavenly way now. Then the only one left is the Asura way. Long Haoyu whispered softly, 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 paths of reincarnation, and he did not dare to do anything arbitrarily while exploring this path. After carefully analyzing everything about myself, I decided which of the 6 paths I should try for the second path of practice. When Long Haoyu decided on the second path to practice the Asura path, he felt that he himself had gained a lot of understanding. According to rumors, Asuras are neither gods, humans, nor ghosts. And his own bloodline, strictly speaking, is neither god, nor human, nor demon. Somehow, there seems to be such a connection. The 6-path spiritual furnace also responded after he confirmed the second one. Dark green light burst out from the 6-path spiritual furnace, covering his whole body in an instant. Bathed in the dark green scenery, Long Haoyu's temperament underwent earth-shaking changes. Different from the practice of controlling demons to perfect his body, at that time he was like a real demon who could kill people without blinking an eye. Now he is more like a ghost, with a fierce and aggressive temperament unique to Asura road accompanying him, like a fierce and aggressive evil ghost among ghosts. Even though he was just sitting there, he gave off an air of keeping strangers away and not messing with him. It feels like you will fall into an endless fight after being provoked. The little white beast looked with furry eyes at Long Haoyu, whose temperament had changed drastically at this time. His whole body was ejected from the boulder, his 4 small claws grabbed onto the boulder, and the hairs on his back stood up one by one. The small eyes were staring at Long Haoyu. Why did this master suddenly become so dangerous? Chapter 84. Long Haoyu didn't have much emotion. The moment the dark green light surged, he was fully prepared. Feeling the changes in himself, the change in his fierce and aggressive temperament made him very comfortable. All these things told him how correct it was to choose the Asura path for the second path. The bandage on Wu Feng fell off inch by inch. Long Haoyu gently stroked the sword with his palm, and the small coal ball poked its head out of Wu Feng. Master, are you going to start practicing again? Little coal ball asked. Long Haoyu hummed and said, help me guard it. In the next period of time, I need to gain some attainments on the Asura path. Then, he looked at the little white beast that was exploding its fur. The little white beast looked at Long Haoyu warily, and he couldn't tell what the smell was in his small eyes. Little guy, don't run around during this period, or I'll stew you, do you understand? Long Haoyu stared at the little white beast and threatened. The little white beast was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to return to the moment when he was dominated and ravaged in the holy mountain of nights. After frightening the little white beast, Long Haoyu entered the shadow space neatly. Looking at the shadow space where everything was as usual, he felt a lot of intimacy and familiarity in his heart. Instructor. Long Haoyu bowed and saluted when he saw the shadow instructor. The shadow instructor hummed, "Congratulations on completing your first training in the human world. Now are you ready to start training in the Asura road?" That's right, Asuras are fierce and aggressive. Now in the realm of humans, they cannot perfectly help me achieve attainments on the path of Asura. Long Haoyu replied, "I remember instructor you said that you can simulate everything. I hope instructor you can practice with me as an Asura in the next 6 months. Can." The shadow instructor answered very simply. Because of the previous agreement, the shadow instructor now maintains a perfect state. No matter which direction he looked from, the shadow instructor looked a little evil. While agreeing to Long Haoyu, he did not abandon his perfect body like that time in the human world. A hand gently pressed on his face, and the 6 spiritual furnaces simulated through the shadow space were suspended in front of him. The dark green light slowly enveloped him, and a ferocious and aggressive temperament began to erupt in perfect G. Even more so than the fierce and aggressive temperament in Long Haoyu. At this time, the shadow instructor is more like a real Asura. His indifferent eyes fell on Long Haoyu mercilessly, and the dark green light formed a ghost under his feet. Surrounded by such ghosts, the shadow instructor's hand on his face fell, and his indifferent eyes began to change and became crazy. "Asura Dao, you are fierce and aggressive. The battle after you start will be more cruel than before when you practice beyond your own body." Even though his eyes were very fierce and crazy, even though his voice had changed a lot, the shadow instructor still reminded him like this. Long Haoyu hummed, and the crazy temperament in him was rising steadily at this moment. Wu Feng was in his hand, buzzing softly, and all the possible amplifications were wrapped around him. Along with these improvements in temperament, there was also a hint of madness in his eyes. He raised the Wufeng in his hand and immediately attacked the shadow instructor. The shadow instructor then took action, but did not kill Long Haoyu instantly as he had in the past. Perhaps because of the characteristics of Asura's cultivation, every time he swung his sword he was crazy, but each sword did not harm Long Haoyu's roots. Amidst the sound of the clanging of swords and swords, he kept putting pressure on Long Haoyu, but Long Haoyu was retreating steadily. Long Haoyu felt the shadow instructor's intention, and the exquisite light in his eyes began to become more intense. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and Long Haoyu fell exhausted in front of the shadow instructor. With only this kind of strength, why should you practice the Asura way? Ah! Stand up. As long as you have breath, continue to stand up and fight. The shadow instructor has completely entered the simulation of the Asura path. The crazy tone, crazy temperament, and crazy look all truly illustrate the ferocious and aggressive nature. Long Haoyu felt all this, and his already exhausted body seemed to be stimulated by a flashback at this moment. The battle is not over yet. Long Haoyu shouted low, stood up, and continued to wave the Wufeng in his hand towards the shadow instructor. Under the influence of the shadow instructor, he became crazy, like a real fighting maniac. At first, the shadow instructor suppressed him and beat him, but now he started to make the shadow instructor retreat steadily. Words like tiredness and exhaustion seemed to have completely gone away from him and could no longer have any impact on him. Half-year later, it's still the same boulder. It only took half a year for this boulder to be covered with moss. Long Haoyu woke up again. For half a year, he has been immersed in the practice of Asura. In the shadow space, he fought with the shadow instructor every time until he couldn't fight at all. As long as there is still a breath left, the fight will not stop. This is the way of Asura that he has learned in the past 6 months. Although the practice of this path is far more than that, when the time comes for the entrance examination for the demon hunting group selection competition, the practice has to be stopped early. The crazy and violent temperament on his body began to become calmer, and it took a long time for Long Haoyu to adapt to his original gentle appearance again. Comparing the changes in his own strength in the past 6 months, Long Haoyu was satisfied and carried Wu Feng behind him again and walked towards the outside of Haoyu Swamp. The little white beast climbed back onto his shoulders and sat down. Long Haoyu had finished practicing, and it could start its happy furnace-sucking career again. There is a spiritual furnace to suck in, and it seems to have forgotten the crazy energy that has been escaping from Long Haoyu from time to time in the past 6 months. Next, it's time to go to the demon territory and qualify for the demon hunting group selection competition. With 5th level strength, Wu Feng, you are still at the level of magic equipment. It's time to pass this admission qualification test to help you accumulate more killing instincts. Wu Feng trembled slightly behind Long Haoyu, and the little briquettes flew out. His face was filled with anticipation. After more than 2 years of suppression, he wanted to be released so much now. Long Haoyu felt Wu Feng's emotions and looked in the direction of Hau City, and then in the direction of the Temple Alliance. Speaking of which, it has been more than 2 years since we separated. I wonder if my old father, who has been thinking all day long, has continued to live up to my mother's wishes. If he fails, then he can be put on the list of those who must be killed. You're right, Wu Feng. Wu Feng was still trembling, and these tremblings were all its answers. It didn't care who it was attacking, as long as someone was attacking. Long Haoyu responded clearly, suppressing these sudden emotions, and returned to the Haoyu branch hall without any hesitation. At the same time, Haoyu was in the branch hall. Nolan Shu was sorting out some documents. 2 figures appeared in his office before he could react. Before he could recover, a token was already shooting towards him. Nolan Shu took the token and looked at it with a look of ecstasy on his face. He immediately bowed to the male figure among the 2 figures. Nolan Shu, the master of the Knights Temple and the Haoyu Branch Hall, pays homage to Lord Xingyu. Chapter 85. Long Xingyu looked serious. In response to Nolan Shu's greeting, he walked straight towards Nolan Shu's seat and sat down. Bai Yao followed Long Xingyu with a soft smile on his face, but his eyes wanted to look outside the office from time to time. Nolan Shu paid more attention to Long Xingyu, but he dreamed of meeting Long Xingyu, the legendary knight of the divine seal of judgment and judgment. Master Xingyu, are you here for these 2 children, Haoyu and Haochen? Nolan Shu asked. How about I send someone immediately to notify Haoyu and Haochen to come see you? Need not, Long Xingyu said calmly. Have all the arrangements for the entrance examination of the demon hunting group selection competition been arranged? Nolan Shu didn't realize how serious he was, so he replied calmly, reporting to Lord Xingyu, everything has been arranged, and the supervisory envoy sent by the Alliance has arrived in Hau City the day before yesterday. Go and call the inspector and tell him that I have something to tell him. Long Xingyu has a very strong aura, and he has the same energy as the master of the Knights Temple. Nolan Shu didn't ask any more questions about these matters, and hurriedly prepared to leave to inform the inspector responsible for the entrance examination of the demon hunting group. Before he could walk out of the office, Long Xingyu's faint voice sounded again, you don't need to tell Haoyu and Haochen that we are here. I will not give them any care during this entrance examination. I am just here to take a look. Do you understand? Nolan Shu responded, thinking that it was strange that his parents were not willing to meet his children even though their parents were here, but he still carried out Long Xingyu's arrangement very firmly. Watching Nolan Shu leave, Long Xingyu felt his wife's emotions, and his voice was no longer so rigid. Yao, do you want to see the children? Bai Yao hummed, with a worried look on his face. Haoyu and Haochen haven't seen us for more than 2 years. They must miss us very much. I really want to see them. Qi, you promised me that we cannot show up and let the 2 children know that we have been following them. Long Xingyu said with a complex expression, weren't we always like this in the past 2 years? We can't let them become dependent on us. Bai Yao understood Long Xingyu's concerns, but as a mother who cared about her children's emotions, she couldn't completely control them. This time is different. Haoyu and Haochen used to practice in Hau City, but this time they have to go to the area controlled by the demons for assessment. You have always been on the front line against the demons. You know how ferocious the demons are. If these 2 children, Haoyu and Haochen, are in the assessment. Bai Yao didn't dare to say the rest. She was afraid to say the words she was most afraid of seeing and hearing. Long Xingyu stood up and gently held Bai Yao's shoulders. Don't worry, I know your worries. Aren't we going to follow you during the assessment process? When it comes time to take action, I will take action. But you also have to believe that these two children are just an entrance test for the demon hunting group selection competition, and they will not let the situation escalate to the point where I have to take action. Let's just watch in the dark with peace of mind. Bai Yao said no more. He understood that his husband was determined not to meet and would never take action. All his worries could only be hidden in his heart. Her soft gaze seemed to see through all the buildings in Hau City, and then fell on the two children she loved deeply. Sunset to the west, the afterglow of dusk fell on the streets and alleys of Hau City. The golden sunlight puts a different color on the faces of people walking in Hau City. After returning from Hau Swamp, Long Haochu's clothes were in tatters, and Wu Feng's back was wrapped in bandages. The whole look is completely unique and incompatible with other people walking in Hau City. Returning to the Hau branch hall, before entering, Yi Hua, Long Haochen, and Li Xin were waiting at the gate. Seeing Long Haochu coming back, the three of them immediately stepped forward. "You kid, I thought you had forgotten about taking the entrance examination because of your cultivation." Yi Hua stepped forward and said, "The inspector and others have all arrived and are already waiting at the east gate." "Brother," Long Haochen shouted after him. Li Xin didn't say anything. She stepped forward and gave him a warm hug, regardless of how ragged Long Haochu looked. "You've only come back twice in half a year. Brother Haochu, you are really cruel." Long Haochu had a faint smile on his face as he listened to the worries and enthusiasm of Yi Hua and Li Xin, as well as the greetings from his little brother. Although the matter of cultivation is very important, no matter how important it is not as important as killing the demons. "Teacher, please wait a few more minutes while I go and clean up. Don't let me lose the face of our Hau branch hall like this." As Long Haochu spoke, he pointed at his ragged clothes. Yi Hua hummed, told him to hurry up, handed the little white beast into Li Xin's hands, and then headed back to the dormitory. Li Xin couldn't put it down while holding the little white beast in her hands. She really liked the furry ball. The only fly in the ointment was that the little white beast was trying to break free from her hands. You didn't have to guess what he wanted to do. Haochu huddled behind Long Haochen, holding a 5-flavored dried fish in her mouth. When she saw the little white beast's movements, she shivered suddenly, and she almost couldn't hold the dried fish firmly in her mouth. The nightmare of being dominated by the little white beast has been its lingering fear for the past 6 months. Long Haochu simply washed and tidied himself up, and returned to the entrance of Hau branch hall in no more than 10 minutes. Seeing the energetic Long Haochu, Yi Hua arranged for someone to bring him a set of light armor. "Haochu, put on this light armor. When you arrive in the territory of the demon clan, remember to be careful. Although the assessment is very important, no matter how important it is not as important as saving your own life. Do you understand?" Yi Hua warned worriedly, urging Long Haochu to put on the light armor. Long Haochu did not refuse and put on the light armor with the quality of magic equipment. He, who was already over 1.7 meters tall, became more handsome. Together with Long Haochen, at this moment he became the most shining star at the entrance of Hau branch hall, and his temperament was even better than Long Haochen's. After getting everything ready, Yi Hua led Long Haochu and the others towards the east gate of Hau City. At the east gate, brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen from the Bright Moon branch of the Warrior Temple, and Lin Jialu from the Bright Moon branch of the Magic Temple are already waiting here. Beside the three people, a carriage was also parked here. Next to the carriage stood an old man of about 67 years old, dressed in light blue magic robes. He was the inspector of this entrance examination. The old man was holding a long-handled staff with a somewhat arrogant look in his eyes when he saw Yi Hua and Long Haochu coming here. The arrogant eyes suddenly softened, and there was something intriguing mixed with the softness, which made people unpredictable and seemed very weird. Finally, his eyes stopped on Long Haochu and Long Haochen. Long Haochu's eyes also met the inspector at this moment. He was good at observing words and expressions, and he keenly sensed many strange smells in the eyes of the old inspector. In just that moment, many thoughts came together in his mind. Chapter 86. Everyone is here, let's go. The old man's eyes returned and he waved his staff gently. A ball of blue light enveloped his body, and he slowly rose from the ground, maintaining a position 1 meter above the ground. Piao Fei was far away, and the old man's indifferent voice floated from the front. "You can pretend that I don't exist, and I won't give you any help. Remember, the moment I help you, it means that you lose the qualification to enter the selection competition." Then, the green light on the old man's body began to become stronger, and the next second he disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. This is the map, and these are our number plates for the demon hunting group trials. I give them to you now. Lin Jialu took out a sheepskin map from her arms, and then several beautifully crafted round tokens inlaid with purple gems. Long Haoyu came back to his senses, looked at it and put the round token into the ring, and his eyes met Li Xin and Long Haochen. According to our assessment requirements, we need to kill 30 demons in total, so that we have completed the assessment. But we act as a team. A team must have its own captain to be immortal. I recommend Brother Haoyu to be the captain of our team. Lin Jialu continued speaking and handed the sheepskin map towards Long Haoyu. When Li Xin heard this, she immediately started teasing, "You have some idea. You know that Brother Haoyu is the strongest, but you thought you wanted to steal Brother Haoyu's position as captain." Lin Jialu and Li Xin are happy enemies. As long as they meet together, there will be absolutely no peace. When Li Xin retorted like this, Lin Jialu immediately got angry. "Li, you want to fight again? Don't you think that your strength has improved a lot in the past 2 years? I can still freeze you into a lump of ice. Think I'm afraid of you?" Li Xin was unconvinced and wanted to have a fight with Lin Jialu. Long Haoyu took the sheepskin map handed over by Lin Jialu and carefully looked at the markings of the demon territory on the map. "Sister Exener, Sister Jialu, please stop arguing for now. The most taboo thing about teamwork is disharmony within the team. The mission requirements of 30 demons are not troublesome. Then I will serve as the team leader this time. It's 400 miles from here to the demon territory. We can't waste time. We need to set off immediately." Long Haoyu stopped the fight between the two women and began to announce his plans for entering the demon territory. It was dusk now, and it would take several hours to ride to the demon territory. It happened to be the darkest hour of the night, which was very convenient for them to complete the assessment task. Of course, Li Xin and Lin Jialu couldn't really fight here, and they both agreed with Long Haoyu's arrangement. After everyone got on their horses, Lin Jialu walked towards Long Haoyu. "Brother Haoyu, I'm wearing a robe and can't ride a horse. Why don't you take me with you and I'll sit behind you? You can pull me down. You still want to take advantage of my brother." Li Xin at least got to Lin Jialu's side, and without waiting for Lin Jialu to resist, she quickly pulled Lin Jialu onto her horse. "Sit behind me honestly, or I'll kill you." Lin Jialu was furious, rolled her eyes at Li Xin angrily, and could only ride with Li Xin honestly. Long Haoyu chose not to see it, and Long Haochen also chose not to see it, especially the two brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen. They were accustomed to Li Xin and Lin Jialu being happy enemies. After everything was settled, Long Haoyu took up his responsibilities as a captain and called on everyone to rush towards the demon territory indicated on the sheepskin map. Behind a team of 6 people, the old man was hidden under the magic power. He was not surprised to see that Long Haoyu had indeed become the captain of the team of 6 people. That adult is indeed right. This kid Long Haoyu will indeed become the core of this team. If the Lord can give such instructions, it seems that there will be no problems in this assessment. The old man whispered softly, and then controlled his magical power to support himself and chased Long Haoyu and his group of 6 people. A few hours later, night had shrouded the earth. With the number plate of the trial, Long Haoyu and his party had a simple dinner and then entered the demon territory without any hindrance. In order to avoid exposing them to the demon territory as much as possible, the horses they rode stayed in the Temple Alliance's garrison area, and Li Xin also let her rose unicorn return to its space. In the darkness, a group of 6 people advanced quietly in the demon territory. Lin Jialu has a serious case of princess disease, but when it comes to getting down to business, she is still very reliable. After chanting a few words softly, the eagle eye technique was activated to monitor the surrounding terrain. Although it is not as powerful as those powerful magicians who can use the eagle eye technique to monitor a range of nearly 100 miles around, it is still of great help to their current small team. "Brother Haoyu, there is a hilly area 5 miles ahead on the left. There is a bush there. We can advance from there," Lin Jialu said. Long Haoyu agreed, and with the help of Lin Jialu's eagle eye skills, he quickly reached the bushes over there, and then continued to push deeper. Every time he passed a place, Long Haoyu would circle it on the sheepskin map and make safety marks. He did not order a short rest until he had advanced 80 miles. After simply eating some food to replenish some energy, everyone sat together, with many doubts under their nervous expressions. It's strange. Why haven't we seen a demon at such a deep distance? How can we ambush like this? How can we wait and see? Lin Jialu was very puzzled. Li Xin looked at Long Haoyu. Brother Haoyu, you haven't said anything. What do you think of the situations we have discovered now? Long Haoyu nodded and looked at Long Haochen. Haochen, let your Haoyu come out. I will immediately analyze the previous events and arrange the next battle plan. When Long Haochen heard this, he immediately asked Haoyu to run out. He had given the little guy this name that had not changed since he came back from the Holy Mountain of Nights last time. Haoyu's sudden appearance immediately startled several people, but after Long Haochen's explanation, they all relaxed their nerves. Sister Jialu just said to set up an ambush to wait and see, but there are no demons appearing at such a long distance, so this is something that needs to be considered. But the powerful magician Eagle Eye in the demon camp is more effective than you, Sister Jialu. We need to assume that we have been exposed to the other party's monitoring. The reason why no demons showed up may be that the other party has already started to play tricks on us, trying to lure us deeper and then annihilate us all. So, the wait-and-see approach doesn't work for us. Long Haoyu dug into his memory and analyzed it in an orderly manner for everyone to make sure nothing was missed. When everyone heard this, their hearts immediately rose to their throats. What they thought was a very simple task made them all nervous when Long Haoyu said this. When they actually entered the battlefield, each of their faces showed a look of contemplation, and they all thought about what to do next. Long Haochen noticed that his brother was as indifferent as ever. Brother, what are your battle plans? As he spoke, Long Haochen tightened the heavy sword and shield in his hands, and was ready to charge into the battle as a guardian knight should. My arrangement is quite simple. Since it may not be possible to wait and wait, let's just make a big fuss and return to the garrison area as quickly as possible. It's better to wait and wait than to take the initiative. As Long Haoyu spoke, he communicated with Xiao Kecho again through spiritual communication. Little Bristle Ball, are you sure you didn't feel wrong? Is he following? Long Haoyu asked worriedly, recalling the inspector's soft and uneasy look at the beginning. Little Coal Ball said firmly, Master, don't worry, I can recognize his breath even if it turns to ashes. It must be him. He likes to follow you sneakily like this. That's good, then my arrangement is just right. Long Haoyu felt relieved. Although he was crazy and wanted to kill the demons here, he would not gamble with other people's lives. For example, causing a commotion among the demons after a big commotion in the demon territory, and ultimately causing sacrifices due to the passive defense of the Alliance soldiers stationed in the area, these are not what he wants to see. Now that everything is in order, with Long Xingyu following secretly, it will be natural for someone to put an end to the matter after it makes a big fuss. This charming old father would not just watch him and Long Haochen fall at this time, nor would he watch the demons launch an attack on the garrison area after the commotion. And they can completely escape after completing the assessment task, as long as it is not the supervisor who helps them save their lives and return to the garrison area. After such a complete set of procedures is followed, then even if they have exploited a loophole in the rules this time, it will not be considered a violation of the assessment regulations. After Long Haoyu finished speaking about this unplanned plan, Li Xin was instantly silenced. Not only her, but Lin Jialu and others were also silent on the spot, completely unable to keep up with Long Haoyu's unconventional arrangement. Among the few people, only Long Haochen was very calm and not surprised at all by his brother's arrangement. This kind of arrangement is more in line with his brother's style of doing things. If it changes, he won't look like his brother anymore. The old man who had been secretly observing the 6 Long Haoyu people almost failed to control his magic control and was exposed at this time. It is better to take the initiative than to wait and wait. What kind of battle plan is this? Is this kid so reckless? After confirming that he had heard correctly, the expression on the old man's face became a little uneasy. He suddenly felt that the burden on Alexander's shoulders had become much heavier. Somewhere along the way, he realized that this time the assessment seemed to be very complicated, and the situation would become very serious. Chapter 87. Brother, are you serious? Li Xin slowly came back to her senses and asked with some surprise. Lin Jialu, Chen Si, and Chen Chen all looked at Long Haoyu, all having the same doubts as Li Xin. Brother Haoyu, we are in the territory of the demon clan now, and there are only 6 of us. Taking the initiative. Lin Jialu thought for a while and said, if we go deep into the hinterland of the demons, we can get more demons to help us complete the mission target. But at that time, we were risking all our lives. It's not that we were afraid of dying here, but wasn't it too reckless? It was rare that Li Xin did not get into trouble with Lin Jialu on this matter, and she also very much agreed with Lin Jialu's analysis. As soon as Lin Jialu finished speaking, she immediately added, "Brother, we need to consider the matter of taking the initiative in the long term, and we may not be discovered now. We can slowly figure it out in 3 days." Puff. The bandage on Wu Feng was instantly released. White bandages were scattered in front of everyone's eyes. Long Haoyu grabbed the bandage, appeared behind Lin Jialu like a ghost, and thrust his sword towards the ground. There was a dull sound, blood splashed out from under the soil, and a dead Ruck appeared in front of everyone. The reason why I made such combat arrangements is because we have been discovered long ago. Long Haoyu said in a deep voice, "Now we are already in the trap of the demons." Lin Jialu was startled, and her face instantly turned pale. Seeing the dead Rooks next to her, she could imagine what would happen to her, a fragile magician, if the Rooks suddenly launched an attack. Everyone woke up, and the two brothers Chen Chen and Chen Si pulled out their weapons one after another, and Li Xin also pulled out his 2 heavy swords. Long Haochen dodged and immediately rushed in front of several people. He tightened the heavy sword and shield in his hands and looked around with great vigilance. Puff puff. At this time, sharp thorns emerged from the ground. Each ground thorn is almost 1.5 meters long, and they are all purple-black in color, with a faint black air flow floating on them. At the same time, figures from the Rook tribe with 4 spike-like arms appeared in front of everyone. "Brother, it's the Rook tribe. I'll help you attract firepower." Long Haochen gave a soft drink and prepared to rush out. He remembered very well his role as a guardian knight in the team. Attract firepower, create the best attacking space for teammates, and at the same time heal teammates during intervals. Long Haoyu is the strongest disciplinary knight present. The charge will definitely fall on Long Haoyu. Long Haochen's idea is very simple. From beginning to end, he wanted to implement that concept. He wanted to be his brother's forward and create the best attacking space for his brother. "Stop!" Long Haoyu's voice deepened. With a slight shout, Long Haochen was immediately scolded as he was about to make a move. "Haochen, you are the guardian knight. Protecting your teammates is the most important thing you should do. Besides me, you are the strongest in our team. You must understand the responsibilities on your shoulders. You, in cooperation with Shang Haoyu, must provide comprehensive protection and treatment to Sister Shinner and the others." Long Haochen woke up and continued to stand in front of Li Xin and others, looking at the dozens of Ruck tribesmen that were surrounding them. "Sister Exener, let's take action." Long Haochen shouted, and all the low-level Guardian Knight skills such as Aura Shield, Halo of Faith, and Guardian Gift came out, and there were even 2 other group skills to assist a few people. Not only that, the Revenge of Light and the Light Sword were also summoned, and while guarding, they also launched attacks at the opportunity. Li Xin, Chen Si, and Chen Chen were not idle. They maintained their proper formation and began to take action one after another. At this time, Lin Jialu saw the Rook people surrounding them and began to chant magic spells in a low voice. Ice spears with a blue sheen rose into the sky, and then fell towards the attacking Rook tribe. The look of madness on Long Haoyu's face disappeared briefly. Watching Long Haochen and others start to attack the Rook tribe, the wufeng in his hand trembled continuously. The small coal ball turned into a wristband and wrapped between Long Haoyu's wrist and the hilt of the sword. He whispered softly, "Master, these Rook people are almost killed, why don't we take action? These Rooks are at most the 2nd level in strength. It would be more practical to attack them than to kill the monsters in the Bright Moon Swamp." Long Haoyu replied in a deep voice, "If you want to take action, you must pick a big one to do it." The words fall. Long Haoyu, who said he couldn't take action, suddenly flew out. A figure suddenly appeared next to Long Haochen, and Long Haochen's body was immediately surrounded by a layer of golden light and a spiritual shield. Long Haoyu put one hand on the Dike who flew out of the ground and slammed him to the ground. "Brother," Long Haochen called softly. Long Haoyu ruthlessly broke the necks of the Rook tribe and said with a grin, "Go and deal with these Rook tribe with peace of mind. I will keep an eye on the others. Don't forget what my brother once said, if a disciplinary knight puts his teammates in crisis, he might as well go home and raise pigs. Your brother and I don't want to just go back to raising pigs." Long Haochen smiled shyly and quickly returned to the battle against the Ruck tribe. Among the 5 Long Haochen's strength has risen to the level of a 10th level knight in the past 6 months. Li Xin's strength has also reached the 4th level and the 9th level, including Lin Jialu and the 2 brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen, who are also at the 4th level. Against the Ruck tribe, which could only compete with the 2nd level strength, it was a completely one-sided crushing. Coupled with Haoyu's magic assists from time to time, in just a few moments, all 20 or so Ruck people lay dead here, and the smell of blood filled the land. After all, this was the first time they fought against the demons. Li Xin and the others didn't look very good. Only Long Haochen, who was fighting against the demons for the 2nd time, had to act much calmer. The demon clan's territory is really not simple. We didn't even encounter the demon clan at the beginning, but now we met 20 Rook people. If you do the math, we have killed 21 demons, and we are only 4 short of completing the assessment target this time. Li Xin let out a heavy breath and looked at the Ruck tribe lying dead here, still immersed in the fight just now. Don't relax. Now that we are exposed, the demons will definitely continue to send strong men to surround and kill us. Long Haoyu gave a timely reminder, which made everyone's hearts hang up again before they had time to fall to the ground. Long Haochen stood next to Long Haoyu, and he suddenly whispered, "Brother, since everyone has been discovered, why don't we retreat slowly towards the garrison area first? If we are all discovered, wouldn't it be very difficult for us to continue to take the initiative? All right. I think, according to what Dad said before, we should better protect our lives in order to face more battles in the future." As he spoke, Long Haochen looked at Li Xin and the others. He wanted to continue fighting with Long Haoyu. But considering the subsequent dangers, he still didn't dare to be reckless. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "Haochen, from the moment we were discovered, we couldn't evacuate. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Jialu." Long Haochen looked at Lin Jialu suspiciously. Everyone also looked at Lin Jialu, and they all saw Lin Jialu's suddenly serious expression at this time. "Brother Haoyu is right, we really can't leave. There is another reinforcement that is chasing after them. They are the green double-sword demons of the Zelen tribe." When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately became serious again. The green double-sword demon of the Zelen clan was a 5th-level powerhouse, and he was also a demon clan that was famous for its attack, defense, and speed. At this moment, they all understood the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. With such a green double-sword demon chasing them, they had no guarantee that they would not be overtaken during the process of withdrawing to the garrison area. "Brother, do we want to take action against the green double-sword demon that is chasing us?" Long Haochen asked. Long Haoyu hummed. With insufficient ability and encountering a strong enemy, retreating is the best choice. But if you have the ability, retreating is not the wisest choice, and you should retreat when there is no way to retreat. So we can kill this green double-sword demon. Long Haoyu's tone was very calm. At first glance, he still looked the same as before. But when they really felt it, Li Xin and others discovered the change in Long Haoyu's temperament at this time. Long Haoyu, who had only made 2 attacks against the Ruck tribe's attack just now, seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes in his temperament. Excitement began to rage in Long Haoyu, and the excitement seemed to be mixed with a trace of terror. For a moment, they couldn't even tell which one was the real Long Haoyu, the former Long Haoyu and the now excited Long Haoyu. Long Haochen saw his eldest brother changing like this, and he reacted belatedly. Brother is indeed excited. He didn't take action just now. He probably knew that there was a green double-sword demon chasing him. Brother, he is eyeing the green double-sword demon who is chasing him. He has been suppressing it and not taking action. He is just waiting for this moment. Whispering these words softly, Long Haochen was a little worried, but he soon felt relieved. Based on everything Long Haoyu had shown in the past, he was full of confidence in Long Haoyu. He believed that his brother would never do anything he was unsure of. At the same time, he should be worried about himself and others, but at this moment, he inexplicably began to worry about the green double-sword demon he was about to encounter. They are all 5th level strength, and his brother has now broken through to the 5th level and 4th level realm. Long Haochen couldn't imagine what happened next, but he was certain of one thing. The green double-sword demon fell into the hands of his brother, who was not very disparate in strength, and then became completely excited. The end should be quite miserable. Chapter 88. The green double-sword demon is very fast. Not long after, The green double-sword demon with a height of 2 meters and a length of 3 meters had caught up. Everything was just as analyzed by Long Haochen. They had no way to complete their retreat when the green double-sword demon was chasing them. The green double-sword demon's thick and powerful limbs kicked on the ground, making him extremely fast. The 2 forelimbs growing from his shoulders had 3 sharp blade-like spikes. Approaching to a distance of 100 meters in front of Long Haochen and the 6 others, the green double-sword demon spoke words like a bell. "Humble human beings, how dare!" Chang. Before the green double-sword demon finished speaking, Long Haochen, who couldn't wait any longer, took the initiative to attack. Seeing so many rooks, he never made a move, and the green double-sword demons all came to his door, and he had no time to chat with them. Furthermore, the villain dies because he talks too much. Although he is not a so-called villain, this rule of cause and effect is no joke. If you are not careful, there is a high probability that the car will overturn. Long Haochen never does such things that can cause the car to overturn. The green double-sword demon was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that some of the people who were already meat on the chopping board in his eyes would dare to attack him. The thick limbs glared fiercely at the ground. The green double-sword demon was not very wide behind, and its carapace-like armor wings were slightly opened, and it jumped into the sky. The sharp blades on the 2 forelimbs greeted Long Haochen, who was running up. Boom! Wu Feng collided with the sharp blades of the green double-sword demon. The green double-sword demon that fell from the sky had a lot of inertia. Long Haochen held Wu Feng tightly with both hands and bent his body slightly, showing a very stable posture to block the green double-sword demon's attack. Through Wu Feng, he felt the power from the green double-sword demon. Among the 5th-level strong men, the green double-sword demon was indeed very strong. In a competition of pure spiritual power, the green double-sword demon at this time can be said to be better than him. "Wufeng, give me the full increase," Long Haochen shouted softly in his heart, and Wu Feng, who was arguing, began to increase his strength in all directions. The 30% increase was enough for him, who already had 2,700 points of spiritual power, to suddenly increase his attack intensity to 3,500 points. The attack strength of the green double-sword demon is probably within this range, and the gap has been completely eliminated. The green double-sword demon looked horrified. He never expected that Long Haochen could block his attack. The sharp blade of the forelimb restrained Long Haochen, and the thick limbs grabbed Long Haoyu's heart. "Brother Haochen, let's help you," Li Xin shouted, pretending to summon the rose unicorn. Long Haochen was also fully prepared and wanted to support Long Haochen. "Do not come." Long Haochen separated his mind and shouted. A burst of dark green light immediately erupted from his chest, and a ghostly creature formed under his feet very quickly. Being among the ghosts, Long Haoyu's temperament, which was already filled with a lot of crazy colors, has improved even more. Wu Feng's increase in the Shira Dao Guishi of the 6 Paths spiritual furnace made his strength continue to increase upwards at this time. The green double-sword demon's limbs were blocked by an invisible force. He was unable to say heartfelt words to Long Haochen and paused in midair in embarrassment. The next second, with the help of this force, his body was ejected backwards, and the moment he landed on the ground, he rushed towards Long Haochen again. This was the moment Long Haochen was waiting for. The trembling Wu Feng faced the green double-sword demon from bottom to top. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled voices sounded between the fighting Long Haochen and the green double-sword demon. The endless array of knight skills seemed to come alive in Long Haoyu's hands. As a disciplinary knight, Li Xin's beautiful eyes widened as she looked in disbelief at the skills Long Haochen used that she couldn't even name. Every skill is very familiar, but not the most familiar. And the combination of these skills in Long Haoyu's hands is very smooth, many times smoother than her 2 swords. The green double-sword demon, who should have been equally matched, became the plaything in Long Haoyu's hands at this moment. Every time Wu Feng slashed at the hard carapace of the green double-sword demon, it brought out a large cluster of blood flowers every time. He obviously wanted to fight back against Long Haochen, but he had no chance. Every time before he made a move, he was interrupted and greeted by Long Haochen. "This green double-sword demon is really a bit miserable. Haochen, we already know that you are perverted enough, but we didn't expect your brother to be even more perverted. How does an Earth Knight who is less than 15 years old practice this way?" Chen Chen and the others were dumbfounded, looking at the green double-sword demon who was unilaterally tortured, and suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Their nerves were all tense here, but Long Haoyu was already crushing them unilaterally, and he could take the green double sword demon's life anytime and anywhere. Puff! At this time, a bloody light burst out from Wufeng. Long Haoyu stopped in front of the green double sword demon, raised Wufeng above his head and changed his attack, slashing down from top to bottom. The green double sword demon stood in front of him, but remained motionless. A bloodline slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The double sword demon with very strong defense was chopped up on the spot. On the body that was split in half, there was almost no intact place. The armor wings on the carapace were torn off by Long Haoyu in the fight just now. The two sharp-edged forelimbs were chopped off inch by inch. The thick and powerful limbs are also much shorter. Previously, he was 2 meters tall, which was a head taller than Long Haoyu. At this time, only half of Long Haoyu's height was left, which could no longer be described as miserable. Soft light fell on Long Haoyu, and Long Haochen began to treat Long Haoyu as soon as he got close to him. Although it was Long Haoyu's unilateral killing of the green double sword demon, he still did not forget his duty as a guardian knight. Furthermore, when they fought against the scorpion-tailed lizard together in the owl ant lair, he had decided in his heart that he must help his brother at the critical moment. Now is finally the time. I can help my brother recover as much as possible. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's wrist gently. Don't treat me, the demons have other reinforcements coming. Conserve your physical strength and use your spiritual power sparingly, otherwise you will not be able to go back completely. Long Haoyu said while looking further in the direction. Even from a distance, you can already notice the dust rising over there. Perhaps because they discovered that there was a 5th level knight like him in the team, the demons increased their reinforcements. The Ruck tribe was in the majority, and the Zelen tribe was smaller in number, but there were many talented green double sword demons among them who were killed by him. More demons are coming, brother, should we take the initiative to attack? Long Haochen asked. Long Haoyu pondered for a moment. There is a disparity in strength, so continuing to charge is not a wise choice. Haochen, protect Sister Shinner and the others and evacuate safely, I will come from behind. Seeing that his brother had changed his combat arrangements, Long Haochen gave up the idea of taking the initiative and immediately began to take action, sprinting towards Li Xin and others without hesitation. Li Xin summoned the Rose Unicorn, dragged Lin Jialu, who was the weakest, up again, and quickly headed back towards the garrison area. Long Haochen assisted the two brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen. Although the 3 of them were running, their speed was not too slow. Above the dome, Long Xingyu kept his body in the air. Bai Yao cuddled up next to him, and the 2 of them had a clear view of the battle below. Haoyu, this kid, was saying at the beginning that it would be better to take the initiative than to wait and wait. Now facing the large reinforcements of the demon clan, we have to surrender to reality after all. This kid's temperament really needs to be sharpened like this. Long Xingyu said calmly. When he first heard that Long Haoyu was planning to take the initiative, he was actually startled. The strongest person is only at the 5th level of strength. If he acts like this in the demon territory, the end will definitely be disastrous. On this point, his rich experience had told him the result, but now he saw that Long Haoyu had changed his decision and heard that Long Haoyu said that he wanted to cut off the throne. Only then did he realize that he had asked Long Haoyu to fire a shot, which was in line with Long Haoyu's past temperament. Are you really not going to take action? Bai Yao asked worriedly. Long Xingyu said, don't worry, Yao. With the current distance, they can evacuate safely. There is no need to take action. The adaptability of the battlefield requires repeated battles, and the current experience is very valuable to them. Having made up his mind not to take action, Long Xingyu stood very stable on the sky while comforting Bai Yao in a gentle voice not to worry. Bai Ye remained silent. Even though she saw that Long Haochen had begun to evacuate, as a mother, she still cared about her child. Long Xingyu comforted Bai Yao, turned his eyes to Long Haoyu again, and secretly warned the supervisor not to come out and interrupt the assessment. Strictly speaking, the assessment has ended. Long Haoyu and the others have completed the assessment standards. It is time for the supervisor to come out and announce the success of the assessment. But he suppressed all this. He wanted to see what Long Haoyu could learn from this assessment. For now, seeing Long Haoyu changing the combat arrangements, he felt that it had reached a standard that satisfied him. But the moment the inspector came forward, his eyes on Long Haoyu suddenly shrank. In the field of vision, Long Haoyu did not retreat, but was still in the mysterious dark green light. The eyes that had calmed down when talking to Long Haochen and the others became crazy again at this time, with a strong fighting spirit raging in his body. Long Xingyu was startled, and some unbelievable thoughts arose in his mind simultaneously. Haoyu, this kid, is he red-eyed? The queen he is talking about just wants to deal with all the demon reinforcements that are chasing after her. Chapter 89. Long Xingyu whispered as he looked at the situation on the battlefield below with an extremely solemn look. The ideas are very crazy, but combined with what Long Haoyu has done before, Long Xingyu feels that his ideas are extremely true. Things that others would not do, or things that others think are undesirable, would not seem to be too inconsistent if they happened to Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu, who was among the dark green ghosts, looked excitedly at the demon reinforcements coming for help, and involuntarily tightened his hands. Master, cut them down. There are many strong men who can be chopped down. There was a bit of vibrato in the little coal ball's voice, which vividly explained the meaning of madness. If the sword spirit hadn't been limited to being just a heavy sword, it might have rushed forward and slashed hard on its own. Don't worry, take your time and chop. Long Haoyu responded and turned to look at the little white beast on his shoulder. Locomotive, hold on tight. If it falls, you may not be able to catch up with me. The little white beast rolled his eyes. Long Haoyu had given it a locomotive name because it could only say, Chuang, Chuang, Chuang. Every time it hears this name, it wishes it had to live in this world. It is so embarrassing. But when Long Haoyu said this, it still made some moves. Instead of standing on its shoulders, it slowly climbed onto Long Haoyu's head, and its 4 small claws firmly grasped Long Haoyu's hair. The soft white light emanates from it, forming a very sharp contrast with the dark green ghost, and finally slowly melts together. Long Haoyu was slightly surprised. Feeling what the white beast was doing, he found that his physical strength had been restored to a great extent, and the effect was even better than the treatment Long Haochen gave him just now. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered the role of the little white beast. The little white beast, which had been sleeping when it was full and eating when it was full for half a year, actually started to turn over. In terms of treatment, or in terms of assistance, this little white guy seems to be a king-level existence. You little guy gave me a surprise. Is this a power bank? Long Haoyu smiled, enjoying the recovery of his physical strength, including the recovery of his inner spiritual power. He could no longer contain the boiling blood in his body. With a squeak sound, Long Haoyu turned into an afterimage and rushed out towards the demon reinforcements that were actively pursuing him. The dark green ghost with a little bit of white light revealed something strange in this land of demons. Brother, what is that? Long Haochen, who was at the back of the penultimate palace, noticed that his eldest brother was rushing towards the demon reinforcements and couldn't help being startled. No, the captain is red-eyed. Let's go back. We can't let Brother Haoyu fight alone. Chen Si finished speaking first, and Li Xin immediately followed suit. The rose unicorn roared, turned around and rushed back in the direction of Long Haoyu for help. Long Haochen didn't waste any time, his spiritual power exploded even faster, and he rushed back to Long Haoyu for help at the same speed. What are you doing back here? Long Haoyu shouted loudly. I asked you to retreat, and you didn't hear it. Captain, we are on the same team now, how could we run away without our companions? Chen Si replied loudly. Chen Chen followed and said, Captain, although we don't understand your purpose of doing this, but if we run away without caring about you, then what will happen even if we pass this test? We will have uneasy consciences for the rest of our lives. Brother Haoyu, let's help you. The voices of Li Xin and Lin Jialu were also mixed together. The voices of several people were very noisy. But no matter how noisy the sound was, the attitudes of several people were very firm at this time. If you want to live together, live together. If you want to die, die together. Abandoning teammates is definitely not something they can do. Long Haochen caught up with Long Haoyu. In order to be able to serve as Long Haoyu's forward, his speed even increased a lot and became faster. Long Haoyu felt warm in his heart. He was used to fighting alone and preferred to be alone. At this time, I really felt the true meaning of team existence. Then after I clean up these demonic bastards, I'll tell you the reason. Long Haoyu responded, surpassing Long Haochen again and rushing to the front, fighting against the demon reinforcements that had already rushed to help. Every time Wu Feng was raised and lowered, a cluster of blood flowers bloomed, and a demon fell. Long Haochen and the others were not far behind. The heavy sword slashes, the knight's various auxiliary skills, and the magic spells after a brief chant all followed one after another. The first batch of vanguard troops probably numbered over 100, although the weak Ruck tribe occupied the largest number. But the Zelen tribe among them, as well as the several green double-sword demons accompanying them, all increased the strength of this demon reinforcements many times. Not only that, there are also many Dike tribe who are also flying towards here like crazy. They are good at hiding their bodies, and the effect they can achieve after truly completing a sneak attack will be huge. Especially in chaotic battles, they are like old silver coins. Long Haoyu was eager to kill, and so were Long Haochen and others. Even though they saw more and more reinforcements coming from the demon clan, they all knew that they might not be able to go back alive today. But their respective beliefs made them wave their weapons again and again, without any intention of retreating. Anyway, there is only one belief left, and that's it. It's just nonsense. A total of 6 people, facing such a large number of demon reinforcements. Instead of evacuating safely, you choose to engage in a head-on battle. This is where you want the team to be completely buried. Long Xingyu snorted coldly, his face turned black at this moment. Bai Yao could clearly feel his anger when he said these words when he was around him. A blue magical halo appeared around Long Xingyu and Bai Yao, and the inspector in charge of this assessment revealed his figure. The thorough time and space assessment site left him unable to handle it. Long Xingyu, the big man, seems to be the only person to control the field. Sir, are you really not taking action yet? The inspector asked. Long Xingyu remained silent and snorted, take action. After all, they were his sons, and he would definitely not be able to watch Long Haoyu and Long Haochen being buried among the reinforcements of the demon clan. As soon as he said these words, rich divine power immediately erupted from his body, and the golden light slowly dyed the dome. A golden red halo exploded from around him, and the golden throne of the god of doom and killing emerged from behind him. Long Xingyu signaled the supervisor to protect Bai Yao, but his figure had disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, a much taller figure sat on the divine seal throne. The terrifying majesty suddenly fell towards the demonic land below. This time we may really have to explain here. The number of demon reinforcements is increasing. The recovery of spiritual power can no longer keep up with the consumption. I didn't expect that the first time we went to the demon territory to kill the demons would actually be the last song of our lives. In the small team of 6, the 2 brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen said with a wry smile. They were very aware of the outcome of their lives that they were about to face, but they were still resisting the siege of the demons. Long Haochen was a little overwhelmed with his spiritual power at this time, especially Li Xin and Lin Jialu. All 3 of them looked obviously tired. Only Long Haoyu, under the influence of the White Beast's power bank, was still alive and well at this time, and he was also the first person to feel the changes on the dome. The divine seal throne of doom and killing completely appeared, and Long Xingyu, who was sitting on the divine seal throne, appeared in front of everyone. When many demon reinforcements saw Long Xingyu's sudden appearance, they stopped their offensive and hurriedly retreated frantically towards the way they came. With the appearance of a divine seal knight, they didn't know the final result and had no intention of continuing the challenge. Long Xingyu snorted coldly, pressed his big hand downwards, and with a sound of judgment, streams of light melted all the demons. Including the many Dike clans still lurking underground, they all melted under these streams of light at this time, as if this world did not exist. They can pose a great threat to Long Haoyu and the 6 of them, and may even destroy Long Haoyu. They are like ants in front of Long Xingyu. At the moment before they died, they never dreamed that just by surrounding and suppressing a group of little guys, they would be able to attract the help of the divine seal throne. The 2 brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen were dumbfounded. Li Xin and Lin Jialu, 2 happy friends, were also dumbfounded on the spot. Can we survive? Chen Si said in a daze. Chen Chen was also stunned, and after a long while he said with great joy, Ju, is actually the Lord Divine Seal Knight, isn't that the Divine Seal Throne of Doom and Killing in the Knight's Temple? Li Xin let out a heavy breath. As a disciplinary knight, she naturally regards the Divine Seal Knight as her lifelong pursuit. Although she would most likely not reach this point, the moment she saw Long Xingyu appeared, she couldn't hide her dumbfounded surprise. The living Divine Seal Knight, one of the few who stood at the top of the knights, just appeared. Lin Jialu was lying softly on the rose unicorn at this time. Her own magic power was almost exhausted. The sudden appearance of Long Xingyu made her last tense nerves relax. After she felt that she could survive, she began to breathe heavily. When Long Haochen saw this familiar scene in the reappearance of his father whom he had not seen for more than 2 years, he immediately lost control of his emotions and wanted to shout loudly. But before he could shout out, his cold eyes fell down while sitting high on the divine seal throne. The coldness and anger in his eyes were not concealed, causing Long Haochen to swallow back all the words he had not yet shouted. Finally, Long Xingyu set his sights on Long Haoyu, the entrance examination for this demon hunting group selection competition. You are disqualified. Chapter 90. Chapter 090, The Devil Appears. Long Xingyu is angry and vomits blood. Lost, disqualified. Long Haochen froze on the spot, unable to believe what he heard. Chen Si, Chen Chen, as well as Li Xin and Lin Jialu were all like this at this time. But soon, the 5 people's faces showed relief again, although this relief was also mixed with a lot of unwillingness. But with the amount of demon reinforcements just now, without Long Xingyu taking action, we can only see whether Long Haoyu can turn the tide. Long Xingyu's action meant that all uncertainties were eliminated, and the price was that they failed the assessment. After shocking several people, Long Xingyu did not take his eyes away from Long Haoyu and continued, as the captain of the small team for this assessment, take your team members back to the garrison area. According to the assessment rules, the team needs to kill a total of 30 demons, and this demon refers to the 4th level and below. The moment I killed the green double sword demon, we completed the assessment and qualified for the trial. Furthermore, you are not the supervisor of this assessment. You have no right to deprive us of our assessment qualifications. Long Haoyu and Long Xingyu didn't deal with each other in the first place. Long Xingyu said all this with a straight face, and he also answered everything coldly. As he spoke, he looked at Long Xingyu with unyielding eyes, making him look like he was about to have a fight. As the captain of the small team for this assessment, I knew clearly that the demonic reinforcements were coming in a large scale, but due to your personal reasons, all my teammates were put in crisis. These are enough for you to fail the assessment. I can overstep my authority and deprive you of your qualifications. Long Xingyu continued. At this time, he was still full of anger. Under his observation, he did not take action with the increasing reinforcements of the demon clan. Long Haoyu, Long Haochen, and Li Xin could only end up dying of exhaustion. As he said this, Long Xingyu did not stop scolding Long Haoyu. As a disciplinary knight, you also violated the belief you originally adhered to. As the master of the Knight's Temple, it is necessary for me to review whether you can still serve as a qualified knight. Otherwise, even if your personal strength is strong, countless people will die because of your recklessness. Putting teammates in crisis, a smile appeared on Long Haoyu's cold face. He guessed that Long Xingyu would definitely preach on this kind of matter. But it was really unfortunate, all of this was within his expectations and preparations. Long Xingyu caught the smile on Long Haoyu's face and said again, "So, what else do you have to say? Ever since we left Hau City, someone has taken me and Haochen's mother to watch us in the sky. Ever since our small team entered the demon territory, a certain person has been hiding in the sky. When encountering the green double sword demon, someone also ordered the supervisor not to take action for the time being. In someone's eyes, isn't it because they want to see where the limits of our small assessment team are? Since someone has already made up his mind, don't the temporary arrangements I made after completing the assessment exactly meet someone's expectations? There is someone secretly keeping the secret, ready to take action at any time. How could I ever put my teammates in real danger? What do you think, our respected lord of the Knight's Temple?" Long Haoyu responded coldly. From the first sentence, Long Xingyu's expression became a little more ugly every time he said it. Until the end, his dark complexion darkened a bit, and he looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. Li Xin, Chen Si, Chen Chen, and Lin Jialu looked at Long Haoyu like a monster. They felt clearly what Long Haoyu meant by teasing Long Xingyu. This was the contemporary master of the Knight's Temple and one of the 3 divine knights. After being sentenced to be deprived of the assessment qualifications, Long Haoyu still dared to respond in such a sinister way. Is he really that brave? Haochen, let's go together to persuade Haoyu to stop him. Li Xin took a deep breath and said, Haoyu should be in charge now. Long Haochen whispered, Sister Exener, it's better to say goodbye. My brother just said it, didn't you notice? What's happening now is no longer a matter of whether we have been deprived of our qualifications, but a dispute between my brother and my father. My brother has always been at odds with our father. Li Xin, Lin Jialu, Chen Si, Chen Chen. Long Xingyu was silent for a long time, and said word by word, "You have discovered traces of me since you left Hau City." Long Haoyu raised his sword-less hand, and the blade-less sword spirit briquettes flew out from it. The master and the sword spirit stared at Long Xingyu. "Back in Bright Moon Swamp, you discovered the peculiarity of my Wufeng. You should know very well that you like to spy on me and Haochen in secret, but that won't work at all." The expression on Long Xingyu's face was very stiff, so Long Haoyu responded like this, and said that he was the respected master of the Night Temple. His whole person suddenly felt bad. "I, Long Haoyu, like to implement the concept of taking a dim view of life and death, but that does not mean that I am a reckless man." A decision that was temporarily changed in order to cater to someone's default, and it was also a temporary change after the assessment was completed. "Someone, is it certain that our small assessment team has lost its qualifications?" Long Haoyu took advantage and continued to launch bombardment mode against Long Xingyu. Long Xingyu took a deep breath and asked Long Haoyu to say this. He suddenly felt like a clown, and all his acquiescence became a part of Long Haoyu's plans. Just 2 words, uncomfortable. Knowing that he was going to be in trouble this time, he planned to stop caring about this matter and was about to call the inspector over. Long Haoyu said another word, which sprinkled a pinch of salt on his already extremely exhausted mood. "Instead of nitpicking our small assessment team on the current matter, our respected master of the Night Temple, you might as well prepare for your next battle. A group of demon soldiers, you released your divine seal throne. Your actions have already caused the next thing to be unbalanced." Long Xingyu's expression changed. When Long Haoyu continued to say this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he looked towards the other side of the demon land. Deep in the demonic land, a strange scene is taking place. 2 huge light pillars rose into the sky, each of which was 30 meters in diameter. Under the pitch-black night sky, these 2 beams of light, which are hundreds of feet high, cannot be too obvious. One of the light beams is dark green in color, and the other light beam is pure black. It can be vaguely seen that within these 2 thick light pillars, there is a real giant pillar. The giant pillars are engraved with countless magnificent and strange patterns, and exude a strong aura of coercion, which is no less impressive than his throne of the god of doom and killing. Seeing such a scene, Long Xingyu's face changed suddenly, and he almost had a myocardial infarction and vomited out a mouthful of blood. He promised that he would not take action, and he also vowed to set a flag and said that it was just an assessment and it would not cause a big meeting for him to take action. But now, the 2 demon pillars speeding towards him all told him a very clear answer. If you don't take action, it will definitely be impossible. Not only do they have to take action, but they also have to directly defeat the demon god, and there are 2 of them. Soon, 2 huge light pillars had arrived, and the dark green light group and the black light group were so dazzling. Among these brilliance, 2 figures emerged from them, both exuding extremely terrifying auras. A figure was shrouded in black shadow, it looked like a thin man. There is also a figure that is half human and half mantis, all dark green, looking a bit like a smaller version of the green double sword demon. The 45th pillar demon god, the hidden demon god, Bane. The 10th pillar demon god, the lightning demon god, Pal. Chapter 91, Long Xingyu, you have crossed the line. The half-human, half-mantis 10th pillar demon god Pal stared at Long Xingyu coldly, without even looking at Long Haoyu and others. The 45th pillar demon god Bayan was partly focused on Long Haoyu at this time. Among the small team, only Long Haoyu was still almost at his peak. He was an alternative. Long Xingyu shouted softly, "Feng Yangmu, take the assessment team and leave here first. I will handle it here." The supervisor brought Bai Yao down from the air and left with Long Haoyu and others without saying a word. Neither Par nor Burn stopped him, and their eyes were focused on Long Xingyu, one of the only 3 divine seal knights in the Human Temple Alliance. Long Xingyu didn't want to talk too much. He really crossed the line when he crossed the line, but he still had to fight. Golden light bloomed on the throne of the god of doom and killing, and then transformed into 2 groups of light. A red-gold sword of doom and killing with cold light appeared in Long Xingyu's hand. A pair of pure golden artifact-level armor of doom and murder was also worn on him. The war is about to break out. Feng Yangmu was a 6th-level great mage, and he led Long Haoyu and his party back to the garrison area quickly. Behind them, there is the golden light group represented by Long Xingyu, the dark green light group represented by the 10th pillar of demon god Pal, and the ink black light group represented by the 45th pillar of demon god Bane. At this moment, they are completely at war with each other. In the garrison area, many soldiers stationed there noticed the fighting in the distance. After Feng Yangmu brought Long Haoyu and others back here, he immediately went to see the person in charge here to convey Long Xingyu's arrangements. I can't believe that Captain Long Haoyu's father is actually the Knight of the Divine Seal. Yeah, I almost thought I had to confess here today, but I didn't expect that I could continue to see the sun the next day. After completely leaving the battlefield, the two brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen exhaled heavily and sighed with emotion. Li Xin and Lin Jialu were in a similar situation. Just now they really thought they were going to reveal where they were. While sighing with emotion, several people looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. With a Divine Seal Knight as their father, the two brothers obviously became much more extraordinary in the eyes of a few people. Long Haoyu watched this scene, listened to the emotional words of the two brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen in his ears, and at the same time looked at the garrison soldiers who were active in the garrison area at this time. The influence of Asura Dao's ghosts on him was minimized, and all the previous scenes of him fighting Long Xingyu after Long Xingyu took action also reappeared in his mind. Suddenly, the look in his eyes when he looked at his teammates on the assessment team changed a little, and a palpitation that had never appeared in his heart lingered in his heart. I just seemed to have done something stupid. Just to embarrass him, you put your teammates in danger without any explanation. If things really go beyond expectations, wouldn't I become the executioner who pushes them into the abyss? Long Haoyu cursed himself in his heart. He had not yet woken up from Chen Si and Chen Chen's emotions when they were first on the battlefield. He did not wake up to Long Xingyu's scolding, and still believed that he was not wrong. But now many soldiers stationed in the area are also starting to prepare for war, allowing him to put everything together. Although Long Xingyu didn't take action at that time, he was still capable of taking out all the second batch of demon reinforcements, but this was not a foolproof plan. The more showy he is, the more eye-catching he is, the easier it is for him to be noticed. Even if Long Xingyu hadn't released the Divine Seal Throne, he might have been noticed by the demon gods stationed in this demon area. At that time, even if he could really bring the assessment team back to the garrison area safely, the soldiers in the garrison area would eventually sacrifice a lot in order to resist the demon attack. What I was thinking in my mind was that I didn't want to cause such a tragedy because of my own affairs, but my actual approach was a lot wrong and completely contrary to what I was doing. Fortunately, the current situation is not too bad. There are no signals of large-scale gathering of demons in the demon territory. It seems that a war that should not belong to this time will break out. The seemingly foolproof plan still has many flaws. It's time to give an explanation to my teammates. If we don't deal with him, we won't deal with him, but if other people are involved, that's my problem. Long Haoyu thought silently in his heart and walked straight to Long Haochen, Chen Si, Chen Chen and others. Seeing that Long Haoyu suddenly felt strange, several people focused their attention on Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu bowed in front of everyone and apologized. Everyone, I'm very sorry. Due to my personal reasons, I started a second battle without telling everyone the reason in advance. Now that we have returned to the garrison, it's time for me to fulfill my promise and give you an explanation. The reason for everything is the conversation he and I just had. All of this is a personal conflict between me and him. For these reasons, I let everyone join me in a difficult battle. I hope everyone can forgive me for my reckless move this time. Several people were silent. Seeing Long Haoyu bowing to apologize, their thoughts were slowly brought back to reality. To be honest, at that time, Queen Long Haoyu took the initiative to kill him. They didn't understand it very much, and they had complaints deep down in their hearts, but there was no way they were all teammates. When Long Haoyu apologized like this, the emotions in their hearts became even more mixed. Li Xin and Lin Jialu looked at each other, then looked at Chen Si and Chen Chen. After exchanging glances, the two women walked up to Long Haoyu at the same time. Writing Long Haoyu's figure, Li Xin said softly, "Brother Haoyu, although we don't know what happened between you and your father, every family has its own scriptures that are difficult to recite, so we won't say anything about them. Quote, as for the second battle, when you first made these arrangements, you didn't really think about putting us in danger. It's just that you didn't explain all this in advance, which made us make wrong judgments. So, don't blame yourself too much. Look, aren't we all still standing in front of you alive and kicking? After Li Xin finished speaking, Lin Jialu, Chen Si and Chen Chen all said the same thing. The complaint deep in his heart had subsided at the moment Long Haoyu bowed down to apologize. Thank you everyone. The big stone in Long Haoyu's heart slowly fell, but the discomfort lingering in his heart still lingered, and a complicated expression fell on Long Haochen. Finally, he looked at Bai Yao, who was looking at the two brothers lovingly not far away. Haochen, go and stay with your mother. Brother is a little confused right now, so he needs to go alone for a while. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently, and finally bowed in the direction of his mother, then turned and walked towards a less crowded place in the garrison area. Bai Yao opened his mouth, but looking at Long Haoyu's heavy back, he finally said nothing. Li Xin and others also looked at Long Haoyu, who was leaving with complicated expressions, with unspeakable emotions flashing in their eyes. They all felt that there were many things hidden in Long Haoyu's heart, but they didn't know how to ask, so they could only sigh quietly. Yufeng Yangmu conveyed Long Xingyu's meaning. Although many soldiers stationed in the area did not exhibit any stressful behavior, their respective reactions were obviously much more dignified than in the past. Every soldier has a determined look on his face that is ready to fight and die at any time. Long Haoyu took all this into consideration. All kinds of scenes made him realize how much danger his frivolous behavior just now hid. The many complexities in the state of mind slowly transformed along the way. Arriving alone at the most remote place, Wu Feng was inserted into the land in front of him. The little coal ball stood on the hilt of Wu Feng's sword, and the master and the sword spirit looked at each other. Little briquettes, watch some for me. I'm going in, Long Haoyu whispered softly, suppressing the discomfort in his heart and entering into meditation. In shadow space, Long Haoyu met the shadow instructor. One person and one shadow, the distance between them is not too far. Are you here because of what just happened? The shadow instructor asked. Long Haoyu nodded and said, yes, according to my proactive plan, when the second batch of reinforcements from the demon army arrives, the best thing I should do is to retreat while killing the demons. But I eventually became addicted to killing and became even crazier. I was wondering if all of this was the real me. All my gentleness was just a disguise. The real me was just a complete madman. After asking these words, Long Haoyu stared at the shadow instructor with burning eyes. He has always implemented what he considers to be the concept of a disciplinary knight. He is not afraid of death. He can even face it head-on, as long as he can finally complete everything he wants to accomplish. But the premise of all this is that he is still a normal person, not a complete madman. Otherwise, even if he grows up to the point where he can solve everything, he will become a disaster in the world instead. In the end, he destroyed everything he originally protected with his own hands and became the biggest demon. The shadow instructor mused, you and I are a complex of contradictions. Unless something unexpected happens, you can control everything, such as your previous contact with him. But this time, you forgot that you were practicing the Asura path. The practice of the Asura path would infinitely amplify your ferocious and aggressive desires. Therefore, you fell into that arrogant state at that time, and your arrogance became extremely aggravated. Quote, Long Haoyu whispered, then I will become a slave of the Asura path. Before this path of practice is not completed, won't it be easy for me to enter this kind of sick state again? No, this is the first and last time. The shadow instructor replied, from the moment you apologized just now, you no longer need to worry about being affected by the Asura path. You have completed the practice of Asura path. Chapter 92. Long Haoyu listened quietly to what the shadow instructor said, feeling a little bit like he was in a dream, and it felt a little unreal. 6 paths of spiritual furnace, 6 paths of division and closure. Humanly speaking, it took him more than 2 years to complete. And he accomplished this by taking advantage of Xiao Huo's youth in the Holy Mountain of Knights. If it weren't for the trickery of fighting against Xiao Huo, he would still have to go a lot longer to achieve much in the human world. The path of Asura is one of the 6 paths along with the path of the human world. It has only been half a year since I started practicing. That's it, have you completed your training? Instructor, is there such a big gap between the human way and the Asura way? Long Haochen asked. The shadow instructor said, the 3 good paths are to endure tribulations, and the 3 evil paths are to overcome tribulations. The calamity of the human world lies in your understanding of the various aspects of life in your own youth. You completed the former in your 2 years of training in Hau City, and you completed the latter in your battle with Xiao. In the path of Asura, you are trapped in a fierce and aggressive situation, but in the end you can face the impact of being fierce and aggressive. In this way, you can truly use the ability of the Asura path, but you will not be enslaved by the Asura path. Long Haochen suddenly realized that when he just returned to the garrison area, he saw the emotions of the 2 brothers Chen-Si and Chen-Chen, and also saw the stress of other soldiers in the garrison area. From the bottom of his heart, he was reflecting on the impact of his secret fight with Long Xingyu, but little did he know that in this way, he had inadvertently completed the cultivation of Asura. That's it, I understand. If I hadn't looked straight at my true heart just now, I would have turned into the lunatic I feared. But just now I chose to face my true heart and did not continue to be arrogant, so I will no longer be affected by the Asura path. Long Haochen exhaled a heavy breath, releasing this little pressure, and he felt that his whole body was clear. Then instructor, there is a move, in the world in the human world. What is the specific ability corresponding to the Asura Tao? Long Haochen asked again. Incarnate as Shura, 10 days later, Amy City. As one of the most prosperous main cities in the interior of the Temple Alliance, it has hardly experienced the baptism of war. If you want to go to the Holy City to participate in the demon hunting group selection competition, you must pass through here. Perhaps because the demons have no intention of launching an attack on humans recently, the battle between Long Xingyu and the 10th pillar demon Par and the 45th pillar demon Bane did not last long 10 days ago. The final result was that both Long Xingyu and the 2 demon gods ended up unhappy. After eliminating these potential crises in the garrison area, Long Xingyu led a group of people back to Hau City. Long Haochen and others also regained the qualifications to participate in the demon hunting group selection competition. Now is the day when they come to Amy City for a short break after passing the assessment. Because of these episodes in the assessment, Long Xingyu did not immediately return to the Temple Alliance with the white key, but followed him here. Haochen, we have arrived at Amy City. It's still early today, you, Haochen and Shinner should all go out for a walk. Don't have so much pressure to practice every day. You know mom just wants to see you and Haochen live peacefully. In the hotel where he stayed, Bai Yao pulled Long Haochen in front of him, gently patted Long Haoyu's palm, looked at Long Haochen who was already taller than him, and spoke in a gentle voice. In a pair of loving eyes, there is nothing but a mother's concern for her son, fearing that her child will go astray. Long Haochen looked at his mother like this, and he felt that her mother was still worried about his situation on the battlefield 10 days ago. Although he had completed the practice of the Asura path, he could not tell anyone about these things. He followed his mother's words and agreed, Mom, I understand. I will go out with Haochen, Sister Exener and the others. After watching Long Haochen leave the hotel with Long Haochen and Li Xin, Bai Yao looked at her husband who was standing aside. Did the injuries from that battle really have no impact? Bai Yao asked. Long Xingyu pondered for a moment. The impact is not big, I just need to nurse him back to health for 2 days and he will be fine. Then, he looked in the direction Long Haochen left, watched Long Haochen walk into the team, and watched the changes in Long Haochen in the past 10 days. The depression of confronting the 2 demon gods 10 days ago was completely eliminated, but the eyes were still as complex as ever. The streets of Amy City were very bustling, and Li Xin hugged Long Haochen and Long Haochen's shoulders enthusiastically. They are obviously girls, but because they are about the same height, they become brothers. Brother Haochen, didn't you mention before that you wanted to sell the corpses of those green double-sword demons in the second batch of demon reinforcements and then divide them equally to express your apology? My sister will take you to deal with these green double-sword demons today. The corpse of the devil. The auction house in Amy City can just put up the corpses of these green double-sword demons. After selling them, my sister can blackmail you for a delicious meal. After Li Xin finished speaking, Lin Jialu also smiled and said, with your appetite, why don't you eat a delicious meal and leave Brother Haochen to poverty? Brother Haochen, don't listen to Li Xin. You know her appetite, there is no one who can't eat enough of her. Li Xin glared. Lin Jialu, you want to fight again, don't you? Lin Jialu rolled her eyes at Li Xin, as if she was afraid of the other, and she was ready to fight with Li Xin. Long Haochen saw this and quickly broke up the fight. This is not Hau City. These two people's habit of fighting every day really cannot happen here. No one can help them. Seeing the two men making suggestions, Long Hau nodded and said, "The first green double sword demon was tortured and killed by me. The body was not completely preserved, so it is estimated that its value is not very high. But those green double sword demons in the second batch of reinforcements can all be killed with one hit. Their bodies are well preserved and should be able to be sold for a good price. Since the two sisters have said so, let's go and get rid of these green double sword demons today, otherwise they will always occupy the ring's place." While answering the words of Li Xin and Lin Jialu, Long Hau looked at the Holy Alliance auction house built with the 6 major temples as the background where several people planned to go. After staring in the direction of the Holy Alliance auction house in Ecchi City for a while, Long Hau pondered it thoughtfully in his mind. The time seems to be a little different from what I remember. I don't know if I can still meet Lin Xin, the medicinal brother, with this deviation. If we can encounter them, with Lin Xin's identity as a magician, it seems that these green double sword demons can be dealt with better. This guy seems to be a qualified donor. Chapter 93. Ecchi City is huge. Although they could see the Holy Alliance auction house from a distance, it still took Long Hau and his party half an hour to actually walk there. Because it is one of the most prosperous main cities and a city that must be passed through when going to the Holy City, the Saint Alliance auction house in Ecchi City holds an auction every day. After Long Hau and others arrived at the auction site, they followed the procedure and sent the corpses of the 5 green double sword demons for identification. The corpse was perfectly preserved, but the magic crystals inside had already been divided up by the white beast and Hau, and all entered the two little guys' stomachs 10 days ago. As big earners, both White Beast and Hau are the wallet drainers of brothers Long Hau and Long Haochen. Magic crystal is something that the two little guys like, and it tastes unambiguous at all. The appraiser in charge of the appraisal at the auction house looked at the 5 perfectly preserved green double sword demon corpses on the platform, with surprise but also disappointment in his eyes. The corpses are well preserved, but unfortunately there is no magic crystal. If they are auctioned separately, the starting price can be set at 800 gold coins. If these 5 corpses are combined into a group, the starting price can be set at 4,200 gold coins. If there are no problems, then you can take this number plate and use it as a voucher to collect gold coins after the auction. Long Hau was not surprised by this price. Under normal circumstances, the corpse of the green double sword demon was only priced at this price. Although it increased, it could not fluctuate too much. When an auction is held at an auction house, the price will definitely not be set very high at once, and in the end all the enthusiasm of those who are still interested will be wiped out. Not unexpected, but still a little disappointed. He remembered that Lin Xin, a qualified financial backer, originally quoted 2,000 gold coins when he bought the body of Long Haochen's green double sword demon. After careful calculation, he estimated that the corpses of the 5 green double sword demons would cost him several thousand gold coins. Wait a moment. At this time, a rapid voice sounded. Following this urgent sound, a person quickly rushed to the 5 corpses of the green double sword demon on the platform. Lying on the edge of the platform, the visitor gently caressed the body of the green double sword demon and looked at it with fascination, his light green eyes slowly showing enthusiasm. For a while, he touched the corpse of the green double sword demon, and for a while, he touched the corpse of another green double sword demon. In just a few moments, he had touched the corpses of 5 green double sword demons. That posture was as intoxicating as caressing the beloved woman, and was not affected by the vicious appearance of the green double sword demon at all. Long Haochen couldn't help but tremble, and his expression was strange when he saw the visitor suddenly acting like this. Li Xin and Lin Jialu stared blankly at the side, and couldn't help but feel horrified when they saw the man in such a state. That is the corpse of the green double sword demon. Can you show such a drunken look on the corpse of such a ferocious demon beast? This guy, are there any other hobbies that would shock people's outlook on life? Why do you look so perverted? There was a little smile on Long Hao's face. The appearance of the visitor revived his already disappointed heart. After all, he knew Brother Yao very well in his previous life. But he was still a little surprised when he saw that Lin Xin was more obsessed with the corpses of the 5 green double sword demons than he knew. Is it because there are more corpses of the green twin sword demon? So it looks even more perverted. Of course, accidents were accidents, and Lin Shin's arrival still made him very satisfied. It meant that he could earn several thousand more gold coins, and he would be sorry for Lin Shin's status as a financial sponsor. Lin Shin stared at the green double sword demon for a long time. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Long Haochen. Brother, how about I take the corpses of these 5 green double sword demons? After Lin Shin finished speaking, his eyes met with Long Haoyu's, and then he muttered in a low voice, "It's ridiculous. How can there be someone more handsome than me in this world?" While muttering like this, he looked at Long Haochen who was next to Long Haoyu. It doesn't matter if one appears, but 2 appear at once. Could it be that I didn't wake up today and got up violently? Li Shin, Lin Jialu, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen were both speechless at the same time. Lin Shin's narcissism was truly beyond the reach of the 2 brothers. Lin Shin saw a few people speechless and smiled nonchalantly. He also ruffled his long dark green hair coquettishly and said, "Brother, what do you think? Pack these 5 green double sword demons together. Sell it to me. I just heard the appraiser say that the starting price is 800 gold coins. The starting price for a group is 4,200 gold coins. There are always some uncertainties in this auction. Sell it to me. How about I give you 2,000 gold coins for each one? If you are willing to package it together and sell it to me, how about I package it for you for 11,000 gold coins?" The starting bids given by the auction house were 800 and 4,200, and the quotes given by Lin Shin were 2,000 and 11,000. The gap between the 2 sides was immediately obvious. But on one side is the Holy Alliance auction house, and on the other side is Lin Shin, a person of unknown origin. Li Shin said softly next to Long Haoyu, "Brother, you killed these green double sword demons, you decide." When Lin Shin heard what Li Shin said to Long Haoyu, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and then continued to look at Long Haoyu earnestly. He showed absolute desire for the 5 corpses of the green double sword demon. "Brother, let's do this. You pack them up and sell them to me, and I'll give you 11,500 gold coins." Lin Shin continued to increase the price. "I bought it sincerely. If you think it can be done, I will give you the gold coins right away." "Can," Long Haoyu responded, and then looked at the number plate in the appraiser's hand. "Old sir, I'm very sorry that these accidents occurred." Today's appraiser knew Lin Shin and smiled slightly. "Young man, this little brother is also a VIP customer of our Shengmeng auction house. Even if you get the number plate, he can make the purchase in advance if you agree." Long Haoyu naturally knew this, but he still had to go through the proper procedures, otherwise it would be too rude. When Lin Shin saw that the matter was settled and knew that Long Haoyu did not have a magic crystal card, he hurriedly took Long Haoyu to apply for a magic crystal card. It took half a stick of incense to get the magic crystal card ready. After both parties injected spiritual power, they connected the cards to complete the gold coin transfer. Long Haoyu saw that there were 11,500 more gold coins in his sunglasses card, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Shin even more with admiration. As expected, he is a qualified donor who only has money and medicine left, and he is very good at increasing the price for himself. Lin Shin took care of all these things, put the bodies of the 5 green double sword demons into his ring, and got close to Long Haoyu again. "Brother, I just heard your sister say that you killed these 5 green double sword demons. I have a big deal here, are you interested in talking about it?" Chapter 94, Big Business. Long Haoyu asked, pretending to be confused. Having met Lin Shin, he could naturally guess what Lin Shin was going to do next. If things continue to develop normally, Lin Shin just wants to give them some benefits first, and then ask him to make a promise to choose him after the demon hunting group selection competition. He was quite happy to see how Lin Shin planned to convince him to let him choose to have such a time bomb in the demon hunting group. "That's right, absolutely big business," Lin Shin said very firmly, "but it's not very convenient here, let's go to another place." As a VIP user here, Lin Shin has a special box. Led by Xiao Nuo, the waitress in a silver dress who has an admiration for Lin Shin, a group of 5 people came here. As soon as the box door closed, Lin Shin came to sit next to Long Haoyu very enthusiastically. "Brother, you must be curious about why I bought 5 corpses of the green double sword demon. To tell you the truth, brother, while I am practicing magic, I also have some hobbies in studying medicine, and I can be considered a potion master. What I want to talk to you about, brother, is this big business. As Lin Xin spoke, he took out a crystal bottle from his ring, which contained 3 pills he made himself. Hearing Lin Xin say that he was a potion master, Long Haochen, Li Xin and Lin Jialu all looked at Lin Xin twice. Potion masters are extremely rare. None of them expected that Lin Xin was such a potion master. No wonder he completed a transaction of more than 10,000 gold coins without frowning. Potion masters are not ordinary rich. Long Haoyu looked at the pills in the crystal bottle and said deliberately, "You want to sell these pills to us?" "It's not selling, it's giving," Lin Xin said with certainty. "This thing is very expensive outside, but the cost price here is only a few dozen gold coins. The corpses of the green double sword demons I just bought are one of the raw materials for making this powerful pill." Long Haoyu said, "So, 3 powerful pills with a total cost of more than 100 gold coins are what you call big business?" "Lin Xin, why am I so mean-mouthed? How could I tell you the cost price?" Lin Xin's expression changed, and then he smiled awkwardly. "Brother, you must have understood it wrong. How can it cost more than 100 gold coins to show that I am determined to do big business with you, brother? Those 5 green double sword demon corpses are all your brothers, and they were also killed by you. They are comparable to 5th level professionals like us humans. So brother, there is no doubt about your strength. Besides, you are about the same age as me and so handsome. I guess you are going to participate in the demon hunting group selection competition." The big business I'm talking about is actually related to the demon hunting group selection competition. I can always provide these pills to you and your demon hunting group, brother. But the premise for providing these pills is, brother, if you participate in the demon hunting group selection competition and enter the top 3, how about choosing me as your teammate? Afraid that the explanation was not clear and that Long Haoyu would misunderstand that his big business was pills worth more than 100 gold coins, Lin Xin finished everything he wanted to say in one breath. As soon as these words came out, Li Xin and Lin Jialu immediately glared at Lin Xin. "What a good guy, love is waiting here. There are only 6 spots in each demon hunting group. There is no pressure on Long Haoyu to get into the top 3. He has to occupy 1 spot. There are only 5 spots left. Lin Xin actually wants to cut off 1 position at this time." But seeing that Long Haoyu didn't respond immediately, the 2 women looked at Long Haoyu again. "Brother, there are only 6 spots in each demon hunting group. If you want to occupy one of them, you should be more careful about this matter." "That's right, brother Haoyu, the man-in-law Li Xin said it right today." Li Xin and Lin Jialu reminded Long Haoyu one after another, fearing that Long Haoyu would not know the specific configuration of the demon hunting group. Lin Xin drooped his head a little, and quickly added, "Brother, as a magician, I am still a magician who can make pills. My talent is definitely guaranteed. And brother, you can kill 5 green double sword demons at once, and I just saw that the corpses were all one-hit kills, which proves that you are also very powerful. If you choose me to join your demon hunting group, brother, then we will definitely be a team of 2 swords. If we work together, we will definitely be able to kill at random on the battlefield. Not only that, when we are in a demon hunting group, I will definitely be able to take care of the elixirs. Brother, think about it. When you charge into battle and kill the demons indiscriminately, I will arrange all the elixirs for you. Wouldn't this make the killing more enjoyable? As a person like me, I am so poor that I only have money and pills left. This is definitely a guarantee of my credibility." Still talking like a barrage of words, Lin Xin showed his ability very eagerly. While saying this, he looked at Long Haoyu with burning eyes. This look is really a bit like the words he just said. The 2 swords combined, killing indiscriminately. Li Xin and Lin Jialu also carefully analyzed the benefits mentioned by Lin Xin at this time. After careful calculation, it seems to make some sense. If Lin Xin wants to be selected by then, he will definitely be able to enter the finals. This talent will definitely be enough. One level is the identity of a magician who can enter the finals, and the other level is the identity of a potion master. The combination of these 2 identities will only make the advantages more obvious. After analyzing this, Li Xin and Lin Jialu did not continue to interrupt, leaving the decision-making power to Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu pursed his lips with a slight smile, seeing that both Li Xin and Lin Jialu were frightened by Lin Xin's words. From the bottom of his heart, He felt that Lin Xin's eloquence was invincible, and he fully demonstrated the benefits he could bring. But he never mentioned that he would not use any attack magic. Thinking about these things, Long Haoyu also had some evil thoughts. Speaking of which, if brother Lin Xin is selected to join my demon hunting group during the demon hunting group selection competition, it will indeed be of great benefit to me. If the elixir is enough, it can indeed make a demon hunting group burst into stronger strength, but there is one thing I don't quite understand. Seeing that Long Haoyu was moved, Lin Xin quickly replied, "Brother, if you don't understand anything, just say it. I recognize you as a brother, and I will definitely tell you everything I know." Long Haoyu hummed, "If you want to join the demon hunting group, you must enter the finals. Brother Lin Xin, if you say so, you must be confident to enter the finals, and you must have enough talent. Not only that, you also have the status of a potion master, and you will also be the best candidate that other demon hunting groups are competing to choose. In my opinion, you should be able to kill indiscriminately if you join other demon hunting groups." Having said this, Long Haoyu paused, and then continued to add, "But brother Lin Xin, you seem to be very eager to get this promise from me. Brother Lin Xin, do you have something to hide? Or maybe the random killings you mentioned refer to after we established the demon hunting group? I'm responsible for the random killings, and you're responsible for the killing." Chapter 95, PFF'd. Li Xin and Lin Jialu both laughed. The two women, who were usually rivals, now hugged each other forcefully and kept patting each other on the back. One kills randomly and the other quacks. Why is this picture so beautiful? Long Haochen couldn't help but laugh a little as he thought about the scene his elder brother was talking about. Even though he had received very professional training, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face now. Lin Xin couldn't help but blush, and retorted awkwardly, "Brother, that's not how you explain the random killings. No matter what, if I want to join the demon hunting team, I have to enter the finals. What can I hide? If I really join your demon hunting group, brother, then we will definitely be brothers in a team. There is no reason for you to charge into battle alone, brother. I will definitely have to follow you." Lin Xin's words made Li Xin and Lin Jialu react, and Long Haochen also reacted. Only 10 demon hunting groups will be formed in each demon hunting group selection competition, and to join the demon hunting group, one must be in the top 60. And to be able to enter the top 60 ranks, all aspects of invisibility conditions must be sufficient, and there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Long Haoyu was not affected and continued his analysis calmly. "Brother Lin Xin, you never mentioned your attainments as a magician just now, but you only emphasized your identity as a magician. So I made a bold guess. Brother Lin Xin, your identity as a magician is actually just a disguise, and your identity as a potion master is your true identity. That's why you always mention your advantage as a potion master, and mention that you can manage enough elixirs for a team. The selection of the members of the demon hunting group is very important. I can't agree so hastily on these matters. I need to understand everything. So I need you, brother Lin Xin, to tell you the true situation, otherwise I won't be able to make a judgment on this matter." Long Haoyu didn't speak very fast, but every word sounded like thunder in Lin Xin's ears. Is the identity of the magician just a disguise? Is the potion master his true identity? Lin Xin's expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Long Haoyu. Where did this pervert come from? How can you guess so many things from just a few conversations? Long Haoyu quietly watched Lin Xin's expression change at this time. He really doesn't want to know too much about Lin Xin's situation, and he also knows Lin Xin's talent very well. But he is not Long Haochen. Compared with his little brother's innocent nature, he is more sinister. He believed and recognized Lin Xin's natural ability. But what he needs is for Lin Xin to be honest about everything, so that he can make the promises he deserves. Simply relying on deception to join the demon hunting group, even if you have good talent, will be of great use, but it will definitely not work. He guided the topic to this question in a tempting manner, and he was waiting for Lin Xin's answer. It was also considered a game. He was betting on whether Lin Xin really dared to speak out about his problems at this time. If it works, then we will all be brothers in the future. If not, then everyone will be strangers in the future, and no one will be in the way of anyone else. Especially after what happened 10 days ago, after that impulsive incident, he valued a team's frankness even more. Otherwise, teammates who don't know why are really likely to pay the price with their lives because of such a situation. Long Haochen was silent, and so were Li Xin and Lin Jialu. Relying on their understanding of Long Haoyu, they vaguely guessed what Long Haoyu planned to do, but they were not sure yet. But one thing they were sure of was that Lin Xin was not as simple as he said, and Long Haoyu was aware of this. Being looked at by pairs of eyes, Lin Xin's expression was no longer as relaxed and natural as it was at first, but became very solemn. Finally, meeting Long Haoyu's firm gaze, he took a deep breath and said word by word, "Brother, you guessed it right. I, Lin Xin, don't know any offensive magic. My identity as a potion master is my last stubbornness. Although I don't know any offensive magic, I..." Speaking of these words, Lin Xin's mood was obviously very lost, as if he remembered many sad past events. Before he could finish speaking, Long Haoyu gently patted Lin Xin on the shoulder. "That's enough. Just tell your real problem. Since you are willing to be honest, I can give you the promise you want, but I also need a promise from you." Lin Xin's unfinished words were all stuck in his throat, and he looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. Is this it? Knowing that he can't attack magic, he is actually willing to make a promise. Am I dreaming? Lin Xin was in a daze. He remembered doing similar things many times before, but what was the final result? Long Haoyu gave him a completely different answer from others. "Brother, you are really my brother. You know that I can't attack magic, but you are still willing to give me such a promise. I am so touched." Lin Xin reacted belatedly and immediately looked at Long Haoyu with affection. It was not like he was pretending. Long Haoyu had goosebumps all over his body. Looking at Lin Xin, who was about to rush towards him, he slapped him directly in the face. "I am Long Haoyu. I am a man who likes women. I am not interested in men. Please respect yourself, brother." Lin Xin laughed a few times, his face filled with excitement, but he still couldn't believe what he just heard. Not only he couldn't believe it at this time, but Long Haochen, Li Xin and Lin Jialu couldn't help but feel horrified at the moment. "Brother Haoyu, calm down." "Yes, brother, didn't Lin Xin just say this? He doesn't know any attack magic. This is not a good thing for a team." The two women persuaded each other separately, fearing that Long Haoyu would just get ahead of him and completely agree to the matter. Long Haochen was speechless. He understood his brother, but at this time he still didn't quite understand him, so he just looked at him suspiciously. Long Haoyu smiled at a few people and said, "Sisters, don't worry, I have my own arrangements for this matter." Lin Xin was not surprised by the reactions of Li Xin and Lin Jialu. He was very aware of the shortcomings of his true identity. But seeing Long Haoyu still looking very determined, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, are you sure you want to make a promise? What you just said asked me to give a promise, what do you want me to give?" "Promise? I'm guessing you've done something like this many times and you haven't thought about putting eggs in a cage." Long Haoyu replied, "But I don't like to be someone else's alternative, so you should understand what I mean. You are betting, and I am betting too. I have the intention to gamble. Let's see if you dare to continue betting." Lin Xin was silent on the spot, and he understood what Long Haoyu meant. After carefully thinking about the stakes, he did not answer immediately. In the demon hunting group selection competition, only entering the top 3 can meet his conditions. He admitted that Long Haoyu, who could kill 5 green double sword demons instantly, was very powerful. But entering the top 3 in the finals, there are still many uncertain factors. This is a real gamble for him. Chapter 96. It was very quiet in the box. Lin Xin was thinking hard about this big gamble. Long Haoyu was quietly waiting for Lin Xin's final answer. Long Haochen and the other 3 were looking at the current situation very patiently at this time. After a moment, Lin Xin suddenly exhaled heavily, waved his hand and took out 3 crystal bottles from his ring. The crystal bottle was filled with the elixir he had refined himself, and the look in his eyes suddenly became determined. "It's a bet, boss, these are the elixirs I refined. As long as you choose me as a member of your demon hunting group, boss, I will definitely take care of the elixir aspect. I just thought about it. If I join other demon hunting groups, my identity will definitely have to be hidden. It's not a good thing after all. Boss, since you don't mind that I don't know how to attack magic, and you are willing to make a promise, I, Lin Xin, have no reason not to follow." Lin Xin's tone became very firm. He used to call Long Haoyu brother, but now he changed his tone and started calling him boss. As he spoke, he pushed the 3 crystal bottles towards Long Haochen, looking like he was ready to risk his life. Long Haochen took the opportunity to accept all 3 crystal bottles. Although he had the power bank of the White Beast, he had no need for these pills. But Long Haochen, Li Xin and Lin Jialu could all be used, so he had no reason to refuse the letter of nomination given by Lin Xin. When Lin Xin saw Long Haochen accept all 3 crystal bottles, his firmness immediately became exciting again, and his face instantly turned bitter. "Boss, you must win the top 3 in this demon hunting group selection competition. If you get cold, boss, I will really be dead, brother. Brother, my young heart cannot withstand such a blow." Lin Xin grabbed his own chest with both hands, looking like a wronged little wife. Long Haochen felt a chill at the sight. Lin Xin was indeed invincible when it came to being a slut. "Okay, it's time for you to be more serious. If you continue like this, don't blame me if I regret it." Long Haochen replied that he could withstand the repeated killings of the shadow instructors and the trauma of fighting with the demons, but he did not have enough anti-demon value to withstand Lin Xin's arrogance. If he continues to let Lin Xin act like this, he feels that his Taoist heart will be greatly affected. At that time, he might be able to win the top 3, but he might end up defeated in the end. "Learn, boss, don't worry, Lin Xin, am definitely a serious person. As long as you don't regret it, boss, I will hit you wherever you point me in the future. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. I, Lin Xin, guarantee this." Lin Xin sat up straight, looking very serious, but in fact he was still a little bit arrogant. After fulfilling his promise, he felt obviously much happier and pressed the button in the box. Soon, the waitress Xiao Nuo, who had an admiration for Lin Xin, walked in. "Xiao Nuo, go get 2 bottles of nectar and Red Devil. This brother Long Haochen will be my boss from now on. I want to entertain my boss well." Xiao Nuo smiled sweetly, nodded and said, "Okay, Master Lin, I'll go get ready right away." Xiao Nuo left, and it didn't take long before he brought up the 2 bottles of nectar Red Devil that Lin Xin called for. While tasting this famous wine with only 20 bottles produced every year, Long Haochen began to appreciate Lin Xin more and more. This kind of wealthy sponsor teammate. Just 2 words, sensible. "Boss, is this wine not bad? Tonight's auction has been going on for a while. Now we are drinking this nectar Red Devil and watching the auction. This is called enjoyment. Boss, let me tell you, look at the auctioneer. This is Sister Xianxia from our Ecchi City Holy Alliance auction house. Look at her temperament, she's beautiful. It's a pity, I'm only 18 years old. Otherwise, I would definitely try to pursue Sister Xianxia. This temperament is really fascinating." Lin Xin looked as coquettish as ever, looking at the beautiful auctioneer who was in charge of the auction on the auction stage with peach blossoms in his eyes. Long Haochen was slightly speechless. Seeing Lin Xin's appearance, he suddenly felt a little bit curious. Does Lin Xin have any other emotions towards mature women? The waitress Xiao Nuo was also very good, and the admiration in her eyes was not concealed, but Lin Xin had no reaction. But now that I saw the beautiful auctioneer on the auction stage, my attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Without answering Lin Xin's words or disturbing Lin Xin's interest in looking at the beauties, Long Haochen watched the auction with great interest. There are a lot of good things in the auction house, and he also wants to see if there is anything that surprises him in the auction house today. Now that I have money in my pocket, I can try to take pictures of some useful things. Soon, the auction was about to end, and a car was placed on the auction table. On the golden cart was a mysterious stone ball the size of a human head. The first time he saw the stone ball, Long Haoyu's eyes immediately showed surprise. Xianxia was introducing this mysterious stone ball. Many people at the scene were curious about what this mysterious stone ball was, and they also complained that the starting price of this stone ball was 10,000 gold coins. Others didn't know the true appearance of the stone ball, but he knew very well that there was a real dragon egg hidden under this stone ball. What's going on? The time should be off by a few days. It's logical that the dragon egg should appear in the next few days. How come it appears in advance at this time? Could it be that when Haochen took the photo of this dragon egg, it was because this dragon egg was put up for auction again after it failed to sell? Long Haochen was very confused. All eyes fell on the stone ball at this moment. Lin Xin noticed something strange about Long Haochen and quickly asked, "Boss, are you interested in this stone lump?" Long Haoyu said nothing, just looked at the stone balls on the golden cart quietly. Suddenly, Long Haochen's body shook violently, and then the purple gold runes between his eyebrows lit up. The next second, as the purple halo spread, Haoyu teleported over from the hotel. As soon as Haoyu appeared, she immediately started hopping and whimpering next to Long Haochen. When the little white beast saw Haoyu appear, it slid down Long Haoyu's shoulder, jumped on Haoyu's head and patted it, with a look of disgust on his face. That look seems to be saying to Haoyu, "Look at your worthless energy." Haoyu didn't pay attention to so many little white beasts today. Xiaohuo and Xiaoguang both looked eagerly at the stone balls on the golden cart and almost rushed out. Long Haochen understood Haoyu's meaning through spiritual communication, and was slightly confused. "Haoyu, calm down, I'll do my best," Long Haochen replied repeatedly. Haoyu still looked anxious, with its two heads shaking and jumping up and down, which made people laugh, but it also made people feel its desire for the mysterious stone ball at this time. The whining sound was particularly clear in the box, which was a true portrayal of impatience. Long Haoyu couldn't speak, watching all this silently, and his mood suddenly became unpleasant. Haoyu is bound to win the stone ball, and after eating this dragon egg, he will return to his original world to advance. But in his memory, Haoyu would be in great danger if he went back to advance this time, including Long Haochen, who would be teleported there. Originally, Long Haochen was a dual cultivation knight, and with Haoyu's cooperation, he was still able to protect himself. However, Long Haochen now specializes in the path of Guardian Knight. The Guardian Knight does not have as many offensive methods as the Punishment Knight. Strictly speaking, it is passive defense. In this case, it would be because of Haoyu that he was transported to Haoyu's original world. That danger, Long Haoyu's mood became very heavy. The problem he had been trying to ignore was completely brought to the table at this time. Chapter 97, Haoyu, which was jumping up and down, stopped. Huddled next to Long Haochen, he suddenly became very well behaved. It seemed that he felt the heavy mood of Long Haoyu at this time, or sensed other things. Because of the dragon egg, I suddenly became jealous of the little white beast, but I still couldn't be jealous of Long Haoyu, the owner of the little white beast. Haoyu's sudden behavior caused several people in the box to react, and their eyes focused on Long Haoyu. "Brother Haoyu, what's wrong with you?" Li Xin asked. Long Haochen and Lin Jialu were speechless. They both looked at Long Haoyu with concern. The sudden strangeness made Long Haoyu seem very unusual in their eyes. Lin Xin's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat and skipped a beat. "Didn't the boss think about the impact I might have if I joined the demon hunting group and regret it?" The suddenly quiet private room made Long Haoyu slowly come back to his senses. Feeling the worried and concerned eyes of everyone, he temporarily suppressed the worries in his heart. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Long Haoyu asked. Long Haochen said, "Brother, you looked scary just now. Are you worried about something?" Long Haoyu smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. I will tell you after the auction is over." Several people looked at Long Haoyu's appearance at this time seriously, and saw that Long Haoyu seemed to have returned to his original appearance. Although they were still worried, they somewhat let go. Haoyu felt that the atmosphere had changed and became agitated again. Staring at the mysterious stone ball on the auction table, she became anxious again. "Haoyu, be quiet and stop making trouble." Long Haochen hurriedly wanted to hug Haoyu, but Haoyu was already more than 2 meters long, and it was more difficult for him to hold her now. Long Haoyu asked, "Haochen, is this little guy Haoyu interested in that mysterious stone ball?" Long Haochen hummed and said sheepishly, "It seems to really want that mysterious stone ball, but the starting price is 10,000 gold coins, which is too expensive." As Long Haochen said these words, he laughed awkwardly. When he saw Haoyu, a big eater, he was almost convinced. Eating small dried fish every day is enough to make him poor, and now he is eyeing the mysterious stone ball with a starting price of 10,000 gold coins. It is really a waste. If you want, brother, I can buy it for you. 5 corpses of the green double sword demon were sold for 11,500 gold coins just now. It should be enough to buy this mysterious stone ball. Long Haoyu replied gently. Long Haochen groaned. "Brother, aren't you still planning to take back the money from the green double sword demon and distribute it as dividends?" Long Haoyu took out the elixirs he had just obtained from Lin Xin. "Don't worry, I will make my own arrangements." When the time comes, I can distribute these elixirs to sisters Exener and Jialu, as well as Chen Saihei. 2 brothers, Chen. Long Haochen paused. Seeing his brother's decision, his eyes suddenly turned red. He suddenly stood up and gave a knightly salute to his brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you for what? Sit down. Long Haoyu scolded lightly. Under the auctioneer's inquiry, he pressed the bidding button in the box. The mysterious stone ball was too mysterious. After Long Haoyu's bidding, no one continued to increase the price, and the mysterious stone ball finally fell into their hands. Soon, the card was pushed over by the waiter, and the balance in the magic crystal card was reduced by 10,000 gold coins after the transaction. Just now, the balance was more than 10,000, and now it is only over 1,000. The word, poor, dominates the world. When Haoyu saw the mysterious stone ball being photographed, he was so anxious that he wanted to rush over and swallow the stone ball. When Long Haoyu saw Haoyu's impatient look, he slapped Haoyu directly on both heads. Calm down, I'll give it to you when I get back. Don't worry now, Long Haoyu scolded. Haoyu retracted back to Long Haochen in a grieved manner, wanting to complain to her master, but Long Haochen patted Haoyu gently. Haoyu, listen to my brother. He helped you buy this mysterious stone ball. Don't worry, Long Haochen comforted him. Haoyu calmed down and faced the little white beast again, pointing at it with a look of contempt on its face, and lay there calmly. The 2 masters and servants are not good people. Time continued to pass for a while, and tonight's auction also came to an end. Lin Xin was still worried about whether Long Haoyu had gone back on his word, and enthusiastically sent the group out of the auction house. Boss, are you sure you haven't regretted it? Lin Xin asked worriedly. Long Haoyu replied, because of the way I was thinking about things just now, are you worried that I will regret it? Lin Xin nodded quickly, then you must worry. I am willing to risk everything now. If you regret it, boss, then I will be in trouble. Don't worry, I have never regretted anything I promised. After the demon hunting group selection competition is over, I will also have a big gift for you. You can just wait and see. Long Haoyu offered enough to make things difficult for him. Lin Xin's words were reassuring. Lin Xin looked at Long Haoyu's appearance carefully and made sure that he seemed to be worrying blindly. Finally, he patted his chest and reassured. Then I can rest assured. Boss, if you have any use for me in the future, just tell me. As I said just now, I can't attack magic, but I have money in medicine. I can definitely arrange these aspects properly. Boss, if you encounter something like the mysterious stone ball tonight and want to buy it but don't have enough money, just tell me and I will send the money right away. Long Haoyu smiled and continued to chat with Lin Xin before leading Long Haochen and others back to the hotel where they were staying. After parting ways with Lin Xin for a while, Li Xin, Lin Jialu, and Long Haochen all stopped. The 3 people's eyes once again focused on Long Haoyu. Li Xin said uncertainly, Brother Haoyu, you were feeling heavy just now, was it really not because of Lin Xin's matter? Long Haoyu thought for a while and replied. Thinking that Lin Xin's matter would not be settled, he noticed the small white beast on his shoulder from the corner of his eye and had an idea in his mind. No, the little guy just told me that Lin Xin has 74 points of innate spiritual power. This kind of talent will definitely be enough to join our future demon hunting team. I just suddenly thought of other things, so I was a little distracted and worried about some unknown things. 74 points of innate spiritual power. What did the little white beast tell Long Haoyu? Long Haochen and the others immediately looked at the little white beast. This little guy still has the ability to see through the opponent's innate inner spiritual power. So magical. The little white beast was a little dazed, and before it could react, Li Xin immediately grabbed it, held it on his face and sucked the beast hard. After a moment, the little white beast collapsed in Li Xin's hand, its 2 little eyes rolled white, and its pink little tongue hung out, as if it was dead. After destroying the little white beast, Li Xin continued to ask, since it's not because of Lin Xin, then brother, what are you worried about? Are you in any trouble? Long Haoyu pondered for a moment, organized some vocabulary and said, it's not about me, it's about Haochen. About me? Long Haochen asked doubtfully. Long Haoyu hummed. Yes, it's about you. Starting from today, I may have to start preparing to teach you about the training of disciplinary knights. Chapter 98. Long Haochen was stunned on the spot. Long Haoyu's sudden words made him unable to react immediately. After a moment of astonishment, he asked with a hint of confusion, Brother, why did you say that suddenly? Long Haoyu looked at Haoyu and explained, you all saw what happened in the auction house just now. Haoyu is very interested in the mysterious stone ball. It came to the auction house through a blood contract without even summoning it independently, so I initially infer that the mysterious stone ball is related to its upgrade. Long Haoyu didn't speak very fast, so that everyone could understand him as much as possible, and also so that what he knew would not be revealed because he was too hasty. Although Li Xin and Lin Jialu had never seen Haoyu's ability to upgrade, they still knew that Haoyu was a magical monster that could be upgraded. But why did the matter of the mysterious stone ball and Haoyu's upgrade get involved in teaching Long Haochen how to become a disciplinary knight? None of the three people understood, and their eyes continued to fall on Long Haoyu, waiting for Long Haoyu's next explanation. The problem lies in the possible upgrade of Haoyu. Haoyu was originally summoned by Haochen from other planes through the magic circle on the top of the holy mountain. At that time, Haochen and I were at the top of the holy mountain of the knights. There was a magic circle suppressing it there, so Haoyu completed the first upgrade there. But now that there is no magic circle on the top of the holy mountain to suppress it, I am worried whether Haoyu will return to its original world to upgrade. When Haoyu first came, her whole body was covered in scars. The world she lived in must have been extremely dangerous. If Haoyu is also teleported due to the blood contract, Haochen's current ability will not be enough to cope with it, so he may be in danger. Long Haoyu slowly analyzed these, and used the most reasonable method to speculate what he knew to everyone. After listening, the three of them fell silent in unison, and they all understood the danger in Long Haoyu's analysis. Although it has not happened yet, Long Haoyu's analysis is well-founded and he has to prepare in advance. Otherwise, all the things you guessed will happen, and it will be too late to regret it. Long Haochen didn't respond. At this time, he was the most silent among the three, and he couldn't help but frown a little. Li Xin and Lin Jialu were silent beside them and did not interfere with Long Haochen's thoughts on this matter. They have been together for so long, and they still know what Long Haochen insists on in his heart. Long Haochen's goal is to be a good guardian knight, and he has always implemented the concept of playing a forward role for Long Haoyu. Now Long Haoyu's suggestion will obviously put Long Haochen into embarrassment and entanglement. They can't help in this kind of matter and can only let Long Haochen make his own choice. Haochen, brother knows that you want to walk the path of a guardian knight with peace of mind and become the greatest guardian knight. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to suddenly make this suggestion after supporting you for so many years. If brother can always be by your side, I can help you block all enemies, but brother can't really be by your side all the time. That's why I made these suggestions. I know it's a little hard for you to accept now. You should think about it carefully first. Long Haoyu said this softly, leaving some room for choice for Long Haochen. I understand what brother means. Brother, you want me to have enough ability to protect myself. Long Haochen replied in a low voice, Haoyu's world is indeed very dangerous, and the guardian knight must be in a team to play its greatest role. There are not enough attack methods. If I really go to Haoyu's world, I may never come back. I understand this. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently, and after looking at each other with Li Xin and Lin Jialu, the four of them started back towards the hotel where they stayed. Because of Long Haoyu's speculation to nip trouble in the bud, the four of them were not in a very good mood now and seemed rather heavy. Long Xingyu and Bai Yao, who were in the hotel, saw a group of 4 people coming back. They thought that the 4 of them going shopping would lighten their mood and get over what happened 10 days ago as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after returning from a trip, the 4 people's emotions would be heavier than when they went out. The very unusual reaction made the couple focus on the 4 of them. Yu, Chen, what's wrong with you? Bai Yao hugged the 2 children to him with some distress and asked gently. After asking about the 2 brothers, Bai Yao also looked at Li Xin and Lin Jialu. Exener, Jialu, did you encounter anything when you went out? Li Xin replied, Auntie, we haven't encountered anything, but I'll let Brother Haoyu and Brother Haochen tell you the details. Jialu and I have nothing to do, so we'll go back and rest first. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. Li Xin and Lin Jialu spoke to Bai Yao one after another, and left Long Xingyu and Bai Yao's room in a tacit agreement, leaving the space for the family of 4. The 2 women's abnormality made Long Xingyu and Bai Yao confused. After the 2 women left, the couple looked at Long Haoyu and Long Haochen quietly. Haochen, what happened? If you have any questions, please tell Dad. Long Xingyu asked, if you and Haoyu are like this, your mother will be very worried. Long Haochen broke away from his mother's arms and replied in a deep voice, Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's just that my brother said he would start teaching me the discipline of a disciplinary knight and wanted me to practice both. We were all thinking about this thing during the trip back, so we seemed a little heavy-hearted. Question mark. Long Xingyu was a little confused on the spot. Including Bai Yao, everyone was a little confused at this time. They all remembered clearly that Long Haochen could unswervingly want to embark on the path of a guardian knight. In order to allow Long Haochen to choose the branch of disciplinary knights, Long Xingyu had put a lot of thought into it 2 years ago, but in the end he was still unable to change Long Haochen's decision. What's going on now? Why did Long Haoyu, who had always supported Long Haochen in such matters, suddenly propose that Long Haochen embark on the path of dual cultivation? Long Xingyu's eyes were a little weird, and he glanced at Long Haoyu incomprehensively, wondering if he woke up suddenly when he got up today and is still dreaming. Could it be that this traitor has changed his gender? Did what happened 10 days ago really change this child so much? Why do you suddenly have such an idea? Long Xingyu didn't understand. Long Haochen hurriedly told what Long Haoyu had just guessed, and while speaking, he gently stroked Haoyu's 2 heads. Long Xingyu was pleasantly surprised on the spot. He couldn't believe what he heard. Looking at Long Haoyu next to Long Haochen in a daze, he suddenly felt much better. He had indeed changed his gender. Suppressing these surprises, Long Xingyu hurriedly squatted next to Long Haochen, his mood was so smooth. He even felt that the discomfort caused by the tough fight with the 2 demons 10 days ago had disappeared, and he could go back and continue fighting for 800 rounds. Haochen, how did you decide on this matter? Have you decided to practice dual cultivation? Chapter 99. Long Xingyu didn't feel any nervousness about the war with the demons. Long Xingyu didn't feel any nervousness when fighting Ananda to the death. But now facing Long Haochen's decision, he became nervous for the first time. 5 full years have passed since they found Bai Yao, mother and son. For 5 years, he never gave up the idea of letting Long Haochen take the path of a disciplinary knight, but he never succeeded. Now that things had finally turned around, he was so excited that he couldn't help but tremble a little with his generous hands as he squatted next to Long Haochen and grabbed Long Haochen's shoulders. Long Haochen felt his father's emotions and said very firmly, Dad, I decided to practice the disciplinary knight together. Brother is right, I really want to make some achievements on the path of being a guardian knight. I also really want to be my brother's vanguard on the battlefield. But my brother can't always be by my side. I must have enough ability to protect myself, and there are things that Haoyu may have to face. You are all my relatives, and Haoyu is also my relative. I can't continue to be willful. I have to shoulder the responsibilities I need to shoulder. Every word was very firm. Every word is very powerful. Long Xingyu's hanging heart completely dropped. At this moment, Long Haochen's answers were as wonderful as the sounds of nature to him. Okay, Haochen, Dad is very pleased that you have such an idea. Whether you are a disciplinary knight or a guardian knight, you are the hero of our knight temple, but you can choose to become a disciplinary knight. Dad is very happy. Long Xingyu's emotions exploded. As he spoke, he patted Long Haochen's shoulder heavily and did not forget to look at Long Haoyu with appreciative eyes. After the identification, it turned out that Nizi had really changed her gender. The only person in this world who can really influence Long Haochen is Long Haoyu. It's a pity that 5 years have been wasted. If he had embarked on the path of the disciplinary knight 5 years ago, he would have been even more extraordinary. But Haochen, it's not a few years ago anymore. Dad can't always stay with you and Haoyu. Remember the ring that Dad gave you before. It contains all of Dad's training experience, including some of Dad's own knight skills. Since you have decided to embark on the path of dual cultivation knight, then you should work hard in this area. Dad's experience is enough for you to become a very powerful disciplinary knight. Long Xingyu spoke in a low and powerful voice. As he spoke these words, he looked at Long Haochen's hands. The ring that was supposed to be worn by Long Haochen disappeared at this time, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Haochen, where is the inheritance ring that Dad gave you? Long Xingyu asked. Long Haochen came to his senses and said, Dad, my brother gave that ring to Sister Exener 2 years ago. Sister Exener is also a disciplinary knight. But Dad, don't worry. Sister Exener and I will discuss how to practice as a disciplinary knight. Besides, my brother is also a disciplinary knight. When the time comes, my brother and Sister Exener will teach me together. I will definitely make rapid progress as a disciplinary knight. Long Xingyu. At this time, Long Haoyu stepped forward and said, Haochen has decided to pursue dual cultivation. I can't help him on the path of guardian knight, but I can give him a lot of advice on the path of punishment knight. The inheritance ring is certainly very helpful to Haochen, but a true disciplinary knight still has to find the principle that suits him best. Long Xingyu. He was speechless again, feeling something strange inexplicably. You have worked so hard to prepare those things, but now you feel abandoned when you co-write them. Is this still the obedient Long Haochen in his impression? Why does it feel like something has changed? He is a majestic knight of the first generation, and he is also the only disciplinary knight among the 3 knights of the Divine Seal. Are the things that have been passed down so useless? Long Xingyu felt a little uncomfortable. The hidden wounds he suffered after his confrontation with the 2 demons 10 days ago seemed to be showing signs of recurrence. Facing Long Haoyu's eyes, he was very sure that the disciplinary knights needed to find their own way, and he sighed heavily in his heart. That makes sense. Now that you have decided what to do, then strive to become a powerful disciplinary knight as soon as possible. Haochen, you should also communicate more with Haoyu about the punishment of knights, do you understand? Long Xingyu calmed down and spoke softly to Long Haochen. At this moment, he thought of some of his previous speculations about Long Haoyu. There is such an old knight teaching secretly, and it seems that he is indeed more useful than himself. After all, he seemed to be the disciple who had not yet started. Dad, I know, Long Haochen replied. After making the decision to embark on the path of a dual cultivation knight, he felt as if the pressure on his body had disappeared. All the worries I had before were cleared away at this moment, and I became very energetic in an instant. Haochen, now that everything has been decided, I will leave this mysterious stone ball to you. Long Haoyu took out the mysterious stone ball and handed it to Long Haochen seriously, preparing for Long Haochen to eat it for Haoyu. Long Haochen took the mysterious stone ball and nodded firmly. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate the ability to punish the knights. I will not let you or my parents worry. Well, then brother will go back first. Long Haoyu said, if you don't understand anything about the discipline knight's practice, remember to ask me. Okay, Long Haoyu left here and returned to his room. After giving the dragon egg to Long Haochen, I also saw Long Haochen's decision to become a knight of dual cultivation. But he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. The training of a disciplinary knight cannot be completed overnight. Although Long Haochen's change was very necessary, he remembered that Long Haochen was teleported to Haoyu's world during the demon hunting group selection competition. The remaining time was simply not enough for Long Haochen to become a truly independent disciplinary knight. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Long Haoyu did not meditate for the first time, nor did he enter the shadow space to practice. After pondering for a long time, his eyes fell on the little white beast on his shoulder that had not yet recovered from the sucking beasts of Li Xin and Lin Jialu. The moment he saw the little white beast, he suddenly thought of another way. As the idea came about, he felt that this idea had great potential. It seems that, done correctly, the ideas generated can serve as alternative crisis plans. The little white beast also became excited at this moment. The small ball immediately stood up from Long Haoyu's shoulders, and looked at Long Haoyu warily with its small eyes. The eyes of a person and an animal collided together like this, full of weirdness. Chapter 100. The little white beast's hair exploded, as if all of it stood on end. He jumped down from Long Haoyu's shoulder and ran to the corner of the bed. His little eyes didn't dare to move away from Long Haoyu for a moment. This master doesn't feel like a good person today. Long Haoyu didn't care what the little guy's reaction was now, as all the pots, pans, and other things came out of the ring. According to my speculation, you and Haoyu are closely related. They should come from the same world. Haoyu needs to return to its world to complete the upgrade, and in times of crisis, Haochen can be teleported there. You and I also have a blood contract. Can I go to that world through you? Long Haoyu analyzed it methodically, while playing with the pots and pans he took out of the ring, while looking at the little white beast with a half-smile. He still looked so kind, but when it fell into the eyes of the little white beast, it was enough to make it hairy. There was a very unwilling look in the small eyes. That world has been destroyed. You have absolute light attributes. That kind of world is really not suitable for you to survive. But Haochen is my brother. Little guy, you should understand what I mean. If you can go back to that world, you will cooperate with me once. When Haochen's crisis is resolved, there won't be so many risks in the future, and I can feel more at ease. Long Haoyu continued speaking, pausing while fiddling with the pots and pans, and gestured with his palms on the soup pot, as if he was trying to figure out whether the little white beast could be stuffed into the soup pot. The little white beast's little face twisted into a ball, and he looked at his master's palms gesturing in front of the soup pot. Finally, he lowered his head and huddled listlessly in the corner of the bed. Can it be done or not? Long Haoyu asked. The little white beast nodded its head swayingly, and the whole beast seemed to be paralyzed at the corner of the bed, as if it had lost its purpose in life. Long Haoyu had been paying attention to the reaction of the little white beast. When he saw the little guy turning around, he suddenly felt much happier. The guess is indeed correct. This little guy can indeed return to that world. Under the effect of the blood contract, as long as Haochen is teleported away, I can follow him to that world through the little guy. Long Haoyu secretly thought to himself that because Long Haochen decided to start training as a disciplinary knight, he was relieved of his worry that it would not bring about much obvious improvement in strength. In such a world, he can fully display his current strength and ensure that Haoyu completes his upgrade and Haochen returns safely without any problems. He put away the pots and pans again, as if they had never appeared before, and held the little guy in his hand again. Long Haoyu just smiled and said, "Little guy, were you scared just now?" The little white beast still looked so listless, chattering without knowing what he was talking about. Long Haoyu smiled and kept stroking the fur of the little white beast, and his thoughts began to wander to the world of the undead that he might go to later. A few days later, Holy City, Temple Alliance Headquarters, Holy Alliance Grand Trial Ground. Long Xingyu and Bai Yao left after the group arrived at the Holy City. As the Divine Seal Knight who is best at attacking, Long Xingyu spends most of his time at the Knight's Temple in Yulong Pass, and leaving is inevitable. After meeting Long Xingyu and Bai Yaoding, Long Haoyu and his party arrived at the Holy Alliance Trial Ground under the leadership of Feng Yangmu. The reporting offices of the 6 major temples all occupy a large area, and each has its own staff responsible for handling reports. Long Haoyu looked at the reporting office of the 6 great temples here, and after a moment his eyes fell on Lin Jialu and the 2 brothers Chen Si and Chen Chen. According to the rules of the preliminary round of the Demon Hunting Group selection competition, when they arrive here, they need to separate and go to their respective temples for the preliminary round. Lin Jialu and the others understood the meaning in Long Haoyu's eyes. Lin Jialu said to Long Haoyu, "Brother Haoyu, you have to work hard this time in the preliminary round. I wish you all in advance to make it to the finals." Many thanks to Sister Jialu, and I also wish Sister Jialu, Brother Chen and Brother Chen that you can all make it to the finals. Long Haoyu replied. Let's do our best. Chen Si and Chen Chen are not very confident, and their competition in the warrior temple is the most intense. Long Haoyu said nothing, and he had no way to help the 2 brothers pass the preliminary round. He just solemnly gave the 2 brothers some pills he got from Lin Xin. After Yi said goodbye, Lin Jialu, Chen Si and Chen Chen headed towards the reporting areas of the Magic Temple and the Warrior Temple respectively. Brother, are you thinking about Sister Jialu and the others' preliminary competition? Long Haochen asked from the side. Long Haoyu hummed. We have done everything we can, and the rest can only be blessed in advance. Whether it was Lin Jialu or Chen Si and Chen Chen, Long Haoyu knew very well that the 3 of them were not strong enough to pass the preliminary round. But this is after all a cruel rule of a training world like the Holy Demon Continent. If you don't have the strength to join the demon hunting group, you will eventually die on the battlefield. Long Haochen was silent for a moment and said, Brother, Sister Exener, let's go report too. Good. Long Haoyu responded to these words, looked at each other with Long Haochen and Li Xin, and then headed towards the reporting area of the Knight's Temple. Yi Hua, who had great hopes for both brothers, had been waiting here early. When he saw the 2 brothers coming together with Li Xin, he hurriedly greeted them. Teacher. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen saluted Yi Hua at the same time, both feeling the fatigue on Yi Hua's body and the confidence in them in his eyes. Yi Hua hummed, not surprised that Li Xin was here too. After all, he knew Li Xin's strength and it was easy to pass the trial. Leading the 3 of them towards the reporting office, he said solemnly, let's go, register first, and then seize the time to rest. The preliminary round will start in 2 days. As Yi Hua said this, he warned uneasily, this time the selection competition for the demon hunting group will be much more intense than before. As of now, there are already 3 Earth Knights among the registered contestants that I know of. This is our Knight Temple. If the 6 major temples are included, the number of 5th level professionals will be even greater, and your next challenge will not be easy. So, you all should understand what I mean. Even if the next round is the preliminary round, you must not take it lightly. Especially Hao, you must not feel any pressure, just treat it with a normal mind. Long Hao and the other 3 listened silently to Yi Hua's instructions. Long Hao's mood was very calm. But Li Xin and Long Haochen heard Yi Hua tell Long Hao not to be too stressed and to treat it with a normal mind. Recalling the various situations during the trial more than 10 days ago, the expressions of the 2 of them became a little strange at the same time. It seems that the word pressure should not be used on Long Hao, right? The ones who are under pressure seem to be the 3 Earth Knights who have already been reported and registered. They remembered everything that happened more than 10 days ago very clearly, and they couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. The red-eyed Long Hao can easily kill the green double sword demon that is no less than a 5th level professional. Who can withstand this?